Hey everyone, how are y'all? Gigi, honey, you're not late. You're good. I'm running a little bit late tonight, but you're good. Libra Moon, how are you? Exit Screaming, how are you? Hey Big Al, how are you? Jan, how are you tonight? Z Man, how are you? Hey Tech Death, how are you? All right, y'all, please don't forget to hit the thumbs up on your way in and make sure that your chat is on live chat. Lady V, you doing okay tonight? And email is pinned to the top of the chat if anyone needs it. Hey Michelle, how are you? Kelly P, how are you? Jan, yes ma'am, everything is good. Hey Lucia, how are you? And Lucia, I hope you get to feeling better soon, honey. Michelle, I'm doing good. Getting my stuff for the night. Hey Sally Mae, how are you? All right. Just trying to move some things around here, y'all. Okay. Hold on just a second. Okay, I had to fix something. All right. Have y'all watched the interview with Mr. Steve Gonsalves on News Nation? Has anybody seen that? Big Al, you haven't? Lucia, you did? Oh, Lady V, it's very interesting. He says that the way he's talking, that there is leaked footage that he has saw. And I'm going to play it here in a minute. But there is footage that he has seen. Hey, Madam Mom, how are you? and he is wanting to know why this person in this car parked in certain spots for long periods of time, and what was he looking at. And basically, if the house is tore down when this gets brought up in court, there's no way to for even the jury just to go back to those locations of where this car is seen parked at for um, a period of time, and only on the night that this happened. If the house is tore down, the jury can't even go to these places where the car was parked at to even try to uh, tell what he possibly could have been looking at. You changed your background. Yes, ma'am, Mom. I did. I've got several of them, and I'm just changing them out every night, so it's not like the same one. Just trying to get the Christmas thing going. Marion, how are you? All right, so I'm gonna play this real quick, and then I will open up the panel so we can talk about this. I still think that they are making a huge mistake in tearing this house down. And Mr. Steve has even said the same thing basically that we have said here on this channel, and I'm sure other channels have said that they have a date for the house to be torn down, but they don't even have a date for the trial yet. Hey, Mr. Rosebud, how are you? KK, how are you? Wilby, how are you? Hey, Avery, Vapor, how are you? Betty Joe, how are you tonight? Okay, and I thought I saw a question, but I don't guess I did. KK, I'm doing good. Hey, Pepper, how are you? So good I can barely stand myself. Will be. Kelly P, how are you? Yes, KK, you need to send me a picture. I want to see the nutcracker. And send it to me on Discord. Uh, 6 a.m. over here, so pretty tired to be honest. Well, Mr. Rosebud, thank you so much for coming in and joining us tonight. We are glad that you are here with us. HT, how are you? All right, now let me get this interview pulled up. For those coming in, I'm about to play the interview that Mr. Gonzalez did, and he's basically talking about the house being tore down. Carol, how are you? Hey, Princess, how are you? Will be, I've heard. I'm ready to see it. Boomer Girl, how are you? Kelly M, how are you tonight? All right, y'all, give me a second because I'm going to have to pull this up a different way. I don't I don't think it's gonna play on the thing that I've got it pulled up on. So give me just 1 second here. Okay, here we go. All right, so he did the interview with News Nation. Hey, Summer, how are you? Richie, how are you feeling? King Scarlet, how are you tonight? All right, so anyway, he did the interview with News Nation with Ashley Banfield. Like I said, he's talking about the house being torn down. He does say a lot of interesting things in this. Now let's see if it will play. All right, and y'all, when it starts playing, if y'all cannot hear it, just let me know in the chat, please.
I am joined now live by Steve Goncalves. He is the father of one of the 4 students killed, Kaylee Goncalves. Steve, thank you for being on tonight. Just your reaction to getting this news. Was this a surprise, hearing that there's a date scheduled and it is December 28th?
Yeah, I was surprised that we're at a moment in the case that we don't even have a trial date. We've had a trial date for almost the vast majority of.
Okay, y'all, I've got the volume up as loud as it will go. Y'all may have to cut it up on y'all's end. All right, so I just want to make sure that everybody can hear it though. So let me back it up just a little bit.
Yeah, I was surprised that we're at a moment in the case that we don't even have a trial date. We've had a trial date for almost the vast majority of once they had a suspect. So we don't have a trial date, but we have a date to have, largely the biggest piece of evidence being destroyed, which just seems backwards.
So I would have expected that something this monumental would have been discussed behind the scenes, that your lawyer, Shannon Gray, would have been in conversations at least to give you guys, enough time to process this. And it sounds like that's not the case. You didn't get much time, different than the time that we got in terms of this announcement.
No, and I kind of take this as from a perspective of that my opinion's not important as a parent. That's not it. What is important is the lead investigators at the county, state, and federal level, and it is to my knowledge that they are not in all agreement. And we tried to get them to all come in agreement and address, come out with a formal statement. So if they can't all agree, I find it very hard for the parents to all agree. We're all trying to get through this the best way we can. I want to be absolutely respectful to every single one of the parents. Um, I understand. I understand that this has to go down, and I'm not going to fight it forever. And I want to be careful what I fight because this is a losing battle. But
Well, it's a long battle as well, as we've come to understand. That brings me to the issue of Mrs. Chapin. Ethan Chapin's mom, Stacy, has given that statement to me saying that, we're okay with this at this point. We agree with the university. We think it's in the best interest of the kids who are there, including her 2 kids and the community as a whole. What are your thoughts about that?
I totally respect it. I get it. I have leaked footage. I've seen.
Okay, so from here out, this is where he's going to start talking about this leaked footage that he has about where the car had parked. He doesn't give a specific location of where the car was parked. But just listen to the stuff that he says about what he has seen that apparently other family members of the other victims have not seen. This is very interesting.
Things that they may have not seen. I know for a fact the path that this white salon, this car took, and people are going to wonder what he was doing when he parks in certain locations for extended amount of time. What was he looking at? I want to know what he was looking at, and I don't know how you can see what this man was looking at without the house being there. What windows was he peering into? Why did he pick that location to stop at? Why did he keep going back to these certain locations. And I don't know about the other 12 or 13 times that he was there. I just know of the day that this happened in the footage that was given to me. So I'm going to do what's best for my girl. I'm going to protect her. I'm going to weigh on the side of what's best for her and making sure that I'm not going to let something slip through our hands that I could have said something. But I do understand it has to go.
I have this question for you because up until now I hadn't really contemplated this, but do you think it's at all possible that the prosecution is so confident about their case, they're not worried at all about the House standing?
I've been told that exactly. I've been told 100%. The amount of stuff we have, Steve, relax. You know, you're a very aggressive a father. Relax. But it's not in my character to just sit back and just know that an opportunity isn't being seized upon. And
Okay, so I have a question. He says that they've told him that he's very aggressive. But what do they expect him to be? His daughter was murdered. Most parents are not going to just sit back and not question things. That's what I don't. It seems like I'm not going to say that they're being disrespectful to all the families, but it seems like that they're being disrespectful to some. All right, Big Al, Lady B, as soon as this video's over with, I'll bring y'all up on the panel. Hey, Betty Joe, exactly. I mean, that's what I didn't understand, how they can tell him how to act. It's crazy.
I couldn't live with myself. I couldn't live with myself if later on, something happened and a jury member said, you know what, it really came down to the fact that I couldn't see firsthand. They told us the ideal jury member was someone who had thousands of acres and had no time to watch TV. He was out on the farm. Well, I don't feel like that kind of guy is going to see the footage that I seen and not want to understand what was going on in the house. And a computer program is going to mean nothing to that farmer. Almost zero value in a computer model to a farmer like that.
I want to dovetail off something you just said, and that is that they've told you that, Steve, the amount of stuff we have, relax. Are you referring to like victims advocates or people actually in the know of the case, that they have such a solid case that you should rest easy?
Because I've made myself vocal, people have reached out to me, and some of those people have just said that if what I know is accurate, Steve, there's a massive amount of information. This case will open up other investigators to know that there's a whole nother level of data being collected on people, and some of that will come out in this case.
Thank you for watching. Go to new.
Okay, let me get everybody up here real quick. How are y'all?
Good. They cut that. They cut that pretty quick, didn't they?
Yeah, when they was talking about that there is a data being done on other people.
Yep. They said snip.
I wonder who these other people are.
Yeah, that kind of makes you ponder a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Is it other people involved in this?
I wouldn't think so, but the statement kind of leads you to maybe kind of ask yourself. But
It sounds to me like they're involved in this and something else, and that's going to come out because of this. But he's still under a gag order. So how much is he really even allowed to say?
Oh, the family's not.
They're not.
No, just his attorney.
Oh, I misunderstood.
Yeah,
completely.
just his attorney.
Okay.
Yeah, Avery, hold on. I'll back it up. Let me find that part. And Avery, you're talking about where he's saying about other people? Is that what you're talking about? Hey, Margaret, how are you?
yeah, it sounds like they're going to have a roadmap.
Oh, this trial is going to be so interesting.
Discovery is going to be like the 4th of July.
Yes. Okay, let me find it real quick, Avery. I'm just I'm I'm just listening to it so I don't have to go back too far.
Yeah. But that statement makes my head just kind of swim with all kind of questions.
I
Yeah.
guarantee you, he's getting trolled on the daily. He's got people trying to feed him bullshit every day.
Yeah.
I can't. I don't get though telling him that he's aggressive.
These people.
I don't get it. Like
Think about what some of these people are willing to do to get a reaction, Scarlett. Just to get a reaction. Just to get their name mentioned on a live.
oh my god, though. Like people need to like slow their roll down. Don't be telling a man who has lost his daughter in a brutal
They
way
don't
like
care.
this that he's too aggressive. What the hell is he supposed to be?
They're heartless. All they're trying to do is get a reaction to be the one that got that reaction. Clicks,
Just
views, money.
I
Sad.
don't. Yeah, it is. I mean, in the Chapin part, Ethan's family was brought up, and they're saying that they're okay with the house going and stuff like that. Okay, if that's how they feel, I respect that. These families are handling things, in their own way. Okay, but to tell this man, Steve, you're aggressive. That is so just.
Well, they're kind of gaslighting him, don't you think? A little bit.
Yeah. As far as
Yeah,
I'm concerned, he can be any way he wants to be. I mean,
Yeah, if that was my kid, I'd be
everybody
like,
grieves differently and
Yeah.
goes through it differently.
if that was my kid, I'd be like, you think I'm being aggressive now?
Yeah, wait a damn minute. I'll tell you.
yeah.
Exactly.
I'm not even armed yet.
He hasn't done anything wrong in the way that he's acted. I don't blame him. Hey Michelle, how are you? I don't blame him for the way he's done
No.
and being out in the forefront for not just Kaylee, but for all four of them.
Not only do I
And-
not blame him, I commend him.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's-
he
yeah,
shows a
it's
great deal of
natural.
restraint.
Yes.
I
It's
mean,
natural feelings that he's going through.
Right.
yeah, yeah.
It's
Imagine the
some-
things he thinks about at night, what he would like to do.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
I mean,
There's behind closed doors when we don't see what's we don't see the families and how they're doing and all this and that. There's no telling. I know they're heartbroken. I know that. But just oh my, I just can't believe somebody would say something like that to a parent.
Do not tell a parent to relax. No.
It's
Yeah, he's gonna get the wrong.
I bet none of them would face to face.
I mean, what if it was their child?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Like, put yourself in this parent's shoe. How would you act if it was your child?
Way worse than he is. Say that.
yeah.
Way
It'd be
worse.
all I could do not to do something really.
Right. I don't understand it. It's ridiculous. Okay,
They
let me.
Right,
ahead,
and I
Kate.
bet they've never had anybody stand up to them like he has and been in their face like he has wanting answers. I bet
Exactly.
you, yeah, so they're not used to it.
He has questions about things. He's asked the questions. He wants to know what's going on. He has that right to know what's going on in this case.
Absolutely.
At least has a right to ask.
Right.
Mhm.
He might
I
not.
get-
He might not be in a position to get the answers right now, but he has the right to ask.
Right. I mean, honestly, it's Kaylee's parents. If it's Ethan's mom and dad, if it's any of these victims' parents, they have a right to ask. They have a right to know more than what the public knows. But I do understand that there may be some things that the police want to keep to themselves, or the prosecution does, or whatever. But the fact that they didn't find out until basically the same time that everybody else did about the house, hey Tonka, that says a lot.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
they
you
should have
couldn't
been at
even they couldn't even let the families know ahead a good amount of time before everybody else
yeah.
found
They
out.
should have built some kind of consent. I mean, you can't get everybody to agree, but they should have started with the family, built some kind of, you know, consensus. And you're not going to get
Yeah.
everybody on the same page, but some kind of momentum where everybody was fairly comfortable with what they were doing, and then announce it.
Right.
To me, that's just, I don't know.
It's not.
It's like a big FU. You don't,
It's just not putting. They're not thinking about the families
Yeah,
of the victims.
exactly.
Like I get screw the public. I completely get that, but the families in a situation like this should always come
Yeah,
first.
they should have deserved to sit down, a group discussion. Work.
Well, I mean,
And
even if
it
they
would have
couldn't
probably
even.
took more than one sitting, but to get some kind of feeling and idea how everybody felt before they just come out and make some blanket statement. Here's what we're going to do. And
Yeah.
to hell with it if you don't like it.
Princess, I haven't heard any other families speak out. The only other thing that we have heard is what Ashley Banfield had said just a minute ago to Mr. Goncalves about that she had spoke with Ethan's mom, and they are okay with the house being torn down. I kind of see her point though. As a mom or as a parent, you think about her point of view because she still has 2 kids that are at the college. Hey, Black Widow Channel, how are you? She still has 2 kids that are at the college. That was their triplet that died in that house. If Hunter is back at Sigma Chi, when Hunter's at that Sigma Chi house, he sees that house. Like we've all seen it on street, for Google Maps and Street View, and we've seen pictures and everything else from the Sigma Chi house. The house is right there, like it's in plain view. So I get her point on it. Honestly, I do. Even Mr. Gonzalez is saying that he understands it's got to come down. I just think that they're making a huge mistake. Like he said, he has seen video, and I'm sure that this video will come out in the trial of this car on the night that this crime happened, parking in certain areas and sitting there for a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
He wants to know, what was he looking at? What window was he looking at? If the jurors get to see this video of where this car is parked, they're going to want to know the same thing. I mean, I would if I was on a jury. I would want to know, okay, well, I can't, my point of view sitting in a jury box, I can't tell where he's looking at just by watching a video. But we go out to the property and we go to these, wherever it was that this car was parked at, and we look at the way he was looking, and we can see, was he looking in Kaylee's window?
You might realize he had a clear view of
exactly
a certain angle at a certain person or a certain window or a certain bedroom,
Right. I mean, he could have been looking in Bethany's window. He could have been looking in Kaylee's upstairs room from the front of the house. He could have been looking through Kaylee's back door, through her
He could
slider.
have seen the lights to all the rooms, maybe, or somehow or another, plus looking through somebody's window.
There's no telling what he was looking at. Hey, Tree Baby, how are you? He could have been looking at anything, and the jury will never know exactly what it was, or even try to attempt to understand what it was that he was looking at if the house is not there when this goes to trial. They're making a huge mistake in my opinion.
It could reveal a whole lot, possibly.
It could. It really. Yes.
You want me to drop the link to the petition?
Yeah. Do you have it?
I do.
Okay. Yeah, you can drop it. Oh, wait a minute. So I tried to drop that link last night, but it was too long.
You
need me to shorten it for you?
Can you shorten it?
Yeah, drop it in the back chat. I'll shorten it for you.
Okay, Lady V, can you drop it?
I see what you mean. Yeah, because it's got too many characters. Okay.
Yeah, I tried to do it last night, so I just went and put it on my community post and on my channel for people to go. But yeah, if you can get it shortened and then drop it in the chat, that would be awesome.
Yeah, just drop it in the back chat, Lady B. I'll have it done in like 5 seconds.
Okay, so the Black Widow
Okay,
channel.
give me just a minute.
She says, "My question is, what would it hurt to wait?"
It wouldn't.
Honestly, it wouldn't.
Feelings. That's what it's going to hurt. Feelings. It won't hurt the case,
No.
but it'll hurt somebody's feelings.
I mean, I completely get it's an eyesore. Yeah, I understand everything that they're saying that this house is. I completely understand. It's a horror house. It's an eyesore. It's a reminder of what happened. I get all that. But they're wanting to tear it down before there's even a trial date. Don't get it.
Plus, they offered, the family no vision of, hey, as soon as we tear it down, blah blah blah. Here's what we have in mind, and we want you guys to work with us, and and get your input. I mean, that helps to have a look at something.
Yeah, they didn't even give them something to look forward to replace like something good and nice
beautiful
to
garden
replace
with a
this
waterfall
horrible
and
thing.
blah blah blah, or just anything.
There you go, Lady V. It's in the back chat.
Okay, so let me finish playing this last part here that Avery was asking about, where he's talking about the people in the data.
There's the link.
Okay, thank you, Lady V.
Thank you, Big Al.
Well, thank you, everybody.
Okay, so here we go. We'll finish playing it.
Should rest easy.
Because I've made myself vocal, people have reached out to me, and some of those people have just said that if what I know is accurate, Steve, there's a massive amount of information. This case will open up other investigators to know that there's a whole nother level of data being collected on people, and some of that will come out in this case.
Thank you for watching.
A whole nother level of data.
Huh.
Fight Club, possible sales or abuse.
And I'm writing that down.
There's a lot of. I've been reading a lot of stuff about this Fight Club thing. There's a lot of stuff flying around about that. I don't know if there's any even minuscule amount of truth to it. But there sure seems to be a lot of people talking about it.
I've heard rumors about it, but with that rumor of that comes a second crime scene.
Right.
And then ending up at the house. Like they start a rumor and then they add to it. You know what I mean?
Well, something fits in that 8-hour slot. Something falls right into that.
Just don't, that 8 hours.
Something's going to fall right into that like a jigsaw puzzle. You watch.
Mm-hmm. And honestly, I wish the 8-hour thing would come up first, but I know I'm going to have to wait weeks and weeks before I get to hear it.
That one's not going to come out real quick, I don't think.
I think the biggest part is going to be that cast. It's going to come out, and a lot of
all the phone data.
Yeah, a lot of this data is going to come out. Okay,
I'm wondering how much is actually going to make it into the courtroom, though. I think we're going to hear objection relevance a lot.
Probably.
King Scarlet is that she took what he said differently. I'm curious to know what she.
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask her. How did she take it? Like what he was saying. I wonder if they have. I like hearing King Scarlet's opinions on stuff.
Mm-hmm. She's smart, especially in trivia.
Metamom, that's a good question. Metamom says she wondered if they have a TOD or a time of um, when their life ended. Okay, wait, we're Bingo and Avery. What did Avery say? Oh, Avery said it's another reason I think a plea deal is in the works. I just don't I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. Avery, I'll come out and say you were right if it happens, and I will be shocked as hell if there's a plea deal. But I just don't see it happening.
I just can't imagine what they'd have to give up.
Mm-mm.
I think if they're going to offer anything, it's going to be taking the DP off the table, but he's going to have to give up the weapon.
And what
He's going to have.
happened?
He's going to have to. Yeah, he's going to have to tell everything to have the DP off. I don't think they would take life away. I think it would still be life without parole, but just not the DP.
Yeah, Betty Joe, I think so too. Well, there was a different video. I don't know if it was me not paying attention to what he said, but there was one that he just recently did, Steve, talking about how they saw him going, BK driving around, and that they actually saw that. And I don't know if I misunderstood it or what.
He said it was a leaked video, like it was leaked to him.
Mm-hmm.
And that he saw where this car stopped, but only for that night. He didn't know about the other 12 or 13 times, when they said that he was in the area of the house 12 other times and all that. He didn't know about none of those, but this was just on the night that this happened.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, y'all.
Hey, how are you?
What do you mean it's time for?
Avery.
What do you mean it's time for the university children to heal? Let it be tore down, basically. Did I read that right?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you read it right.
Okay.
Me and Michelle Knorr, we were talking in the chat about Ariel Castro. Do you guys remember that case? The
Absolutely.
Yes, Captain
Cleveland
Sicko.
House of
Yes.
Horrors. Well, tearing down the house was part of the plea deal. And if you guys look back at cases, there is so many cases where there's like a mass, mass M, where tearing down the house is part of the plea deal.
Huh. I did not know that. I knew
And
you had a reason for saying that.
yeah, Ariel Castro, that was part of that. That is why he had the death penalty taken off, because that was part of his plea deal.
So you're saying BK probably wants the house torn down?
Well, it might not be him. It might be the city saying, if you plea, then we can go ahead and tear this house down and, let the kids start healing, if he's pleading. I mean, that could be part of it. But I do feel like he's eventually gonna plea.
Real quick, Curious Cat, hey, how are you? Everybody who's on panel, can y'all just check the back chat just real quick? Okay, Avery, go ahead.
Oh my gosh. Hold on, I was reading the back chat.
Okay.
Oh, okay. But yeah, there's a lot of cases like where it's been like that's been actually worked into the plea deal. And I'm just giving you Ariel Castro as one because Michelle brought it up in the chat. She asked if the house was torn down before or after trial, and I was telling her it was part of the plea deal. There's actually a lot of them, but I am in agreement. I know I don't have the favoring opinion, but I'm in agreement with Ethan Chapin's mom.
It don't matter. It's still your opinion, though.
Yeah, I mean,
you're entitled to that.
Yeah, I even asked my daughter because I have my daughters are still in college and one is still on campus. If it was her friends, in a house like that, would she, want to have to keep seeing that house day after day for over a year, would she feel like she could start healing and mending if it was one of her best friends or 4 of her best friends? And even she said no, I'd want it down. I wouldn't want to look at that every single day. So I just think I think for the community, for the kids, that are attending school there, the people that live in that neighborhood, they have to be allowed to heal too. And if the prosecution is agreeing to it being taken down, then they have everything possible out of the house. And I really don't think they would be able to take the jury in there anyhow, because I think it's dangerous. But I'm not positive on that. But
I just wonder, because somebody had mentioned last night about asbestos and mold and stuff like that. But
yeah,
whenever the defense went into the house, they didn't even have masks on.
yeah, I noticed that. I seen that on the video, but I don't know. I mean,
there'd have to be a pretty major leaks, and all the things have to align. They've kept it heated the whole time. I can't see it being dangerous.
well, I don't know, if they've cut pieces of floor out and walls out.
Shouldn't matter, honestly, unless there's a torrential leak.
I mean, I don't know, you guys, because I'm not a crime scene cleanup investigate professional, so I don't
Yeah,
know.
I wonder if though, like what you're talking about with Avery, if whenever they remove stuff, if they were able to get every piece of, I'm trying not to be graphic with this, every piece of wall that had red stuff on it,
Mm-hmm.
or every piece of flooring, especially where we've seen it coming out the back at the back part
Yeah,
of Santa's
and
room
another
there.
yeah, and that's another thing I was thinking. So there's a company who agreed to, demolish the house at a discounted price, but allegedly they're going to be out there, and as our house is coming down, if they see things like that, what you just mentioned, they're going to be grabbing those. They're going to be snatching them, and who knows, maybe they'll find a weapon. I mean, I just
Ain't
don't think
nobody gonna get nowhere near that house while they're tearing
you
No,
don't.
the cops they'll be out there where they can't get close to it. Debbie,
it'll
thank
be
you so much
secure,
for
I can
that
guarantee
super
you.
sticker. That's very nice of you. Thank you. Yeah,
Oh, see, I was reading it's coming down in parts because
No, they'll take a big track hoe and
yeah, and just knock it all down at one time, and then they will
have dump
start
trucks and be
clearing it
loading them
out.
up one right after another.
They'll get the
Yeah.
fire hoses out to keep the dust down, and they'll
Yeah.
do it all at one shot.
It don't take long.
oh,
Yeah.
I was reading 3 to 5 days because they were gonna do it in sections, and then as the cleanup people
Well,
are
now
cleaning up the debris,
if they're doing it in sections, uh,
so that way they can go through the debris as it's being.
that could
Yeah.
be then. I can see if they're going to do it in sections,
Yeah.
then they're doing it maybe so they can look through it as they're doing it. And
Yeah.
let's say
Yeah.
they take the third floor down first. Okay. They haul that off and they put that in one section of where they're taking the debris. They take the
Yeah.
second floor down and they put that in one section where they haul it
Yeah.
off. You see what I'm saying?
That's how I
I
understood
don't
it to
see
be. I
anything
didn't see.
evidentiary though at this point.
I didn't see. I
Coming from the
didn't see it as like a big wrecking ball, coming in and just
no, it'll be
boom.
a track hoe.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
that's
usually
what I
they
took
would
it.
come in with a track hoe or something like that, and just
Yeah.
just start
They
smashing
just
it
take a
down
push
and
it
house
then
down in
loading it
one
up.
day.
Yeah.
But they did say that it would take a few days to clear completely up. They
Yeah.
have a place over at the end of King Road where Jack D's house is, that little cul-de-sac right there. That's where they're going to let the media stay. And then they've got
Hmm.
the parking lot down the street, down Taylor Avenue, for the media to park. That way it's not that far from the walk and all this and that. They said that they have a clear view shot from there, which we have seen just from,
Yeah.
the pictures on social media. You can see from Kaylee's room and from the kitchen slider, you can see straight over to Jack D's house. So they'll have a perfect view of it. The only thing that they could not do was they cannot use drones.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense.
So that's the only thing they can't do. They already have the roads that's going to be blocked off. The times, like they've got the whole thing down to a T with their
Yeah.
scheduling.
Yeah.
They'll have a line of dump trucks and the trackhoe loading the dump trucks just
Yeah.
one right after another. Most of that house will be down in the first day. Now they'll still have to go back and grade it out and pull the small stuff together. But
Yeah.
They
You know
gotta
what?
they gotta deal with the city water, the city sewer,
exactly.
the
I wonder
Yeah,
if they're going
gas
to take
lines.
it apart in such a way where they can put it together in such a
No.
way.
No.
yeah.
They're
I
gonna
don't
grab
think
it
they
and
would
it's
do
gonna be
that.
like
Mm-mm.
crushed.
Yeah.
And I really don't think anything evidentiary will.
Probably
I think
not,
that's
but
off
you
the
never know.
table. I mean, yeah.
And I did read where the president of the college said that the healing garden will be constructed right where the house was.
Yeah.
The healing prayer garden.
Yeah.
Yeah, that it'll be right there, not on the campus. But I
Okay.
don't know. There's so many different articles.
And rumors.
That was weird though what Steve said there at the end of that. That really, and he used the
Throw me
word.
off.
Well, him using the word data threw me off.
Yeah.
That's what threw me off.
This trial is going to be interesting, y'all.
Yeah, the way that house is constructed, it won't be hard to.
And I don't see Steve as being aggressive. I see him as being proactive, not aggressive.
He is.
Um,
And I've.
so that,
How do they expect though a parent? I'm baffled by that. I'm sorry. I am. I don't
I,
get it.
Well, they
I
judge if
agree.
you're not sad enough, and then they judge if you're too sad. So it's
Right.
it's a no-win situation.
Double dog dang. Dang
you-
if you
you
do,
can't-
dang if you don't.
You can't please anybody or everybody, but you don't tell a
Yeah.
parent in his situation that is just wrong. I'm sorry.
If
You
you look
don't-
at how, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
If you look at how differently the Chapins are going through their grieving process
Mm-hmm.
and how they're moving through this versus, Steve, I mean, it's different for everybody. And there is no right or wrong way that you hold people accountable. Oh, they're not this or they're not that. It's just an individual thing. And, I respect both.
Right. And you should never question how a person grieves, whether they are very outspoken about what's going on, and they're out in the forefront, or if they're just wanting to be private with it, like the Chapins. You never question that.
Exactly.
That is nobody heals the same way. Nobody grieves the same way. People need to respect that and let them do things the way they feel that they need to do it.
Yeah.
And let me ask you something, Scarlett, because I can't remember for sure, but isn't it true that there are actual families that are living on that street with kids and everything? Because weren't we all like, why would a family move into, that type of area to raise kids?
Yeah, the demographic is all over the place. There are a lot of student rentals, a lot of single families. Most of the properties are owned by conglomerates, though. They're not private ownership.
Yeah.
Most of them are rented.
So I have to wonder, like, if there is, families with little kids.
There possibly is, some young professors and young married couples that are teachers that may have children or something, or even students.
I mean, I'd hate for my son to have to go past that, every day for over a year.
Well, apparently, the creepy neighbor dude, when he first came out and was, like all up in everybody's conversations. And
wait, is that the white guy who was going door to door?
Harsh or
Enon Harsh.
Yeah.
Oh no. Okay. Yeah. Him.
Yeah. I call him creepy neighbor because he did an interview and talked about how he just wandered up into his neighbor's party one night. We're talking about Kaylee and Imps, and he remembers meeting Kaylee and Ethan and Xana, but he don't mention anything about Maddie. And so I just call him the creepy neighbor.
Yeah.
And but he did say that he had went somewhere for the weekend or something, and when he came back, there was a complaint on his door about noise. But he said, I wasn't even home during this time that the noise complaint was, when it was made and when all the noise was happening. And he said, I'm pretty sure that it was from my neighbors who have kids. And he said he didn't understand why a family, or parents with kids would move into there in the middle of college students, where college students live, because that's what college kids do. They party. Now, it could have been college students that lived there that were married and had kids, and that was
Exactly.
their only option.
Mhm.
I don't know. There could be, down in the Linda Lane apartments, there could be families that live in them that have kids. I'm pretty sure down, what is it, Walenta Drive, there could be, I'm sure, families down in there. There's probably people in that area that
Yeah,
have
I
kids.
swear I remember a family being like right across the street with younger kids, because I remember we were all like, why would anybody choose to raise their family there? But I just, it sticks in my head
Yeah.
that it was
Well,
like across the street from
basically, no
them.
matter where you live, I mean, look what happened next door to you. I mean,
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? I don't mean
yeah,
that with no disrespect now, Avery, but I'm just saying,
yeah.
no matter where you live,
It
Yeah,
as
is.
the way
anything
times
can
are now,
happen.
you probably have had some violent incident within.
The only way something like that's not going to happen is if you don't have neighbors.
Yeah, yeah, it's
You
true.
know,
That is very
so
true.
it can happen. I mean, hell, I
Yeah.
live down a road with 6 houses on it. At the
I had
very end, it could happen where I live.
a
And
friend
like
2 houses
Wilby's
down that was
right, because every time
unalive a year ago.
Wilby's right, because every time I look over, because I sit out on my porch all the time, and every time I look over at that house, I think about that. Because I mean, I heard
Yeah,
the gunshot and everything. Well, hell, I was on Baker's panel when it happened.
yeah. Like I say, I had a girl that lived 2 doors
Mhm.
down, was a friend, and she got unalive. And every day I go to the left, and I see her back uh, uh, porch area. There's 5 holes, uh, a tight pattern where she tried to run out of the back of the house
Mhm.
after somebody was popped on the front driveway, and she tried to get away with it. Anyway, that's
Yeah.
where it is.
Yeah, I mean, it can happen anywhere. And just, like I said, I'm pretty sure there are younger kids or maybe even teenagers that live in that neighborhood. And I completely get why they're saying it needs to come down. I completely get it. I just still feel like it's a bad idea before the trial. I just,
Has,
I did
can
something very
somebody
similar.
Google and see if they have any picture of what you were talking about, Avery? They were going to do
I
did you
was
say a
reading it.
memory garden? I remember reading that, but
Yeah, it was. I read an article. It just came out the other day where the president of the college gave quotes, and he said that the healing, he called it a healing garden,
yeah,
was going to be constructed right there. I, I I can't. It was on so many different articles because I went through a bunch of articles, um, and so I can't remember which one. I want to say New
see,
York
I had
Post.
heard like back in the beginning that they were supposed to do the tulip garden, on the campus. That was like the
Yeah,
tulip company or the tulip farm that Ethan worked for was the one that was going to do it for him.
yeah,
And but I don't know if that's still in the works or if something has changed or if they're going to do the tulip garden where the house is. I don't know. I mean, I don't think
yeah.
if you're going to do tulips, don't you have to plant them like in the wintertime for them to come up in the spring? I don't know how
yeah.
you do
Don't you
tulips. I'm not a
use
flower person.
bulbs?
Yeah,
I
because
don't.
they on their website it does, or it did say that they start shipping them out to people who has bought the bulbs from them. They start shipping them out in October, I believe it is.
Yeah,
So
I don't have a green thumb, so I can't tell you.
yeah, I can't tell you about no flowers.
I'm
So
lucky. I have some house plants that are still alive,
I don't even have house plants.
and they're hanging in for dear life. I don't even know how they're alive.
So I don't know if I wouldn't think that they would be using that as an excuse to tear it down now. I don't. It's just that I'm just scared that this trial is going to start and the jury's going to be like, can we go see this?
Yeah.
Not even,
When
not
he was
even go in the
parked here, can we
house.
see what he saw?
Right. Not even wanting to go in the house. Just can we go? Can we go see that?
I think that the jury is going to hear so much other types of evidence. What do you call it? Because like that would be circumstantial seeing it. What physical evidence? I think they're going to hear so much physical
I think they're
evidence.
going to have about 1 million doorbell cams and security cams
That,
where he's traveling from point A to point B.
and that's very interesting that that Steve Goncalves has seen a video that we hadn't seen. So I wonder if they have his license plate on that one or a visual of his face, because
Yeah.
he said that was
Never
from
know.
I wonder.
the day of the crime. So
It
Yeah.
sure would give them a good reason to relax the way they have if they had something
And
that solid.
and that's what he was saying, that maybe whenever Ashley had asked him about Miss Chapin, and he said, well, maybe she hasn't seen the video that I've seen. And he starts talking about this leaked video. I wonder who leaked it to him, though.
Yeah, they were very confident when they went for the DP, and to jump
well, see,
that
that's
far out on limb, I mean that you have to have all your ducks in a row.
that is the only possible reason he could have stood silent, will be because as adamant as he was about wanting to clear his name, or what are the words that he used, to be
Eager to be exonerated.
eager to be exonerated. But he's so eager to be exonerated, but he could not say not guilty. He purposely stood silent because that allows for a plea deal to be made if it is a DP case.
Because he's not agreeing with their. He
Yes,
basically, if he would have got up and said, "I'm not guilty,"
there would be no plea deal ever.
Yeah.
Well, if he does plead for life in prison with no parole, they're going to make him do a proffer which describe how the crime occurred.
Oh yeah, he's gonna. I mean, that would be the only thing I think that they would offer to him is like, you've got to give up the weapon.
Yeah.
You've got to give up all the details.
How
of
it
what
happened, how it was planned.
Yeah.
Look, if he does get life in prison, I don't mean this in a negative light towards Steve Goncalves, but I feel like that man would figure a way to have him taken care of in prison.
Yeah, the easiest place to get somebody's in prison.
Well, I don't think he's going to have to. I think the boys inside will take care of that on their own.
Yeah. When they're locked up, they can be got.
Yeah, because he's not going to stay in solitaire once he's goes to prison.
People locked up.
They're not going to put him in PC either.
They ain't getting
no
out.
reason to.
That would
Maybe
love to have $100 every week put in their canteen for their duration.
I think that's the only way. Like I said, Avery, if it comes out and they offer him a plea deal, I will be the first one in line to say you were right. But if it happens, y'all, I'm gonna be shocked as hell. To be honest.
Well, now whether I don't know if prosecution, is going to accept one, but I was reading an article where they can be forced into one because he stood silent. The judge they can actually force prosecution to accept a plea deal because he stood silent. So I don't know how it'll go, but I have a feeling the defense is going to propose it.
I just don't know if the families, though, you know what I'm saying?
Well, apparently they're not taking the family's opinions.
Yeah, which is sad. I'm gonna be honest, y'all. That's like, you don't have, if you had all four families that come in and said, "Hey, don't tear it down," that doesn't mean you have to go along with what they say, but at least bring them in and just let them express their opinion on it, and take it into consideration whenever you're making your decision.
Well, and it doesn't
leave them out and not even
make them feel included.
Right.
And it doesn't help any that the certain families have already filed paperwork leaving them the room to file suits against the university and the city. Remember, they filed that paperwork that allows them to file suits later down the road.
Civil suits?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was University of
Anybody with
Idaho,
money
I
in their
think
pockets
Latah.
will
It's
pick
Uh-huh.
a
like
university.
3 or 4 different people that they did that.
Yeah. So
It gives them 2 years to do it.
you can't. I understand. That your daughter was taken, and I understand. How the anger and everything, but you can't you can't piss off the people who you want to help you at the same time. And I felt like by
Right.
filing that, I thought that was so premature. But
I
Yeah.
think though the reason why they done it now and the deciding thing on it is going to be whether or not if they do follow through with it, it's going
hmm
to be I think the conclusion of this trial and what the outcome of it is.
right, right,
I think that's going to determine um, whether they go through with it or not.
yeah,
And I think they just did those tort claims just to say, okay, hey, look, this gives us 2 years.
hmm
We have 2 years to do it. And if they don't do it within the 2 years, they there's nothing else they can do with it. But like I said, I just think that
yeah,
I mean, because honestly, just like I said, y'all, looking at what they're doing from as a parent's point of view. If this was my child, I don't blame them for even doing that. Just
hmm
because, what if? What if? Not saying this is going to happen, but what if something comes up and he's not convicted, and these families have went through all of this, or something comes
yeah,
up and and
Yeah.
somebody else is involved, but they didn't go and investigate these other people.
A
hmm
couple of
Just any,
jurors just can't be convinced. I mean,
just
you
anything
never
can
know.
pop up. You never know. Anything can pop up, and so they've got that right to do that. They've got it. That's an option that they have in their back pocket, pretty much.
hmm
So I don't blame them for doing it. I just think that the outcome of this trial is what's going to determine if they go through with it. And I could be completely wrong, but I think that's just the way I'm
I
looking at it.
just cannot imagine being a parent in this situation. And for
No.
over a year,
Yeah.
you're just every day wondering and
I don't know how they go to
waiting.
work.
You
Uh,
it would be killing you to know, what every single piece of paper and evidence the prosecution has. I'd want to know. I wouldn't sleep. I couldn't even imagine.
I'd be willing to bet that he does. He does know. I think they're feeding him for sure.
Yeah.
I really truly believe that. I don't think they could keep him calm if they didn't.
Yeah. I
Oh
believe
yeah,
that.
I
They,
could
they
They,
I
might
could see
not
that
let him
too.
look at videos, but they're probably saying, "Hey, look, we've
Yeah,
got
they might not.
14, we got 26 videos of blah blah blah."
Yeah, they might not tell him everything,
Yeah.
but they're giving him enough to say, "Hey, listen,
Yeah.
we're on this shit,
Yeah.
and he's gonna pay."
Yeah. We're gonna wrap him up in a bow and
like to pacify him.
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, you would
just
Yeah,
think that he would have to.
keep his anxiety level down where he doesn't do something crazy, basically.
If it
Right.
was me, you'd have to be throwing me a bone
Yeah.
once in a while, or
You'd have to be
I'd
telling
be a,
me I got this covered because
yeah,
by
I'd
God,
be
if
a
you
thorn
ain't,
in
I'm
your
gonna
ass.
cover it.
Yeah.
You'd be tired
Um,
of me real quick.
Richie, thank you so much for that super chat. Richie says, not much, but Merry Christmas to all. And yes, I said Christmas. Well, Richie, thank you very much. And Merry Christmas to you as well. Yeah,
Did
I
he
can.
put did he put Xmas or Christmas?
No, he put Christmas.
Oh, Richie, I love
Yeah,
you.
Oh,
careful with that one. Pretty controversial these days.
I
Look,
know.
that's the way that it should be. And if people
yeah.
don't like it, I
Yeah.
can't
It's
help it.
baby
Well,
Jesus'
that's the reason
birthday.
why we have Christmas. Jiminy Cricket.
Right.
I always say Merry Christmas.
Yes.
I
So
do
do
too.
I.
But yeah, I
And
can
for the
see
teacher.
what you were saying though with them maybe giving him some information.
Something.
I can see that. No,
Yeah.
and
He
that's
Not
not
strikes.
saying that
specific.
they are, but uh,
Yeah.
I can see it happening.
Yeah.
He
Not
strikes me
specific.
as the type that has like a nuclear clock, and he's like 12 seconds away from
He's a
Yeah.
grieving father.
Yeah.
a straight up meltdown. And if they don't give
Yeah.
him something, I mean, I don't know what I would do. I don't know. If I had a daughter and this kind of shit happened, I don't know what I would do. But I don't think I would handle it as well as he is.
Mm-mm.
I really don't. I don't think I'm that strong.
I know that I couldn't.
Of
I'll be
course,
Oh,
honest.
I can tell
I
you guys, like I lost a baby right after birth, Jaden's twin. That was not a violent type thing. I can tell you right now that there's no way in the world I could handle if something like
something
that
like this,
happened.
right?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
had a sister that was stillborn when I was 10. And
I
I
mean,
think about
that's
it
hard.
every day,
You think
all the
that's
time.
hard, but then you think about
A
your
woman that
child.
carries a child is even more connected to something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, but
I
when you compare that to your child being taken in such a gruesome, painful, horrendous, that
mm-hmm.
would that would probably that'd probably send me over the edge.
I would catch a charge.
Yep.
I would. I'm
Oh,
not gonna
I
lie.
would too.
Yeah.
I would rock the orange jumpsuit in a heartbeat over one of my kids.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'd be finding out who was in that same facility that had nothing to lose.
And if I
Oh
didn't
no,
catch a charge, I would have a tent in the police station.
I'm not
I would.
wearing orange. I'd do something bad and then I'd probably take my own life because I'm not wearing orange.
That sounds good.
Yeah, but we don't want you doing that either. But
That
I'm
would
just
be more
saying,
than
I would catch one in a heartbeat over one of my kids. So
Definitely.
all I know is nobody better not hurt my kids. 'Cause
Same, yeah,
it
same here.
would it wouldn't be pretty. I can promise you. And I don't blame the Gonzalez's how they're doing. I don't blame the Chapins on how they're handling it. I don't blame Xana's family or Maddie's family. Like these families, and I've heard so many different people complaining about how they're doing. Like, well, they don't seem upset. They're this or that. That's just the way they
Yeah.
handle things, and there's nothing
Yeah,
wrong with that.
How do you, and we don't even know what they do behind closed doors.
We don't. I
When
mean,
people
the
say stuff like
Chapins.
that, literally, it's about the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my
yeah.
life.
You have okay, like with Ethan's family. Ethan was a triplet. Okay. So when you have and if anybody in here, I'm not a twin, I'm an only child. I have no bio brothers and sisters. Okay. I only have cousins that I grew up with, but that's it. So I can't imagine having a sibling who's not a twin pass away. But just imagine these were triplets and the pain that they're feeling, because I've always heard
Yeah.
if you're a twin, you feel the pain that your
Yeah.
other feels.
They say there's a connection you
Right.
way beyond what you can.
I
So go ahead, Lady B.
I was just gonna say I'm actually a twin. Um,
Mm-hmm.
my mom lost my brother in right before I was born, and
Mm-hmm.
so I was left in there. And before, I mean, when I first started talking and playing, of course, I didn't know that I was a twin. I didn't know the name. I didn't know anything.
Right.
But when I started playing, I was playing with my twin brother and I would call him Billy, which is exactly what my mother was going to name him. And I have always felt
Mm.
like there's a part of me missing my whole
Right.
entire life.
Yeah, I told you guys about Jaden playing his imaginary friend, and that one day he said her name was Bella, and I
oh
was
wow.
I was
It was
floored,
his
y'all. I went and turned my life over to God within a couple of weeks of that, and um, was rebaptized. I mean, I gave my life back to Him because seeing my son talking to his imaginary friend, and which is his sister, and calling her by her name. Her name was Isabella Grace, and calling her Bella. That did it for me. That was it.
It just gave me
it's
chills.
it's
Yes.
Yeah.
that connection. So just imagine what Hunter and Maisie has. You know,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
for 20
Yeah, I
years,
can't imagine being a triplet, how much harder it would be.
they still have each other. That Maisie and Hunter still have each other, and they have their mom and dad, and they have older siblings that are their half siblings. But they still have each other. But even though they still have each other, there's still something missing.
Yeah.
There's
There's a
still
part
going to
of
be
them that's
part, yeah,
gone.
there's going to
Right,
be part of them that's missing it, and it will never go away.
right. But what the Chapins are doing is they're putting, they're never going to forget Ethan. Like she wrote the book about him, the
Yeah.
boy in blue.
The little boy in blue, because I think
That was
didn't
his
his mother
color.
dress him in blue and his brother in green when they were little?
Right.
Mhm.
So
It's a good book.
they're putting Hunter and Maisie first in helping them get through it,
Yep.
and they're not given, whether this turns out 1,000% that this is Brian who did it, or if there's somebody else out there who did it, they're not giving nobody the satisfaction of seeing
Mhm.
them hurt, because
Yeah.
their main thing right now is Hunter and Maisie, and that's
Yeah. They're
Yeah.
very strong parents.
and until all these people who are talking bad about them and bashing them for the way that they're handling things, until they understand that, they are very small-minded people.
Oh, I didn't know people were
Very.
talking bad about them.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes. Whenever
Somebody
this first
actually.
came out, yes, they were saying, oh, they're not even going to the trial. If that was my child, I would be at the trial every day. But that's just how they're handling it.
Yeah.
They know that if they go in that courtroom, they're going to get upset and they're going to cry. And that's normal emotions. But she does not want to give Brian Kohlberger the satisfaction of seeing her upset. I
Yeah.
don't
Right.
blame her. If she doesn't want to go, she doesn't have to go.
No.
They got Maisie and Hunter that they
I
have to
even-
think about.
Heard a creator that actually tried to insinuate that Mrs. Chapin had used the Blue Book thing, the money she was raising for scholarship. It was a negative thing, like she was doing something nefarious. And then, I mean, it
my
pissed
God.
me the
That
you know
makes
what
me
off.
mad.
Oh, you're
I
kidding
mean,
me. She's
beyond
still
mad.
all that money.
And I'm not gonna name who it is. I
Oh,
put it in back chat, but I literally wanted to throw up knock her teeth
Oh
out
my
of her damn throat.
God.
This
people are
lady sit here and she wrote this book about her
Mhm.
child who was taken away from this world in a very heinous way. If she wants to write a book and take those proceeds and donate them,
Mhm.
that's her business. Whatever she does with the proceeds, that's her business.
Her speech at CrimeCon was beautiful, and you could tell that, she does feel, for everything, every part of what happened to Ethan. But
Do- Was
she's
that
trying.
on? I'm sorry, Avery. Is that on YouTube? Do you know?
I don't
I'm
know.
sure it
I
is.
got it. Somebody who went to CrimeCon recorded it and sent it to
Oh,
me.
I would love to watch that because I haven't got to see it.
Oh yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
sure it is.
Nancy's speech was pretty touching too.
Yeah, somebody brought her speech up last night.
Oh
Might have been
gosh.
Brad Hoffman
Yeah.
that was in here. I haven't got to see it either.
She talked about her fiance being gunned down, and that's why she went into law, and it was very, very heartfelt.
That's
Yeah.
why she's so passionate about it all.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing I have not been able to understand, and this is just my opinion, is sending your other kids back to the same university where they're siblings. But that I can't quite.
Why?
I would
Maybe
be
she gave
scared.
them the choice.
Yeah, I think she did. They said that they
That
gave
could
them the
be.
choice, but
Yeah,
That's where they feel like at home.
that could be. That could
I
be.
would. I mean, I see it two different ways. I wouldn't want my child going back there, especially if it was their sibling that this happened to. I wouldn't want them going back there because they're on this campus and there's that everyday reminder that this is where they were there with their brother or their sister or whatever, and all the good times, and then
Mhm.
you've got people coming up to them and questioning them. You're going to have people who's going to support you, and hey, if you need anything, you let me know, I'm here for you, this and that. But then you've got people that's always going to want to question you about, well, do you know why, do you know who,
Yeah.
who was this target? Was it like all these stupid questions that they hear on social media? They're going to be
Not to
asking them that.
mention shoving their theories down your throat,
Yes,
Yeah.
one
that
after
too.
another.
Right.
Yeah.
But
I
I do believe I heard her say that they gave them the choice if they wanted to go back or not, and they both did. And Ethan went back to Sigma Chi, or I'm sorry, not Ethan. Hunter went back to Sigma Chi, and Maisie went back to her sorority. And whenever
Yeah,
they
and-
got there, it was,
Yeah.
everybody was there to rally around them and support
Yeah,
them.
I was in a fraternity, and I can tell you that would give you, your fraternity would give you a sense of protection and having your back.
Mm-hmm.
That
Yeah.
would be a good thing.
Now the Gonzalez family, they have a child who will be graduating high school, and he's going to go to that college too.
Oh, is he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I heard him say that, Mr. Steve. I did hear him say that like several months ago that, Kaylee went there, and now like he's got another child that's going to be going there.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
It's kind of like, even like, I know these are college age kids, so you have to, let them make their own mind. But like school QPUs,
Mm-hmm.
you hear a lot of parents, my kid's never going back to that school, like middle schools, high schools. And I just don't know that I would want my child going back to that. But that's just me. I guess you'd have to let the child make the decision, though. I don't know.
Yeah, as far as danger, I mean, it was just a crazy event. I don't see there's any higher percentage of something like that happen again than at any other school you could go to. But
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you find it strange that nothing else has really happened since then.
I guess I'd be watching my children very closely to monitor their mental state,
yeah,
if they chose to go back.
if you remember too, that same weekend there were two Afro-American students, I think at the University of Virginia, that were unalived that same weekend.
Boomer girl, I am so sorry to
As
hear that about your son.
That were involved with the football team, but they were I don't know if I can say it, pow.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Wilby.
But I'm pretty sure it was the same weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, was it the same weekend?
I could be wrong, but it was. If it wasn't, it was within a week.
Mm-mm-mm.
They were involved with the football team somehow or another, and somebody went to somebody's apartment, blah blah blah, and something just happened, and somebody alive, two of them. See you later, says UVA on the bus. It was the same weekend, or maybe the weekend. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I mean, and it got a little bit of press, but it wasn't as horrific as Idaho or whatever. And of course, I think they found out who did it basically right away. But yeah, there's a lot of violence on campuses across the country. I mean, it's no worse than any other segment of society.
It's sad though that you can't even let your kids go to school or they go to college and something like this happens.
Yeah, I got a text a few weeks ago at the university that my daughter's at, and they were in a shelter in place, and I about lost my shit. But it was it turned out to be nothing but like a phone threat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But
yeah, when my kids were in elementary school, before I took them out and homeschooled them, their school got a threat like that. And you talking about your throat or your heart literally jumps to your throat, like you just automatically start thinking the worst.
Yeah, when I got that text, she's at South Alabama, and when I got that text, I mean, I was like, no, this is not happening to me. No, this is no. And the first thing the thing that kept coming to my mind was Idaho 4, and I'm like, oh my gosh, she's 3 hours south. I gotta go. But it was bad, like knots in my stomach, everything. But it was just a bomb threat or something along.
You can't believe I went to Wake Forest University. You cannot believe the difference in the security. And I graduated in '85. Then versus now, it's like a fortress camp. So you could drive right through off Siles Creek Parkway, ride right through the campus whether you went to school there or not. Now you go through a checked gate, and you're either a student and have a reason to be there, or you're a visitor and you have to sign in and present all kind of ID, this, that, and the other. But they don't spare a penny on security.
Well, the way they have it, like at South Alabama University, where she is, it's like a whole town is right there on that campus. They have everything. They have stores. They have fast food restaurants. They have
Oh
restaurants
yeah,
on
all
the
that.
campus. Yeah, and so it's kind of like it's like it's like it's not just a university campus, but it's like a little miniature town of its own.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So she doesn't even really have to ever leave.
I mean,
Yeah.
in a way, though, that's kind of a good thing. I mean, don't get me
Mhm.
wrong. They want to go and get away from the campus and you know
Yeah,
have a
they
little
want to
bit
go to
more
these
freedom.
underground bars that what I tell you guys that party was called that she went to, where she had to have a secret code to get in. I didn't sleep that whole night.
Oh
Speakeasy.
hell no,
A speakeasy. She went to a speakeasy, and
no.
I told her
See,
I told her I was coming.
Originated from the days of Prohibition.
Told her I was coming. I was headed that way, and she said, "You got to get the password to get in." I said, "Well, how do I get the password?" And she said, "Well, you have to find out on your own." I was like, "Oh, you little shit."
see, no, see, my daughter wouldn't have never told me that because she knows that I would have got the password before I got there.
But this is like some
So,
fancy bougie
and
thing.
don't
I thought
remember.
No.
it turned out to be like this fancy
Mama Scarlett
bougie.
would have had the
Yeah,
password
it's
before
just
Mama
a
Scarlett left the house.
theme for a party,
Trust me.
basically.
I have ways of finding things out. My child has figured that out.
I thought my child was going into the ghetto, and then she sends me pictures, and it's like this bougie, jazzy. They're dressed up all nice, and I'm like, what in the heck? I don't even know what a speakeasy was. I was Googling trying to find that damn password, though.
Yeah. Ask Al Capone.
See, I would have had it, or I would have got it when I got there.
Yeah. I'm sure it was just like a theme for the party. I mean,
Well, Scarlett, that's the thing is you don't get you have to secretly get the directions to get there, too. So
yeah.
I wouldn't even have known where.
Trust me.
Private clubs have exploded since COVID. There are a lot more places like that than you think.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I believe it.
Gosh,
Yeah.
that is nerve-wracking for a parent.
just the fact that you have to have a secret code to get in somewhere that is secret. Like,
Yeah.
no, that's sketchy to me.
Again, it's like a theme party. It ain't exactly like absolutely. I mean, it's a bunch of kids who decide to have a party, and then this time we're going to dress up and do it like this. So
Yeah.
it's not like every weekend type thing.
Yeah, I guess it's rare. And then she really tried to give us heart attacks because she turned off her location at midnight, y'all. Yes.
Oh, hell no.
I didn't sleep all night.
See,
You got to let the bird fly out of the coop at some point in time.
No, because see, I would have. See,
Yeah,
she would have thought that I couldn't found her. I'd have been sitting there whenever she walked out the door. For real.
Scarlett don't play.
I don't. My child knows that. My daughter, she knows not to play with me like that. Because I will roll up and she knows it.
My mama would have done the same thing, man. She would have whipped my butt good too.
Don't never play with me like that because
I don't care how old I was.
You get me to a point where I'm worried to death about you, and it's gonna be problems. I can tell you.
Don't forget the severe embarrassment caused Lady B.
Exactly.
You know that would be there. That'd be a part of it. At least my mom would have been.
Oh,
She'd made me look so goddamn stupid.
She would drag me out there by the hair of my head, man.
Y'all, I remember when I was 17, 18, and my mom found me in a pool hall. I was with some older, cute guys, too. And she come in there, and She sniffed my fingers and leaned over and sniffed my upper lip in front of everybody to see if I
Sniffed
had
your
been
fingers.
smoking cigarettes.
Oh,
I thought I would die.
That
But
is
see,
hilarious.
but the thing though, like
my
okay, so
mind
like
went somewhere
these
totally
4
different. But
victims,
Yeah, mine did
Yeah,
too.
me too,
I'm
will
like,
be.
wait a
I was
minute.
saying, whoa, here now.
but with these 4 victims here, with Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan, we never heard of anything like that they did.
Yeah, they were
It
just
was
normal college.
right.
True.
Maybe
Yeah,
they
they
drank a few beers, and maybe one of them occasionally puffed a left-handed cigarette.
that's
We
not
don't
fair.
know that even. I'm not saying they did,
Yeah,
but
because
they
there's no
weren't out of
proof of anything like
control,
that. No, there was never. We
silly
never heard
acting
of
kids. They
anything
were
that they
just,
got into.
they weren't even drinking and driving that night. They were so
No,
they were doing the
responsible.
right thing.
I
They
mean,
were doing all the right things.
They just didn't know they had some sick stalker who
And
was
they tried to
watching
make
them
out like
planning.
Kaylee bought some kind of gazillion-dollar Range Rover. She bought the low-end used that vehicle wholesale between probably $10,000 and $15,000.
Oh my
You
god.
would have thought on
And she
YouTube
was
costs
about to learn a very expensive lesson about cars and how much they cost to fix too, because
Oh,
that one
you
would have
got that
taught
right, Al.
her a few lessons. That
Yeah,
vehicle
that
right
Range
there.
Rover is ridiculous.
Yeah, Audi, Range
Especially,
Rover, any of those cars like that, your repair bills are through the roof.
I had a big Mercedes SUV, the biggest they make, about 2014, 13. Great car, drove it all the way across the country. I mean, fantastic. But every time you took it to get worked on, it was 3,500, 4,400. I mean,
good lord.
it was ridiculous.
I had a BMW X5 for 2 months, and I went to put a trailer hitch on it, and the guy looked at me with this dead square face, looked me
Trailer
right in the eye. He said, "You want a trailer hitch? We got one. We got a factory BMW trailer hitch." He goes, "I can get you in right now. I'll have you out of here in 2 hours." I said, "How much?" He looked me dead in the eye and said, $1,300 to put a
Hey,
trailer
Thistle.
hitch.
Wait,
I got the oil changed in Las Vegas going out to LA, and I think I spent between $400 and $500 to get the oil change.
wait, what
Damn.
is what Big Al?
Yeah.
I've had the S series and I have a Z. A Z7, Z26, Z something, I don't know. What is the X? I don't even.
X5 is the SUV.
Oh, that's why you were putting a hitch on it. Okay.
Yeah.
God.
I just wanted to pull a tiny little trailer with it. When I found out I could buy another vehicle to pull that trailer for what
I
it's going to
hear-
cost me for a trailer hitch, I said, forget it.
I hear. Does somebody have something playing in their background?
I hear it too.
Well, not me, because I'm sitting
I
outside.
don't.
I'm on muted when I'm not.
Hey,
I'm on mute when I'm not talking.
Okay, I don't hear it now, but it was like I couldn't tell what
Sounded
it
like a
was.
TV.
Yeah,
It sounded like
something
a radio or something. Hey, I'm gonna run and get a glass of water. I'll be right back.
Okay.
no, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Well,
No
guess
water
what?
for you. No water for you.
Last time he went to make a grilled cheese and he got lost.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't make one. I made two. Damn, they were good.
And he
Yeah, I
never
love-
came. He didn't come back.
I love a random grilled cheese.
Ooh, me too.
All right, y'all. So while Wilby is going to get him a drink, if y'all have not done so, please hit the thumbs up because it is a free way to help the channel. It shows we have 147 folks in here tonight. Thank you all so much for joining us. Okay, I'm just looking real quick to see if there's anything else that's been put out today.
Twitter's been real active on this case.
And what's weird
Yeah.
is there's been like hardly any document drops on this case anymore.
No, but it's active. I mean, it's trending
Yeah.
on a regular
Oh
basis.
yeah, on Twitter there is always somebody posting something on there, whether it's just like something that maybe they thought up, could this be or something like that. There's always something going on Twitter about it. And the last
Avery, are you?
drop was December the 1st.
Wow.
Last one. And that's just the in-camera submission where they brought the IGG stuff in to the court. So I would think probably the next thing maybe is if there's another request for discovery, or I don't know if they would have another court, like anything like that to come up in court, or maybe something to do with the IGT and what the judge decides that he's going to do with it. I don't know what else would be brought up.
Avery, do you have easy access to the video of Stacy Chapin at CrimeCon?
No, it's a big video, so it's on my computer. I still haven't powered up my
Oh,
computer to
Avery,
get that link
up.
to my, huh?
You were breaking up.
You're muted now.
Wait, did we
Am
lose?
I better?
Yes, you are now.
Okay. I came inside. I had to hook to the Wi-Fi. Yeah, it's on my computer, Kelly, because it was emailed to me and it was a big file, and I still have not powered up my computer. I've been meaning to do that since yesterday to send a link to Scarlett too. I keep forgetting.
And that's for the CrimeCon thing you said?
Yeah. Jason went and he recorded Nancy. He recorded Miss Chapin. He recorded quite a few of them and sent them. They're stored on my computer.
Okay. Well,
I'll
yeah,
get
just,
on it and I'll send them to you guys in Discord.
okay, yeah, just whenever you get a chance to. It's no big rush. I would like to hear the misshapen's, even Nancy's. Like, I used to love listening to Nancy back, dear, and
Oh, yeah.
Natalie Holloway's case and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
Did somebody have a dog?
Yes, they're being
Okay.
pitiful. hold on. You guys.
I just wanted to make sure that that's what that noise was.
Yeah, me too. I was like,
because
that's
it sounded
weird.
like somebody was talking, but there wasn't. They were like muffled. So
Yeah, let me show you these little shirts.
But yeah, I would love to hear Miss Chapin's her speech that she made and what all she was saying. I would also love to hear Nancy's and what she was talking about.
This is the one that. Wait, come here. Come tell Scarlett. Come here. This is the one who always has something to say right here.
You being a bad boy.
But he's so cute.
He is cute.
But yeah,
he can get by with anything then.
They're talking to Scarlett and wrestling each other.
Aw, they're too cute.
They're not good dogs like Tony's. They're assholes.
Mine are too. Right now, mine are asleep.
Gigi, that's all I heard was just the growl sound. I was like, I couldn't tell if it was a dog or if it was somebody talking, and they were just muffled really bad.
It was my stomach.
And now I will say, whenever y'all were talking about the documents and stuff like that, I would think that if there's anything else that comes out, it may just be a motion to seal and then the order to seal. Because a lot of stuff that's been dropped in the last few months have been just the motions in order to seal, exhibit, whatever. So we could see something like that. And if that happens, there's nothing really much to it. Shit. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to turn my blanket on and I can't. Anything ain't plugged up. Shit. Hold on a minute.
What's your dog's name, Avery?
The black and tan min pin is Tucker. The blonde min pin is Lola. The tan chi pin is Jackson. And then the Chihuahua, Kara, she's with Jaden. She's Jaden's doggy.
Wow. You got a house full.
Oh, yeah. I got 4 of them.
King Scarlet says they look like trouble together.
Oh, God. You have no idea, King Scarlet.
Okay. See, doesn't it sound just like somebody's trying to say something, but like muted or like muffled? Like that's why I was confused. Hey, Layla, how are you? Okay, so Layla says, "Hi everyone. Hi Scarlett. I'm wondering what could be the evidence prosecution put under seal in the last document. Is it new evidence against BK maybe?" Okay, let me go over here and let's pull up this document. This is just a motion to seal. Let's see. And all it is just a temporary order sealing the stipulation in order to transfer evidence for forensic evaluation. I don't know. It honestly could be anything because they, like I said, they've sealed like I don't know how many things here lately. They're not wanting to put a whole lot of information out to the public like they were in the beginning because they know now that social media is going over every single document that's dropped.
Mm-hmm.
So there's honestly no telling if it what it is. It could be stuff that has to do with IgG stuff. It could be you know stuff on Kohlberger. It could be anything. Too fast. How are you? Look like the motion to seal the IgG info where it's transferred from and who did the work. Too fast. That could be it. I don't know. I'm just like I'm ready to see more documents. I'm ready to see what he's going to decide as far as like the IgG stuff. If is he going to let the defense have any of it, some of it, none of it? After that, if he decides not to give the defense any of it, then it shouldn't be too much longer before they're starting to talk about scheduling this trial. I mean, how much more is the defense going to ask for?
Who
Before
knows?
you know, I mean, how much more is there?
They're gonna ask for as much as they
thought-
think they can get away with,
Yeah.
and then
Well, I
some.
thought that you had to turn over all your evidence to the defense.
Everything that I believe you're going
To
to use in the
use.
trial, you're supposed to. Now, I don't know, like this. I mean, the defenses came out and asked for a lot of stuff, so I don't know if this is everything that they don't maybe are not using, but they still want, or what all it is. But like, if whatever they're supposed to give to them, they need to give it to them. And if they're asking for it and the judge says give it to them, don't wait till the very last day that you have to give it to them. Just go ahead and get it all turned over and,
Right. Well, why is the judge even looking at why? Okay, so I'm confused. With the IgG, why aren't they just turning it over to the defense? Why does the judge have to look at it to determine if all the evidence is supposed to go to the defense anyway? Why does he have
because
to?
the IgG stuff was never going to be used in the trial. It was not even used. It was not even presented to the grand jury. It was not used to obtain any arrest warrants. So that is why the judge wants to look at it. In the end, he says that Brian Kohlberger has a right to see it, even if it's not relevant. But he's going to go through it and make that decision whether he lets them have some of it, all of it, or none of it, even though it's not going to be used in court by the prosecution.
Hmm.
Brian says the closer we get to the house, the more pissed off I get. Brian, did you sign the petition for the house not to be torn down?
Aw, giving them a bath.
See, Once our requests for discovery are settled, they'll schedule a trial. Tonka, I cannot wait. Can't wait. I'm gonna be y'all. I'm just gonna be like super excited, like a kid in a candy store when this trial date
Yeah,
gets
we'll have to buy some popcorn and soda and just sit there in front of the TV.
5-pound bag of gummy bears.
Yeah.
And some Red Bulls.
What you need, okay, so I just recently got Red Bull on tap.
Uh-huh.
So I have Red Bull on tap now. And I hear tell there are 5-pound gummy bears. One bear, 5 pounds. Have you seen those yet?
Haven't
What?
seen those.
A 5-pound gummy blob bear thing. That's 5 pounds, one gummy bear.
Whoa.
Holy moly.
Hey, Big Al.
Yes, sir.
Where I live, there was a restaurant about 2 weeks ago where the beer people they flushed the keg, and the chemical they used it with, they didn't flush it and get it completely cleaned out. And 3 people went to the hospital. One of them died a week later.
I'm not
Holy-
surprised. It's very caustic chemicals.
Yeah, and the guys that did it evidently didn't flush it good enough to get it all out of the system.
Yeah, I have a 3-step. I have a guy that uses 3 steps, 3 separate machines. So there's absolutely no way that can possibly happen.
Yeah.
May said that this is going to be another OJ and Casey Anthony trial where people watch religiously straight through. I did not like OJ. I was young back then. I was thinking like, why do they have this dude's trial on TV every day and it's taking my TV time up? Casey Anthony's I didn't watch. I just kind of kept up with it a little bit, but do believe Brian Kohlberger religiously watching
my mom VCR taped every day of the OJ trial.
That OJ, I was living in Vegas when all that went down for the trial too, and it was on in every bar, in every casino, and everywhere, every TV. If the trial was happening, it was on everywhere. You couldn't get away from it.
Give me just 1 second here. I'm fixing to grab the short link for the petition, and then I'm going to pin it to the top of the chat.
Hey,
you guys want to plan a vacation? Come on up here, man. We'll eat some food and watch it on the big 100-inch screen, and I'm down.
I'd love to come up there and go smallmouth fishing.
Oh, jeez.
Too
We
cold.
got the best lake in the country, brother. Right down the road.
I had a trip planned up Minnesota when I was about 20-something, and I took a job in Tennessee working for the biggest Coca-Cola bottler in the world. So I had to cancel, and I'm going to do it one day.
Lake Mille Lacs has one of the best, if not the best, populations of smallmouth bass in the country.
Yeah.
It's literally every cast. I mean, you literally get tired of catching them.
Yeah.
Okay, so I now have the link to the petition for the House to remain standing. It is now pinned to the top of the chat. Let me go over to my what the hell is my mouse at? Oh, here we go. To my community post, and I think I posted it yesterday, but I will post it again.
Okay, I'm back. I got away from the dogs. I couldn't unmute with them.
They were just playing.
Yeah, you get up here and do some fishing, we'll put you on a launch boat.
Yeah, I've never done any walleye fishing, but a
so
friend of
much
mine did
fun.
it one time, and man, he brought some back, and they were good.
We put 30 people on a giant pontoon boat with a bathroom. It's got a kitchen, tunes, bar. They take you out for
Ooh.
4 hours. You don't bring nothing.
I'll go
Literally
fishing.
bring nothing.
I'll go
rod,
fishing.
bait, everything.
I just don't want to touch the worm or the fish, but I'll
You
fish.
don't have to.
Girl.
I was told I talk too much to fish.
Not on a launch boat, you don't. Launch boat's a party. It's just nonstop catching fish and drinking and eating, and
I do the
socializing.
eating and
It's
drinking.
fun.
The Big Al, when are you go? You gonna redo your restaurant? You were talking about you were gonna get a small business.
We might be doing something this spring. It depends. I'll be closing. Hopefully, my appraisal's on Monday. I'll hopefully be closing on the loan to take it out of the previous owner's hands completely for good. Mid January. So probably Memorial Week we'll be hitting it really hard again.
I can't drink. I showed you guys a video in Discord of what happens to me when I
That was
drink.
crazy. I was like, what is she
Well,
doing?
good luck when you do begin all that.
Oh, thank you.
I'm like, that woman needs her ear. She needs to leave her alone.
I was trying to eat my friend's ear, and
Oh
then
my.
Trying
I
to
don't
eat
know. I think
a
I was
what?
trying to do like something sexy with my lips and my tongue, but it wasn't
Yeah, I
looking my
think you were. It didn't work.
Okay, so this is interesting right here. What Layla just put in chat. According to a retired New York detective channel I watched, the jury will be able to put on VR glasses, which is virtual reality glasses, and walk through the actual house just like they were in the house, including seeing the crime scene.
Yeah,
Oh wow.
I heard about that.
Yeah, we knew they
But
did that.
they better go slow because that will make some people sick.
Well, I was going to say, what if there's like my husband wouldn't be able to watch it? He'd be throwing up.
Well, he probably can't watch a simulator because that'll make me puke.
Yeah, he can't do any of that stuff. We went into this one area at Worlds of Fun one time. I forget what they call it, but it was like a dome thingy, and you could go down roller coaster and things like that. You know,
Oh, yeah, that'll make me.
he was sitting on the floor with his eyes closed and his head over his hands over his ears, and he was still
So,
feeling like it was happening.
Well, if
what
they have
what
it
are they
on
going to do
slow,
for people though, like that get sick?
They'll
What?
put it on a regular screen.
Oh, it's not going
Then
to be
how
the
are you
Yeah,
same
going
you
to
can
either.
explain
filter
it?
you can filter the VR out of a VR presentation
yeah,
for certain people. It's actually really easy. It's a one button thing.
they
It's
need to do
not
that.
gonna. It's not going to be the same though.
They
No.
need
Uh,
to they need to do that for me, Big Al, because I have this kickboxing game I like to play in here.
yeah.
And last time I put my foot through my flat screen.
Oh
Oh,
no.
Everything I've seen people playing with those VR goggles has ended badly.
yeah. And then one time, it was a few years ago when Jaden was smaller, and I kind of accidentally karate chopped him across the room.
Oh no.
I don't.
Nice,
Brutal.
Muggy.
How many has anybody seen in a trial here lately? These VR glasses being used though.
I've never seen it used in a
No,
trial.
but I bet
I
a lot of
haven't
people
either.
that have Facebook stock would like to karate chop Mark Zuckerberg with his meta friggin' stupidest idea I've ever heard in my life.
What
So
happened with it?
Facebook changed to Meta, and he basically throwed in about $100 billion trying to build some kind of virtual, I don't know.
The metaverse.
Yes, stupidity.
Oh, the metaverse.
Miriam, we are so happy that you are here with us.
In my opinion.
In your opinion.
I
I
mean,
mean, you know, at 100, I think, I don't know how much, 100 billion, I could be off.
but why are they? If this has never been done before, why are they like just breaking this out in the state of Idaho on a case where this person is charged with 4 first degrees?
Well, let me ask a question with the question. When they did Ted Bundy and they'd never used dental to for a bite mark in court, why would they do it there?
I mean, I think that was kind of risky, right?
Yeah.
It was just like this is.
Yes. I think this is very risky.
Now, I don't think they should tear the house down at all. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that. Well, my point was at some point, somebody's got to be the first one.
Right, but just yeah, I mean,
First one,
I
what?
get that to try it, like the first.
Oh, yeah.
Not trial
But-
then.
But yeah, like do like a practice run or something like that, but like on a case that's 4 first degrees, it's a DP case.
Yeah, and according to who's in control of doing it and how it's done, it could
Hey, Paul Cat, how are you?
sway the viewpoint to one side or the other unfairly if you're not careful.
I mean, especially if you got people that can potentially get sick from it.
Well, there's a lot of documentation on VR being used in courtrooms, but I can't find a single case.
Yeah.
Where it's actually been
where
used.
It's actually being used.
Yeah, because I mean, it's almost impossible to do it in what you would call a totally non-biased. Because I mean, the people.
Well, so
I mean, it's different than the actual perspective. You know what I'm saying? No matter how good that machine is and how good it.
But let me ask you this.
There
Okay,
you go, Scarlett. I'll throw an article in the back chat that talks about it.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I've never used like the virtual reality shit or nothing like that. But don't you have to, like, when you have them on, you have to actually physically get up and walk, right? In
Not
order
necessarily.
to. So how would you go through, like, if they're going through a house?
A joystick or what?
It could be as simple as leaning your head forward.
Oh, damn.
You don't necessarily need to walk.
Okay. Because I'm trying to figure out, like, how are this jury during this trial? How are they going to do this with this virtual reality?
Yeah, and you're trying to recreate something as evidence, and again, according to how it is presented, it could favor one side of it. I just think you're on a slippery slope right there, in my opinion.
I just think for this case, for this, and not just this case, if it was any case, even the Major John Kaler case, it's the same exact charges as Brian, even though it's not a DP case and they're reducing charges down to second degree.
Yeah.
It's just there's 4 victims. This is a huge case.
Well, and you got to remember, you are, and anyone looking at the VR are at the mercy of the person who held the camera.
Exactly.
And how they held the camera.
Yeah.
What angle did they hold it at? What
it's
like Gilby said, it's a slippery ass slope and it's a dangerous one.
Very well, I agree.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what they used, but I don't know the name of it. But I was watching. I was watching something about forensic science, and they have this thing that sits on a tripod that will go in and like visually, it turns around in circles and it will like visually
maps out the room,
every single thing in the room.
Yep.
And then by the time it's done, I mean, it looks like the real thing pretty much.
Yeah. If you do
it's right, a 3D blueprint.
If you do it right when you get to a crime scene, like there's clothes laying here and the coffee table's got everything that was on it and the splatter of whatever over here, you get a good recreation of that. But
see, and they did this before they removed any of
the doing it now to me, see, there's no more evidence in that house that I think
King Scarlett is saying it's just going to be a video.
Yeah.
So like a virtual reality video, King Scarlett, that they're going to get to watch?
Scarlett, I posted a link in the back chat. I don't know if it's the last, I think it's the last link. And it shows a picture of a whole jury with the VR headsets on. Now, my trial for my car accident that was in February of this year is the end of April. And I know they're using VR in my trial.
Yeah, but you don't have to walk. I mean, how are you supposed to get a sense of the spaces, the distance and all of that if you can't walk it?
Well, you do walk it. You walk inside of the virtual thing.
You're not actually taking physical steps.
I don't think so.
No, I don't know why you ever would. It makes no sense.
Well, I've never dealt with the virtual reality shit.
I don't want nothing to do with it, man. My brain's fucked up enough.
I'd love to see Scarlett with a VR headset on. You should see the things my son does.
Play with that.
I went in the room one day and Jaden, I don't even know how he had his body in that position. And he didn't even know what he was doing, but he was fighting something on his game.
Vapor said that they'll have a handheld controller.
Yeah, you do. You have those.
That makes
I
sense.
would think it'd literally be nothing more than a Zillow walkthrough, but more in your face.
Yeah.
That's all it would be.
Yeah. That's what I understand because I know they're using it in my child for my car accident because it's on camera. The accident's on camera at the intersection, but because it was raining, it's not as clear as they want it to be.
Yeah. That's civil, is it not?
Yeah, it's civil.
Yeah, so
Okay, but if
your
it's
standards
not,
are a whole lot different in civil than
But we're
criminal.
having a jury trial. It's the weirdest
but
thing.
if it was
Yeah, but I'm
raining,
just saying
Avery,
your standards, what you got, burden of proof is just different.
Yeah.
so
Well,
Avery, if
he
it was
already,
raining,
the guy it was a state trooper who rear-ended me at 55 miles per hour. He already admitted fault. We're going to trial because they don't want to pay what my lawyer wants them to pay.
Well, if you got a good lawyer, they should sign you a 7-figure check. High 6 figures. Terrible.
And then they take, it'll be 50% if you go to trial,
50.
40% if you don't.
That's about right. If they go to trial, they incur a lot more expenses.
Mm-hmm.
Vapor said he needs to figure out how to be on the jury. You got to move to Idaho.
Yep, I said, I guess you better start moving.
I would pay to see that. I would pay to see that.
You got to live in the district.
Vapor will have a
do you
tent.
have to be a registered voter anymore?
Yeah, you do here.
You do here.
I think you do here too.
Well, you better go register to vote too, Vapor.
I mean, what's the population minus the students in Moscow?
Let's see.
What's it, like 14,000?
That's minus student body.
I thought it was something like that.
But I mean, would student body be eligible?
If
Yeah, but
they're
it'll be
18, yeah.
It won't just be Moscow. It'll be all of Latah County. Is there more than just Moscow in Latah County?
I don't know, Vapor. Google it.
Okay, so I just did Moscow, and it's 25,850.
Oh, it's more than I thought.
As of 2022, from the U.S. Census from 2022.
But Google Latah County.
Okay.
Can Vapor just get a P.O. box in Moscow? Would that count?
You got
No.
to show your ID.
Got to be a resident.
You got to have. You would have to have an ID with your
proof of residence,
physical address on it,
Paper?
and then you have to register to vote, and you have to show your ID whenever you go vote because they have to, compare it to what they have in their records, or that's how they do it here.
Show ID when you're voting? That's racist.
Yeah, you have
to. That blows my mind when they holler voter suppression when you have to present an ID. Yeah. Every time they come up with ID to vote, I mean that to me is the most.
I got ID'd for cigarettes today. I'm 54 years old.
Damn, Al, you're a young fella.
Did it make you
telling
feel
you?
Good?
No, I was kind of pissed off because my ID was in my car.
Oh.
Hold on, let me get it.
I love it when they ID me. I'm like,
I do too if I have it in my pocket, but when they actually make me go get it, I'm like, seriously? My whole beard is gray. Most of my hair is gray. I'm obviously not 18.
I'm always like, really? You think I'm under 21? Really?
Thank you for the compliment.
Let me get you my ID. And then when I hand it to him, I'm like, are you shocked to see my age? I bet you're shocked.
Swipe it with the reader.
You're so funny.
Hey, Ashes, how are you? Okay, so for Latah County, as of 2021, the population for the county is 39,464. For Moscow, as of the U.S. Census of 2022, it's 25,850. So the majority of the people that live in the county live in Moscow. So if you take, let me see how many.
Most college students aren't technically residents.
Right. Maybe state, but not county resident.
Yeah. Most of them are resident of wherever county and state that they're actually
Yeah,
from.
because if you are from out of state and you go to college, let's just say somebody's living in Washington and they have a Washington driver's license and all that, but they go and they're living at the University of Idaho, they don't have to change their license, do they?
No.
To Idaho?
No.
Okay.
Because you're a student.
Okay.
But the minute you're not
No.
a student, then yeah, I think most states are like 30 days now, and you got to be switched.
Okay.
Paper, I don't.
3. So as of the academic year 2022 to 2023, so the year that they are, no, this would have been last year, the year that this crime happened, last school year, whatever. They had a total of 11,507 students, including, so there's 8,800 undergrads, 2,600 graduate students. 11,507. So just in the city of Latah, you're looking at 14,000 people who potentially live there that are not students.
Can't you have a dual residency?
But I don't think you probably could. But I don't think you could. You can't vote in two different.
You'd have to have a
wherever you're
primary.
licensed is where you got to vote.
Yeah.
It would have to be a primary residence, which would be your home, I'm assuming.
Where you live, where you were located at for, I think it's, what is it, like more than 6 months out of the year?
Yeah, because I know that some people, they live up north in the winter or down in the south in the winter, and they go up somewhere
They declare
to the north.
Florida their residents because they don't have space stating sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, it would.
Plus, they have a homestead
license.
exclusion. So if you get sued for $100 million, you can build a $99 million house, and you got $100 million left, and you get to keep your house, and they can't get anything else.
So
a lot of wealthy people have used that.
I know for me, when I was on the road working, if I ever couldn't make it to vote, I had to do a mail-in.
Mm-hmm.
I moved to Tennessee one time, and I had to take the driver's license thing, so I thought pop in there and take it. Well, the questions they asked were like, if you did this and this, you were this percentage likely to blah, blah, blah. I mean, it was nothing like right on, normal questions. Damn, I looked at the damn instructor. I said, man, can I go back outside and look through this book real quick? I said, North Carolina don't, the questions are simple, traffic laws, not percentages if you do this and that. And he just said, just look through the book if you want to. I don't care. I mean, literally, I might have flunked the test because of the questions that they asked.
It was like that when I got when I got my license to begin with. I got them in Illinois while I was there, and the test is completely different than what I was studying for in Louisiana. Thank God I took it up there because
you weigh 200 pounds. You were X percentage likely to have an accident. I mean, just.
Okay, so Thistle has an idea. Okay. She says for everybody to move to Moscow, by the time the trial happens, we all should have good odds of how many.
At least one of us should be on there.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'm pretty sure having been on a YouTube true crime studying this would probably exclude each and every one of us from.
Probably so.
Do you know anything about the case? Is what they would ask us.
Yes, I've been obsessing over it for a year and 4 months.
And I am positive he is guilty. He is not guilty.
Or they say, how much of the case do you know?
I want to go down in the
inside and out, upside down, backwards, and every other which way you want to go with it.
I'm just looking at it and go, probably
all about the tunnels.
I
just
can
look right at him
tell
and
you
say,
more.
probably more than you know.
Exactly. I could probably tell you more than what the prosecution and defense put together knows.
Yeah, I have lip read the grub truck video.
And I can read the PCA. I've memorized it to a T.
Yeah, it's the worst PCA I've ever seen.
We would all get kicked out.
Yep, I think
in
we
a
will.
heartbeat.
What happened, to Avery?
Her internet.
Oh, my internet's changing Monday, by the way.
Oh, to the new thing y'all were talking about?
Yeah, it's idea something or other. It's gonna be like 2.5 gig speed or something. Anyway, it's gonna be really fast and it will not shut off at 3:05 or 3:06 every morning.
Can I ask what it costs a month? I'm just curious.
We're gonna be paying $139 a month.
I pay
Oh, no.
119, I think. Maybe
But
more. I don't know. It's drafted.
well, there's a reason why we're paying extra. We wanted this particular package that had these mesh boxes and stuff that they have um, that boost your signal in areas. So that's why we're having that, and free service calls and free installation and everything. So I'll be glad to get rid of this. We've had this internet for 20 years. Oh, over 20 years actually.
Oh, do you have DSL?
No, we had Pixius, but I really liked Pixius, but then it changed to QuickCom, and ever since they changed it to QuickCom, it's been horrible. And their customer service stinks.
You know, it's funny. All around the country, a lot of cable TV companies are changing hands because they're running out of their grants for putting in rural internet. So they changed the company name and they can reapply for all those federal grants.
Yeah.
Ours
Huh.
just changed. Ours just changed here too.
Well, I heard,
Well,
Lady B, like yours hasn't been knocking you off here lately, though.
Well, it does. So sometimes what happens is I will sit here and wait to see if it'll pop back on. And a lot of times it has been. The difference is this is fiber optic. And what we have now is a tower on top of our house that shoots toward another tower about 5 miles away.
Yeah, fiber will be good.
Yeah. Well, we're the last one in the we have like 6 houses here, and we were actually the last one to sign up for it because they could never catch us at home.
I know on fiber at my place right now, I just ran a test. I'm getting 90 meg up and 95 meg down.
How much?
I'm on commercial because I use it for the bar too.
Yeah.
So I've got 2 routers coming in. I pay like $260 a month.
Yeah, okay.
But
That
one
makes
of my
sense.
IP addresses is static from my point of sale system, so I pay a little
Right.
bit more for that. But it's fast. I can't
Oh
bog
yeah.
it down.
Yeah, we
Oh,
have our customers. We have that have fiber internet that we maintain and stuff like that for them. So yeah.
I'll never badmouth fiber ever again.
Oh no.
No, it works pretty good. You get a hiccup here and there. It's usually in the middle of the night, but that only affects insomniacs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's
Marathon
all.
YouTubers, basically.
Yep. Well, mine actually, when mine resets, I get a call from the alarm company saying that I'm not connected to the alarm company, so they'll call me whatever time, and they don't care. Whenever it resets, they'll call me and wake me up.
This backup computer is my problem right now. It's a piece of crap.
I told you need to buy yourself a Christmas present and get yourself a
I'm
new.
going to, believe you me. I'm just going to look into it. And I figure after first year, Amazon will be pushing a bunch of inventory out of the warehouse at a bargain base.
Get it soon so you're not stuck with the new Windows. Because that new Windows sucks.
What Windows?
Just ask me.
Yeah.
No
How
Windows
do you like
10.
it, Scarlett?
I mean, now that I've got everything situated with it, it seems to be okay.
Yeah.
You have
What is
Windows
Windows
11?
what?
Yes.
Yeah.
On the new computer, I do.
Yeah. It says I can upgrade to it now. I wouldn't push that button for nothing.
Hell no.
I mean, there was a lot of updates that I had to do with it. Once I got those updates done, like I said, my graphics card, the reason why the things wasn't working, the ports, it's because those
drivers are wrong.
they had to be updated. once I went in and updated them on the website for the graphics card,
Yeah.
as soon as I did the updates for the drivers, my second monitor popped right on.
Yeah.
And that's all it was that whole time, was just my drivers. And once I got everything situated, it's working perfectly now.
Yeah, my old pink worked perfect till Mom come in here and knocked a great crush on it.
Yeah, those sugary sodas on your keyboard don't do you any good.
No, I'm
Nope.
talking about the tower.
Oh,
Oh
Yeah,
shit.
and I didn't even have the heart to tell her.
oof.
She's lost her eyesight, and I said, "What was that?" I said, "Oh, you just spilled something on the floor."
Poor thing.
She
But you're
come in
getting
the
it
other
fixed, though,
morning
right?
at 6:30 and said that her and my sister had gone to see Gone with the Wind. They just got back from the movies, and she said, "Is Pam in there?" I said, "Mama, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. What would Pam be doing in my room?" And so I finally said, "Well, how was the movie?" "Oh, it was good. We had a really good time."
Oh, poor thing.
She didn't have bad thoughts, but so I just let her go with it.
Yeah. That's the
And
best
it's
thing
not
to
every
do.
day. It's like 5 days in a row, lucid, 85, 90%, got things together, and then she'll have a day where she talks crazy stuff. She said I pulled her hair so tight when I put a thing in a ponytail that I had to put scabs on her head.
Aw. It's just best, though, whenever they have moments like that, or days like that, just to let them,
Yeah, as long as it's not
not to try
fearful,
to
I'll let her go
correct
with it.
them.
Yeah, like Cindy owed that $100 one day. She kept going and kept going, and I finally said, I went and got a $100 bill. I took it in there. I said, "Well, here's a $100 bill," and I put it in the drawer in the envelope. I said, "If they show up, you can pay them." And I don't know how she got on. She owed somebody $100.
Poor thing. Excuse me.
She still had to buy her a pack of cigarettes today. On oxygen, blind, been smoking all her life, and she asked for a pack maybe once every month and a half, 2 months now.
Oh, crap. Hold on.
But she's still kicking hard.
And she's how old now?
She'll be 89 on January the 4th.
Okay, so she goes on to her birthday.
Oh,
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Y'all don't forget. January the 4th is when Casey Anthony's parents are doing that
TV
lie detector. Yes. I mean, I kind of want to watch it now, but just because of the trailer that we watched on it, and we heard some of the questions, and then like the looks on their face, and like they left it like very.
Hopefully they won't leave it.
Yeah, I have a bad taste for lie detector.
Yeah.
I had a person that embezzled a bunch of money out of the store for me one time. I had absolutely 100% conclusive, without a doubt, evidence, and the detective tried to tell me she passed the lie detector test. And,
wow.
I mean, I literally had the cash register tapes with voids for even amounts, $40 and $50 and.
Mm-hmm.
And when you do a void, you get an incorrect ring up. There's a reason you do it. You hit an extra number or something. You take the bad read, you put the correction and whatever, and you staple them all together. You just don't void out $40.
Right.
He said she passed the lie detector test.
Oh wow. I don't know. Like I said, I didn't keep up with that case. Just kind of the basics of it, but just the way they left it on that preview that we watched. It's the looks on their face. I think is what's got me wanting to watch it.
Yeah, got you drawn in.
Yeah. And we heard the questions, or at least some of the questions. They didn't reveal the answers, or the results or whatever, but just the look
How
on
did
the
she
face.
come off innocent?
I mean, just being a person who doesn't know a whole lot about the case, I don't understand how, because to me it looks like she's guilty.
I never figured out how she came off innocent.
Yeah, it just blowed my mind. I'm like,
I mean, because wasn't she partying and everything else
Yeah,
while
she
this
was.
yeah,
baby?
but they brought the dad up like he tried to insinuate, some stuff about him, which I thought was ridiculous. But I guess it kind of opened the door for some people to think something different could. I don't know.
I don't know. I never understood that, because she kind of made her own self look guilty, like the partying was more important
Yeah,
than the baby missing.
yeah, not responsible, just dropping the baby off, running off, and doing her own thing, and
Yeah.
Mm-mm. I never watched that. No, I wasn't into true crime then.
Yeah, I didn't like. There was some things that I would watch that was true crime and stuff like that, but I never, like I said last night, there was just some cases that I gravitated to. I just don't know why that one. I don't know if it's because it was a baby or
that,
what.
and you kind of 100% knew she was guilty. I think is the way I looked at it.
I mean, like I said, even a person who hasn't kept up with the whole thing, to me, she looked guilty. I thought when they found that baby, she was going to be guilty, and nothing.
Somebody asked about the OJ. Said it blows their mind.
Oh,
Well,
don't.
Yeah,
they
I was
OJ.
young with that one.
Well, law enforcement tried to put a little extra on the case, and it bit them in the ass, in my opinion.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, that one I was young, 13, 14.
Yeah, they thought they put a little dabba dabba do extra on it, sealing up the fake. Plus, OJ did have like the absolute gazillion-dollar
The
defense.
dream team.
Yeah, I mean, he had like 5 of the 6 best lawyers in their category in the entire country.
Right.
Bet that cost a pretty penny.
Oh, they're
Oh,
not telling
yeah,
how
it
much
did.
that cost.
Cost him about several. What's that rental car company he represented? He owned franchises for several airports. Hertz.
Yeah.
He had made a ton of money with them.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that case. Just OJ's case got one of his lawyer's families. I mean, they're like super famous now just because of who their dad was, because he
Mm-hmm.
represented OJ.
Yep.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Kardashians.
yeah,
They did a porno tape and went.
The Kardashians.
yeah.
Supposedly,
I'm with you.
$1 billion. I don't know.
But
That mom of theirs is smart. She's brains behind it all.
oh yeah, for sure. But just because of who their dad was, though, and him representing OJ,
Careful how you talk about Miss Jenner.
and there was
And,
another
what-
case that I was thinking
Is it
about
Miss or
last
Mrs.
night.
Jenner? Or
Ms.
Mr. Jenner?
Ms.
You didn't catch my joke. Never mind.
I did.
Yeah, old Brian. What's Bruce call himself now?
Well, let's not
Caitlin.
go there.
Caitlin. But
Let's not-
he honestly,
not-
he seems
Yeah, that's a whole
happy and
different.
That is a
adjusted.
real
Hey.
controversial subject.
Yeah,
We
that's
should
a whole
Do your
different.
thing. Do your thing. Just don't get it wrong, because it'll get you canceled. That's
Yeah.
all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So
Everybody can live their best life. I don't give a shit.
yeah. I don't either. To each his own.
Don't push it on me, and I don't care what you do as long as you're happy.
Exactly.
right, and I
Don't
mean,
care.
he seems to be happy, so I'm happy for him.
Yep. Don't care.
But there was
Just-
another case that I was thinking about last night that that happened a while back, and now I can't remember what it was.
Now, I did Casey Anthony's. I watched every second of that thing
Mm-hmm.
and everything else that's ever come out from it.
I mean, I really thought she was going to be found guilty. I guess maybe that's the reason why I wasn't all into it. back then.
That's exactly what I was. But they put that little doubt about the dad might have been blah 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 something. Just
But
a
didn't
hint.
she come
And
out with that though
She
about the
did.
dad?
She
just
did.
enough that I think people kind of thought, well, maybe I
No,
don't
she
know.
did.
Yeah.
She knew exactly what she was doing.
Yeah, trying to get it,
Rip her daddy apart, man.
trying to
And
get it off
they
of
seem
her.
like he was
She's
in law
okay.
enforcement. They seem like good, decent people. From the outside, who knows? But
Thistle, I don't know. I haven't seen the pictures. I didn't watch the press conference. Now
Who's
there,
Michael Vaughn?
little monkey, he went missing. He's in Idaho. His case is. He went missing. Right, Michael Vaughn.
Oh, Michael Vaughn.
Yeah, they call him
Yeah.
Monkey.
Monkey.
Yeah, his case happened. It was right there close to, or right not long after Summer went missing.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's why I don't know it. Okay.
Because I thought it was kind of weird. Summer's a little blonde-headed girl, she goes missing, and then Monkey's a little blonde-headed boy, and then he goes missing.
Yeah, it was weird.
Hey,
But
what's the deal with Quentin, the Simon? What's that case? What's going on with that?
I looked up Leilani's thing the other night when we was on here just to see if there was, like a trial date or anything, but I couldn't find one. So I don't know when hers is, and I don't think. Let me grab my book, because every time I come across somebody's trial date or something like that, I'm writing it down in my little planner now.
As much as
keep up with it.
we kind of are almost, we know she did. There's something negative about the way she cared for the child and what happened, but we don't have the narrative yet that here's what happened, or at least they're not.
Yeah, they haven't released that yet. I think she 100% is guilty.
Oh yeah, but you're gonna have to show a jury some kind of scenario that went down.
Right. I don't have anything wrote down for anything in 2024 as of yet for her. It seems like though they would be getting started with her trial, but I know she was at one point wanting to get the charges dropped. But I just don't see them dropping charges.
That DA in that county ought to hog-tied and drug her ass right into the damn jail.
Oh, I would not have let
walk
her
around in public like she did. I wouldn't give a damn.
The Black Widow channel, yes, thank you. Prayers for Brandy Neal, which is Monkey's mama.
Yeah, she wouldn't have been walking free in my county if I was.
No, she.
He had enough child abuse alone or whatever. He had enough evidence to get her ass locked up.
Well, I think the grandma should be arrested too, but
I agree totally
that's
with that.
my opinion on that. Tracy Ferrier, the boy in the box.
Yes.
Oh, that was terrible.
Her trial starts March 18th of 2022.
I hope that's televised.
Well, her husband's was.
Yeah.
Since his was, I would think that hers will be too. So I have wrote down March the 4th through the 15th is Major John Kaler's, which is the other case up in Idaho that has the same charges as what Brian has. His is from the 4th to the 15th. And then that following Monday, Tracy's trial starts. As of right now, we know that something can come up in.
I hope you're writing that stuff in pencil.
Yeah. What did I hear about Bethany Frank playing or something?
Oh, Ruby Frank?
Ruby Frank, or I read.
She's supposed to be doing a plea deal Monday. Yeah. Okay. And it's supposed to be throwing Jody Hildebrandt under the bus.
Under the bus.
Yeah.
I want to follow that cheerleader one that was found in the bathtub. I would like to follow that one closely to see what they find out about the guy that they arrested.
Oh, that one's gonna get buried, just like the one up here in Minnesota.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's already. ICE has detained him. I'm fixing to look it up to see if there's anything else on that case, but more than likely we're not going to hear anything.
No, there's nothing. There's nothing here.
That had the baby in the.
They had to do a DNA. Didn't they have to do a DNA on him?
Yeah, I mean, they would
Yeah,
have
I'm sure
waited.
they did, but that would have took basically.
Yeah,
They could have done
but
that in a day.
they probably already got the results back
Yeah,
on that. If he would have been the guy that was involved with Rachel's
yeah.
case, I think that would have been like as soon as they got those results back and found that out, that would have been put out to the public.
Remember the girl that the cheerleader that was pregnant and went to the emergency room and ended up going to the bathroom and unaliving her own.
Oh, Alexi
Alexi.
Trevizio.
Arizona.
One at a time. Her name. I'm sorry.
Alexi
Yeah,
Trevizio.
there you go. What's the latest? Is she gone to trial or?
I don't think so. Has she?
I don't think so.
And she walks around, goes to the prom, and acts like ain't nothing happened.
Okay, let's see. Something came out on the 14th of December. An article did about Elizabeth Medina, which was the cheerleader down in Texas. Hold on. Hey, Elliot, how are you? Let's see. It just says that the Texas teen cheerleader found deceased in the bathtub by mom. Uh, she was stabbed. That's what happened to her. Um, let's
Say that again.
see. Wait, say that again, Lady V.
Yeah, please.
Wait, what was it? You were breaking up.
I asked you if you would repeat that.
Oh, okay. So the Texas teen cheerleader that was found deceased by her mom in the bathtub,
Right.
it just says that she was stabbed.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Trying to see if there's anything else because everything I'm reading this one in this article, it looks like it's basically everything that we have already heard. That this one came out on the 14th of December.
Yeah, he just looks so much like that guy that unalived Rachel.
Yeah, he really does. That
The
one guy.
hairline, just the hairline that in those two pictures from the back
His build.
is what's yeah getting me. But I mean, I don't know. He's been detained by ICE. I don't know how much information ICE is going to put out to the public about this.
Little to none.
Yeah,
Right,
I was just gonna say little to none.
Once they get hold of somebody, you don't hear. That's the last you hear of.
Yeah, but they're wanted for freaking murder. I mean, sorry, wrong word. Unaliving multiple people. You would think that something would be said.
Well,
I hate to
once
break
they
it to
get them,
you.
you don't hear nothing. You don't even know where they take them. You don't know what they do with
I
it.
don't know where they
nothing.
came from. Unfortunately, there's a lot of jails being emptied in other countries, and they're being put on airplanes and sent to us.
Yeah,
And
it's
that's a
like the
fact. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's really happening.
just like Cuba when they did the Mario.
Yep, the boat lift.
Yep,
They sent us all their worst of their worst.
the dregs.
And it's
Why are they
happening.
sending us theirs? We got enough as it is.
Well, that's unfortunate, but that's happening all over the
Yeah.
world right now. It's called UN forced migration, and it's happening everywhere. It's just unfortunately. When are we doing this other channel thing, Scarlett? You've
Yeah,
teased me
we really
long
need
enough.
to talk. We
I
really
have
need to talk.
I have a different plan for that. I think.
I want a date.
Woo.
I don't want to say what it is on here,
Oh, okay.
but I have a different plan for it that I think might work better in a different location without
I can get your
saying
vibes, maybe.
without saying too much. But I will let everybody in Discord know, and then once I get it set up, then I'll let everybody on here know. I just think it would be better. At a
I
different
think I
location.
have an idea.
Yeah, I just think it would be better at a different location. You know what I mean? Just
Yeah.
I agree.
so.
I wonder how long YouTube is going to keep standing with this new AI crap.
To the end.
Well, of course, the end of YouTube.
Yep, that's what they're gonna do.
But when I just
What?
wonder There's going to be so many people leaving because you can't talk about anything.
They're already leaving. It's
Yeah.
Rumble has doubled in size in the last 6 months.
I was going to ask you, Al, numbers wise, what percentage is Rumble at this point?
Wait, don't say any other
Yeah,
um
Let's
Ten
not
they
talk
out
want
of a
yeah.
dollar.
it's
How
a
about let's not talk about
it's a
Ten
hard topic on YouTube right now.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
no, you're good. Um shit, what is my command for the second channel? Mods?
sweet.
Okay. All right. Cannot think of it. I need to write all of my commands down and then have them right here in front of me. 'Cause I forget.
Posted on Post-its.
Yeah, I needed to have all of my post-it notes with my commands on them. Wasn't Alexi Trevizio supposed to start? Was her supposed to start October the 2nd, the same day as Brian's was supposed
Somebody
to?
said
I
August
believe
2024. Libra Moon said August 2024.
Libra Moon, do you know what day in August? Because
I believe it was supposed to start on that same day. Yes,
it was Brian's, Alexi's, and Sarah's.
Sarah Boone's.
All
Mm-hmm.
three of them were supposed to start on the same day, and then for
Yeah.
whatever reason, they
And
all got
Melly,
pushed.
too.
No, just says August 2024. Thank you, Libra Moon. Okay. So I got that one wrote down. Um, and then once I know a date, I'll put it in on the calendar.
Melly's got moved to January, I think.
Who?
Melly, the rapper.
Oh, I thought his second one was in October.
Mm-mm. They moved
Oh,
it.
oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, because there was I guess there was issues with the oh goodness. The prosecution.
Oh, girl, yes, girl. You
the-
didn't watch the first trial.
yeah, no, I did. But what
Oh,
I'm saying is they found that there was corruption with the main lead detective, and oh, it's a big shit
oh,
show.
girl got up on the stand in the first trial and straight up told them that the lady
Mhm.
prosecutor, she intimidated me, she threatened me, and she put me in jail because she could not serve me with a subpoena.
Right. Yeah, but you
Oh
should see
yeah.
yeah. Because they went to court again here recently because the lead detective was threatening them and all sorts of stuff.
And I know there was a big or a big issue with the guy that come in there and he had a mask on, like covering his
Mhm.
face, and claimed he was undercover and all this and that. And then come to find out, they found his. It was one of his social media accounts or whatever.
His
And it's like, well, why are you on social media if you're claiming to be undercover and in here with a mask and all that? And they made him take it off. But I thought that the second one was supposed to start in October.
yeah, that got moved.
Oh, okay. I know Troll was watching like the first one that they had for him.
Mhm. That was crazy.
Yeah. I don't know how I feel about that case. In a way, I think he's guilty, and in a way, I don't. I don't like how they gathered the evidence in that case.
Mhm.
Very sloppy. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Just
Very.
like not individually putting things into bags by themselves, but instead, if everything was in the floorboard, they just piled it all in one bag.
Mhm.
And I don't think that's the way you're supposed to gather evidence
Mm-mm.
in a
So,
case.
what school did you go to?
Well, honestly, what you just said right there is exactly what happened in the OJ trial. That was one of the things they brought up.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Well, that's what they done in this one.
What was that?
They bagged everything up and like tossed him into the back of a car,
Yeah,
and I think
and
they
took it home
left it.
and left it
Yeah,
Oh,
they
all night.
left it there for like overnight or something, I think.
Yeah.
wow. Yeah, that's what they did in Millie's case. They showed the pictures of the vehicle, and they were showing like where each thing was in it, and Scarlet Lieberman. I'll look that one up right now, and they were talking about how they bagged it or whatever, and they didn't. Whenever they would pick up a piece of evidence, like one of the guy's phones that was in the floor, they didn't change their glove
Right.
and then get their next piece of evidence. And they bagged it all up together. And it was like, well, we only changed our glove whenever we changed the spot in the car.
Yeah.
For instance, front floorboard to back floorboard. Uh, and it was like, that's cross contamination,
It is.
Mm.
Yeah.
you know. And so, yeah, I didn't like that. And I think that was one of the reasons why he got a new trial. Okay, Lindsay Clancy.
Who is that?
She is the mom that is accused of murdering, or I'm sorry, unaliving her three children. And then she jumped out the window of her two-story.
Oh, that one. And she
Yeah,
got paralyzed?
yeah. I don't know if she's still
That
paralyzed
was
or
crazy.
not. But I heard somebody else said that now they're thinking that maybe the dad did it. She,
What?
yeah. I haven't.
I thought the dad went to get dinner or something.
He did, and I was wondering like why. Like I think his story had checked out or whatever. But I'd heard that somewhere that they think that maybe the dad did it before and then left the house, and he
No.
thought that she was deceased. I don't know if that's true or not. Honestly, I haven't even looked into it to see if that's true or not. But let me see. Let me see if they have a trial date for her.
That's total karma right there.
Okay,
Yep.
so it does say that she is supposed to remain. This came out in October. She's supposed to remain hospitalized while awaiting trial. Let's see.
Of course it did, Avery.
Let's see if this thing has a trial date. Let's see. She did enter her plea of not guilty, but I don't see a date in here.
She pled guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
By the reason of insanity?
Nope. It just said that not guilty, she said.
Dang.
So it just says that she was alert and responded clearly when asked for her plea to the charges against her, not guilty, she said. But now this came out in October 26th of this year. I'm trying to see if there's anything. Oh, wait, this came out a day ago. So let's see. The woman accused in the death of her three children at their Duxbury, Massachusetts home in January has a procedural court hearing Friday. So this came out on the 15th, which was this past Friday, right?
Yeah.
15th, yeah, it was yesterday.
So,
Or, yeah, yesterday.
so next Friday, I'm assuming. So let's see. Lindsay, who was ordered held without bail as she is treated at a mental health facility, did not appear for the pretrial conference Friday afternoon. She's pleaded not guilty to the charges in the incident of her three children. The two sides and the judge agreed to a new hearing on the morning of January the 17th. So that will be, that just says a hearing though. So that's not a trial. Apparently, I don't guess they've scheduled a trial date for her yet.
Hmm.
So they just have a hearing. On the morning of January the 27th, it looks like it'll be their next court thing. Uh, hold on, y'all. I gotta catch something up. Give me just 1 second. Hmm. Good Lord, I've missed a lot in chat while I was reading that. Avery, you're back.
Yeah, her phone died.
Do you have a fan or something going?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, I do. It's just something that blocks out the noise that's in my living room.
No worries. I was just wondering.
It's either that or it could be my fans on the computer because my mic is sitting right next to it.
Oh, okay.
So as of right now, though, Libra Moon, there's no trial date for Lindsay Clancy. There's nothing yet for Leilani. Sarah, did we ever figure out when Sarah Boone's was?
I don't think that they've said it yet.
Because I know she got the new attorney. Wait,
It seems like it was a lot closer than I would have thought it was, though. I mean, considering she just got a new attorney, I thought it would be pretty much later than that.
It says here, so Sarah Boone, a Florida woman accused of leaving her boyfriend to pass away after a game of hide and seek, has been granted a new attorney and a new trial date of December 11th of 2023.
What?
But I haven't seen anything on this, so this may be old and they just haven't updated it yet. So the trial had initially been scheduled for October the 2nd of 2023, but the delay was due to a change in counsel. Avery's saying April, she thinks.
Yeah, I don't think it was.
Okay.
Hmm.
So maybe they'll let us know when that one's going to start too. Let's see what Google has on it. Google don't have nothing.
Alexa. No.
Oh, Google has something. They just don't want to give you what they got.
Right.
I thought they would have at least put when the trial is going to start.
Well, they've hidden it, and now you gotta go seek it out.
Okay, I'm not playing Sarah's game though.
No, we're not gonna be doing that.
That's her game, not mine. But I mean, they had it scheduled for October. It gets pushed back to
I don't see a
December.
trial date here, so
That's what I'm saying. Like it's done been pushed back twice due to this last time.
I thought I heard she wrote another letter to the judge recently.
Wouldn't surprise me.
surprise, surprise, surprise.
Can we go on? What is it, Florida? Can we go on their website to see the letters?
Let's see. Where would the what website would it be on? You know.
Yeah,
Let me
like, no.
go to the actual Google. Give me a second. 'Cause I'm going to Google from Brave. Let's go to the actual Google.
What?
I don't want to minimize it. Okay, let's see. Sarah Bean. Letters to the judge.
Lord, there's another damn chase in LA. Go figure.
Who?
There's a car chase in LA.
Haven't they learned yet that you're not going to get away?
Nope.
Oh, I cannot read this either because it's so. She writes almost every. Okay, I can't read that one. Oh, Jesus. I thought I had that in my writing. Forgive me in advance for having to utilize your invaluable time to ask the current progress of my case.
Oh
Why is she
God.
asking the judge the progress of her case and not her attorney? This is from November 2022. So she was writing this man letters way back then?
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
She's
Oh,
been writing
you should.
letters ever since she got in there.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're
okay.
crazy.
I do see a lot of stuff on Reddit. Like here's one. I guess this is page 2 of the one that I was just reading. So anybody wants to read them, they're on Reddit. It's hard for me to read them on here. I can't believe they gave her a pen.
Yeah. The judge might be rethinking that by now.
But
Yeah,
I
they should.
thought they gave inmates pencils. Wait, read my comment. Okay, Avery, hold on, let me find it real quick. Scarlett, the judge set a January 16, 2024 date for the pretrial conference, at which point the defense will be expected to set Boone's trial date. The state has no objections. Okay, thank you, Avery. So
Thank
let
God.
me write that down. That way I love my little planner that Lady V got me.
No,
Aw.
It's coming in handy. That way I can write everything down and then I can keep up with it.
Just write it in pencil because you might have to erase them.
Oh, girl, I got white out. Oh, I can't write in pencil.
I can't either.
I can't the way it feels when it's writing. I can't. Like, it's
Mhm.
like chalk on a board. I can't. I can't do it. Pre-trial conference. Okay.
It just doesn't feel as smooth.
Mm-mm.
Are you hit a part in the lead that like scratches the paper?
Yeah.
I can't.
Oh.
Can't do it. So I just write everything in pen. Hey, Dago, how are you?
Hey,
And
Dago.
I just write everything in pen, and if I mess it up, I just use whiteout. It's a lot easier like that. Dago, how are you? Well, now
Yeah.
that I have these letters, I'm gonna have to go through and try to figure out a way to read them because
Have you
They're
seen the next?
crazy.
Have you seen the next generation post-it notes yet, Scarlett?
the ones that you like as you tear them apart, it shows a picture.
No, it's
Oh
like
no.
almost like an etch-a-sketch tablet, and you can write on
Oh.
them multiple times.
Oh, really?
They got them at the coffee shop in town. The girls did for taking their orders, and I was like, "What on Satan's earth do you got there? That might be the coolest thing I've ever seen." And she showed me, and I got to look it up on Amazon because they look really neat. because you can write
Does
on
it
them
say the
infinite
link in the
times.
back?
I'm gonna look it up right now, but they're really neat. It's like a Post-it note, but you can just erase it. It's pretty cool. I'll look it
But
up.
that wouldn't work though.
It
It
worked
wouldn't.
in a weird way.
It wouldn't work for me though, because then I can't take it and stick it somewhere.
Damn, this person is in a Corvette going 126 miles per hour in LA.
Rookie.
Are you
It's kind
watching?
of slow.
Are you
Hey,
watching?
sweet Melissa.
Never mind.
Dago, you are very welcome. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Yeah, I have to have Post-it notes that I can stick places.
Yeah, what's the point of it if you can't stick it
Yeah,
somewhere?
this one was a little magnet. Had
Uh,
little magnets on the back.
yeah, I need different
That would
colors and
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is it.
I have to be creative with mine.
I'll ask him the next time I'm there. I'll find out what it is because it's pretty neat. I think you'd think it was cool.
I love Post-it notes. Brian, there is nothing better than a Post-it note. Like I literally need to buy stocks and Post-it notes.
The worst is when you get a batch still and the glue is kind of weak. Have you ever gotten one of those?
Yeah.
Yes.
Where you'll stick it up and you turn around and it's not like laying on the ground.
Oh,
Stick it
see,
up and it's laying on the ground.
well, like my
Day later, it's
new
laying on the
computer,
floor.
the new computer has glass on it, like the front and the side, where you can see in it, which works perfect because I can stick all my Post-it notes on it, and I don't have to worry about, it's not covering up.
Just don't put them over the fans.
No, it's not. Dago, how are you?
Okay. How are you this evening?
Doing
Hello,
good.
Dave.
You have to excuse me. I'm like in the midst of fighting. I don't know what it is. Some kind of respiratory head cold.
Oh,
whatever.
We all have been, Dago.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's pretty crappy this time. But so if I sound out there, that's why. My apologies.
Oh, no problem. I hope you get to feeling better soon.
Yeah.
I'm hoping they got me all juiced out on prednisone and inhalers and antibiotics. So
Yeah.
Seems like a lot of people has been catching that mess though here lately. Like there's been a couple of people that's been in my chat that has had it. And
yeah, it's going around. My granddaughter's been sick. We're in December. I think she started getting sick at the end of September, and it keeps going and coming and coming and going and going and coming, and it's like,
oh
Yeah,
poor thing.
Fine.
and she comes here every Thursday. She stays here, basically stays here throughout the weekend, and then she goes back to school, and she's getting better, and then she comes back again, and it's sick again. So
Yeah, poor thing. Well, hopefully she'll get better too.
I'm hoping that we're not just. She had some kind of a stomach thing tonight, so it's like I don't know what's going on. I had a little theory of my own that when COVID hit pretty hard back in like 2020, I'll say 2020, that when we all went on lockdown, I kind of felt like we stayed away from each other for so long, and our immune systems kind of broke down.
I agree.
And I think that now when we get something, it's like a super bug. Our bodies aren't used to it, so we get it hard now. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it lasts longer. It's not like a 3 or 4 day thing.
Yeah. It definitely. And I mean, before you get a head cold, it would last you, I don't know, a week maybe tops max, and you're done with it.
Yeah.
And now it's like 3 weeks, and you're still fighting with it.
Right.
Yeah, it's had me where I'm hot 1 minute, cold the next. And I'm not running fever, but it's like I'm taking off a long sleeve shirt, wearing a t-shirt, put it back on.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's hard to tell what you have too, whether it's a cold, the flu, COVID, RSV, white lung disease. There's so much of it now.
Yeah. Well, I'll be praying for you, and I hope you get better. You and your granddaughter.
Thank you so much, Charlotte. I appreciate that.
You are very welcome. Because I mean, just being around during the holidays and being around family and all that, it sucks being sick.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. I had this over Thanksgiving and my birthday and all that crap, and it just keeps coming back. It doesn't want to go away and stay away.
Right.
But I appreciate that, guys, for knowing very much.
Sure. So, what is your take on the house being torn down on the 28th, starting at 7 a.m. in the morning.
I am completely against it. I think the house needs to be there, whether or not Ann or Bill wants it there. I think it still needs to be there for the jury to get the full gist of the whole thing.
100%.
That's my opinion.
100%.
I just doesn't. I've never seen a case ever with any case. You know, they didn't tear down O.J. Simpson's house. You know, you know what I mean.
Right.
Any case, and I know that might be a bad example, but it's just like.
But no, I mean it's a good example because like they didn't tear it down. You know.
Diego, you are saying what I have been wanting to say, but I was fearful of saying it.
No.
I kind of alluded to it a few times.
I mean, it is like this is a quadruple homicide, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And like sounds and spaces and places and times and all that matters with this, okay? And to go to the crime scene itself physically and not have that option, it just doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry.
No, it doesn't. And it gives them excuse for an appeal.
Well,
Right.
I wanted to say, you know, I mean, if we tore down, I guess I have said this, if we tear down every house that there was some sort of thing going on there bad, I mean, there'd be a lot of houses that are not around and a whole lot of memorial stuff.
I agree. And it makes me wonder as to why. Do they, I mean, I get it. I know it's an eyesore and I know it's a bad memory to have to be there on campus, and it's something that they don't, you know, want to think about. You know, Ethan has siblings that are still there on campus. That's got to be horrific.
Mm-hmm.
I get that too. I do. I absolutely do.
I do too.
You know, but my thing here is with this case, and people take me wrong all the time. I know there's people probably in here that have taken me wrong that don't care for me, and that's okay. I respect that. I have always said this. I've always stood by this, and it doesn't change. You know, I want them to show me that Brian Koberger did this. I really do.
Well, yeah.
I want them to show me proof that that man went inside that house and committed this crime. And for them to do that, I feel that they have to have the jury in that house to hear the you know, what Dylan heard, what Bethany heard, or whatever. Okay.
Especially with it being a DP case.
Yes. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's the death penalty, for God's sake. Excuse me the way I phrase that, but
no, it's the truth. It's. I mean, they need to be 1,000% that he is the person who did it, and if they can prove that, I'm all for the DP.
Absolutely. I like I said, I have a torch and a pitchfork that I'm waiting to light up and stand in line for, but I just haven't seen that proof yet.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
What do you think about the interview of Steve today?
I'll have to say this. I have always supported Harsh. I've always followed and thought he was a great creator. And I'm not saying he's not. At this point, I still support him. I just think that this is wrong. I'm sorry. You know, and I don't mean it in a disrespectful way to him, but I don't agree with.
Oh wait, you must not have
you're
seen.
talking about a different one.
Yeah, you must not have seen Steve Goncalves' interview today with News Nation yet.
Oh no, I did not see that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I thought you were talking about the Harsh thing.
Okay. No, you're good. So basically, he did an interview. It came out, it was either earlier Friday, Saturday on News Nation.
Okay.
But he's saying that he has leaked. He has seen a leaked video that has been leaked out to him, and on this video, it shows where this white car has parked. Only on the night that this happened. He doesn't know about the other 12 or 13 times that, you know, they're saying that he was in the area of the house.
Okay.
But he's saying that this car parked at in certain places for a certain amount of time, and he would like to know what this guy was looking at while he was parked at these different locations. Like,
Oh,
like whose window was he looking into?
right.
And when this goes to trial, more than likely this video will be showed to the jury, and the jury is also going to want to know, like, where he was parked at, what was he looking at the towards the house. And the only way for those jury members to get that view is if the house is still standing.
Yeah,
And
that's absolutely makes sense. Wow.
and so and the reason why he kind of went into that, I think, is because it was brought up about what he thought about Miss Chapin, Ethan's mom,
Uh-huh.
making the statement that she was okay, with them tearing the house down, and she was agreeing with the university and stuff like that.
Right.
And Steve agreed with it, and he respected what they had to say and all that. But it was just that video, and he was like, I just they haven't seen the video that I've seen, and it's talking about this car and where it parks and all this and that. I mean, honestly, if I'm on a jury and I see a video like that, I want to go to that point of view and physically
100%. Yes.
look.
Yes.
I just
Now, is this something that the prosecution has that they've had?
He didn't say where he got it from. He just said it was a leaked video to him.
Okay.
I have a question about the Dago.
Yes.
Okay. How, if the jury were to go in the house, how would they be able to tell? Am I echoing?
No, you sound good. I love your picture, by the way. Roll Tide, Roll Tide.
Thank you. Okay, so the house, how would they be able to hear, like, distances and acoustics when the house is now empty?
Well, and you know what? That's a great question, Avery. And I've thought about that. I think I've even talked about that in some of my shows because yes, the acoustics in this house are going to be, in my opinion, a bit different. There's no beds in there. There's no furniture in there. So there's not any kind of sound barriers in there.
Yeah.
But I do believe, though, like the important things to be heard, in my opinion, would be being on the second floor, having somebody in Dylan's room, and then having somebody in Maddie's room, and making noises between the floors to hear the differential between that. You know what I'm saying? I think that's important.
The steps.
And exactly. And there's going to be, I agree, there's going to be some differences because there's not enough in there to barrier that sound. So it's not going to be exact, obviously. You know what I mean?
Well, not just furniture, but the night that it happened, we don't know who had TVs on, who had fans on, who had.
That is very true. That's a great point.
So I don't really see how the jury going inside is going to change anything.
Well, they would know. They would know if there was TVs on or anything because they would have gone in there the way that it was whenever they were unalive. So they would know.
Well, how would they simulate that noise for a jury, though?
I don't know.
I mean, I imagine you would have to try to set the home up as close to as it was the night of, and that could be kind of difficult, I would think. And then also, I do know they're going to try to put as many people in the home as there were that night. A reenactment scenario I can imagine would be something that they would think of, but again, how easy is that going to be to do?
I think that ship has sailed.
I agree wholeheartedly that's over. Ann Taylor has stated she doesn't care. Bill Thompson has stated we don't need it. So neither side needing it tells me that there is a lot of confidence from both sides.
Yeah, the biggest thing I think we missed was the sound element and what really could have been heard by the doorbell cam or any devices and what could not have been heard.
Yeah.
And that would have been evidence that could have been, should have been gotten, and I think it's failed now. I think we're past any
I agree. And I do know that they put these models together, and I hope that's going to be helpful. There's been virtual tours. I've done that on there, but you don't get the sound and the, all the other things from that tour. So, I mean,
But what I'm not understanding is how I'm echoing.
Yeah, you are now.
You're
And
echoing.
Jago, I dropped the link for the interview in the back chat for you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
I don't know why I'm echoing. No, I'm not echoing.
No, yeah, you're not now.
Okay. I don't know how sound would determine. Explain to me how sound would help a jury determine whether or not Brian is guilty of this.
I think it's based off of what Dylan is saying that she heard.
Yeah.
Not so much that that makes Brian guilty per se, but that it's going to validate her statement. It's going to validate things that she has claimed. And in turn, that's a good way to put that, though, Avery. It doesn't really state that that's not going to prove Brian's guilt or innocence. But it's gonna.
I would think for her seeing him, her laying eyes on him, even though he had a mask on, would be more.
Yeah, sure.
For a jury than whether she
in a reenactment scenario. That's perfect, actually. If they can darken the home and have somebody kind of walk through in that same fashion as what her statement depicted, I can imagine that would be very helpful.
Yeah, and how accurate the doorbell cam next door was or was not.
That too. To reenact certain sounds inside the house and pick up what the next door cam could pick up or hear. Those things there, I agree, are probably the more important things, period.
Did we hear what we think we heard, or is it some YouTube trickery?
Yeah,
or
sure.
Who knows?
That's something I said a long time ago, is that they need to put something together inside that home and make sure that doorbell cam is recording, and then go back, play it back, and say, hey, is this possible? Can we get this sound that they're saying that we have? Is that what we're really hearing? Like you just said, that makes a lot of sense.
Been hoodooed?
That's it right there. Yeah.
Exactly. I don't know. I'm not saying we have or we haven't, but I would like to scientifically know.
100%. I agree with you.
Hey, what does hoodooed mean?
You know what hoodooed means. Somebody trickery.
I like it. I like the word.
But would they really go? But they wouldn't go to the house to reenact it. They would just go to check it out. Like when they went to
but I don't.
They went.
When it comes to YouTube, I don't know what to believe and what not to believe. Sometimes I'm just being
That's
honest.
a fact. That is a fact.
But I mean, it's an empty house. Like a jury wouldn't even be able to see like placement of furniture or where lights were, or I mean, there wouldn't be anything for them to see but an empty damn house. It doesn't make any sense to me.
I think the only thing that I would really want to see, honestly, if I was on the jury, and this is just my opinion, is looking from Dylan's door.
Her perspective is very important. Yes.
The distance from that hallway, just getting to see the distance from her bedroom to Xana's bedroom, because she's saying that she heard crying coming from Xana's room, and she heard a male voice say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you."
Yeah.
And then I think it would be hard though as well. I was thinking about this not too long ago, actually, because we had the good vibes sign that was lit up on the wall at that point. So the lighting would have to be just so in that sense, and that the darkness of the house, to have somebody walk in her direction to make sure that can you see? I hate to say it like this, but this person's eyebrows and their height, and the fact that it's a male or a female.
How clearly could you have heard what went on upstairs? If there were any noises made, how much of it could you have received, and it affected you, emotionally, as, hey, this is something really bad going on, or it's nothing, they're just being loud.
Also, you have to take into account, what state of mind was Dylan truly in that night? We don't know. Nobody really does know what she was, had she been drinking? Was she half asleep when she heard this? Was she, out of it, not out of it?
Inebriated, yeah.
those things are supposed to, something that can't really be reenacted. You can't really take that out of context.
And
So
see, that's why I think my personal opinion, and I could be wrong, is if it does go to trial, I don't think prosecution is going to focus so much on Dylan's statements, because it's my understanding that they are not going to let these, the other witnesses who are victims, be badgered or anything like that. So, defense is going to come back and say, well, you were probably drunk, you were probably that. I think that prosecution's going to avoid that altogether.
Yeah,
That's
the
just my,
defense is going to try to tear them apart. I'm
yeah.
just telling you.
I
I
don't
can
think,
guarantee that they're going to shred that. I agree.
It's sad, but it's true. They're going to try to
Yeah.
rip them to shreds if they
but they
can.
can only do it if prosecution brings it up. So I have a feeling
they get,
prosecution. Yeah, I have
you
a
get to
feeling.
question your accuser, and she made a statement that she saw him. They get to
Mhm.
Yeah.
question that.
That's one thing that I have a feeling is going to be a problem, because Will is absolutely right. Like, you have the right to face your accuser. Fact. So if she's claiming that that's
She
him,
made a statement.
right, that's going to be, the defense will call her to the stand for that period. So
Well,
at that point, and then we have Bethany. They're claiming that Bethany has exculpatory evidence. Now that's going to be something altogether different too. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I
Yeah.
want to know what that is. But Arb does have a good point. In the dark, we know that it was more than likely somewhat dim in the house.
right.
How well do you see clad in black?
I do not believe that a teenage girl used the word clad.
I
She
don't either.
didn't. She didn't.
I don't
I
either.
really can say that I don't think she did, but we do know that law enforcement is allowed to take witnesses' statement and form it in their own words. Okay, so she could have said something close to that, and they put that down in their own form. Okay,
Like,
and I believe that's what happened.
the cop says clad instead of wear. Dylan said he was wearing black. The cop,
Right.
okay,
And
clad
they
in
could have
black.
said, did he have, was his eyebrows more bushy than not bushy? I mean,
Right.
they have a way of leading
Exactly.
questioning.
Exactly. And one of the biggest problems
Yeah.
I have with the witness statement is the fact that she stated he was 5'10" or taller. We know that Brian is 6'2", so that leaves a wide open gap of height there. Now, I've also questioned, because we've seen the way, and I'm not talking down about it by any means, but like 20-year-olds, I have 4 or 5 20-year-olds myself. The way they dress, like, girls these days wear baggy clothes. Guys these days wear tighter clothes. So you don't know. How do you know that was male or female? How do you know that was
You're
a male
not
or
wrong.
female? That's always bothered me.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah, plus he was
I mean, that's the
basically covered
truth.
except for his
Okay.
eyes and his,
But
his,
How tall is Dylan? Anybody
I,
know?
somebody told me she was 5'8" or 5'9". I don't have concrete on that, so I can't give you 100%.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm 5'6", and I think she's, or 5'7". I think she's way taller than I am.
Yeah, she looks tall.
Five,
So,
she
five,
looks,
nine,
I was going to say,
5'10".
she looks on the taller side for a female.
yeah. So if she
Like,
had
she's
to,
one of, she played soccer. She's one of them girls that you would have on your basketball team.
Yes, I can
Yeah.
believe she's at least 5'9", my opinion.
So-
Well, I've got a niece that's 6'4".
so I could see her being able to, give a good guesstimate on his height, because she's taller. Like me, I'm a shorty. I would just know that he was taller than 5'5". You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So, but she's taller, so she'd know. Yeah, she could give more accurate. But I just have a feeling, I don't know, I just have this feeling that the judge is not going to allow a whole lot to go on with the witnesses. I think they are going to protect those girls. I feel it.
You don't
I
think
would
they'll
be-
go on stand?
I would be horrified.
They're going to have to. They're going to start. Well, where were you at?
I don't
5
see
o'clock
how they're
in the
gonna
afternoon?
avoid
And when
going
did you
on
at the party, and then
Oh, they're going to have to be on the stand.
They
who
have
you see at the
Yeah,
party,
yeah,
and
they're
when you
gonna-
left. They're
Yeah,
gonna-
Now, I don't think it's right for the defense to badger them.
Or re-traumatize. I mean,
Yeah, I don't think that they should do that. I think that they should just ask their questions, let them answer. You know, if they have a rebuttal on something, do that. But the badgering, I don't think they should do.
Well, where there's going to be a problem, you guys, and I know you guys are all going to agree with me on this, is they're going to come at both of them, first of all, and they're going to, because of statements we've seen from other people, they're going to say, you know, first off, were you guys communicating with each other at this time and this time first? And then second of all, why did you wait 8 hours to contact 911? That's going to be
how did both of you end up?
Yeah.
You know.
Exactly.
coming to this?
That's going to be the biggest thing right there, is why was there such a gap? And you explain that to me right now. You know what I mean?
That's probably like the major, our main thing that I'm waiting for is that 8-hour time gap and why it happened. I don't for any reason, because a lot of people are saying, oh, it happened, they had something to do with it. I don't think Dylan and Bethany had anything to do with it. I'm just curious about that 8-hour time gap.
Plus, and I think it would be the simplest answer.
Yeah.
I think
Plus,
all
they're going to question one of them. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Abby.
I think her answer could be so simple. Her answer could be, well, I had no idea that my roommates had just been unalived. I didn't.
And why was she in a state of shock? Fear?
I think that's going to depend, though. That answer is going to depend on what was said between the two of them.
They're going to question one of them out of the presence of the other one.
What if the state of shock?
When they bring the other one in, if there's any indiscrepancies between the two, they're going to start ripping it sideways. They're not.
I agree.
They're not going to be in there at the same time. The other one comes in to get to testify. You know, she's going to give her testimony, and if there's differences, inconsistencies, which there's bound to be, because that's just the way people are. You know, they perceive things differently. They're going to try to tear holes, and there may be no holes to tear. I don't think they did anything bad whatsoever, but they're going to try to make it look like some kind of nefarious, something wasn't done right, blah, blah, blah. I mean, that's just what they're going to do.
Right.
And what if the state of shock is the words of the detective and not even her words?
Well, they better, you know, make it sound, and that could be very well what it was, but, you know,
she could have
unbelievable to the jury.
She could have just said to the detective, well, I opened my door and I was shocked because it was somebody I've never seen before, so I closed and locked my door because I'd never seen him before. And then,
what if they did text each other like the people were saying? We don't know that, but what if they were texting back and forth?
Yeah, we don't know. It's just how it was put in that PCA, like how it was wrote out.
Yeah.
You know.
It makes it. It's almost like at some point they're trying to throw Dylan under the bus in the PCA.
Yeah.
That's how I took it, and putting that in there in the PCA. That's just how it sounds like, you know, based off of Dylan's interviews and downloads from both DM and BF's phones. We think that it happened between this and this time. You know, well, what about based off of the interviews from Dylan and Bethany? You know,
I guess the reason that I question it is because I think if you were to take Dylan and Bethany completely out of the equation, as if they were never even there that morning, I still think the case is just as strong. I don't think it would make a difference. I still think that they have enough to, you know, prosecute him.
Yeah.
There's so much we don't know. You know, I do believe y'all know how I feel, but at the end of the day, I'm gonna wait till I hear all the evidence, because we've heard about 20 cents on the dollar of the evidence.
Right.
When we hear the other 80 cents, they're either going to ice the cake so thick we know he's guilty, or we have questions that he even did it at all.
I wholeheartedly, truly hope, and this is no lie, you guys, I really hope that the prosecution comes out with some kind of a smoking gun and says, there it is, right there, and that way I can just say, okay, I've been waiting to hear that for months. Let's do this right now. That's what I'm hoping for.
And if that happens, throw him to the firing squad.
That's right.
Yeah.
And have a fair
Absolutely.
trial too.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
he does deserve a fair trial. I mean, he is a
Mhm.
citizen of the U.S. That is our right.
Yeah.
He needs to have a fair trial, so there can't be anything like I said afterwards with appeals and all this and that and complaining he didn't get adequate representation and blah blah and all this and that. Have the fair trial, do it the way it's supposed to be done. If the state can prove he did this without a shadow of a doubt, 1,000%, throw him in
Mhm.
front of the firing squad
Ugh.
because
I
he deserves
absolutely
it.
agree. I do agree. I think he's
Yeah.
getting treated quite well, if you ask me personally.
I
'cause
think he's got great
Oh,
fence, to
he's
be honest.
getting his vegan food and
he looks better now than he did when he went in.
Yeah.
My, you know,
I
I mean,
noticed.
if
Yeah,
you
he
guys,
was
I don't know if
healthy.
anybody following the Delphi case, that is a bad situation. That is somebody that's not being treated well, in my
I
opinion.
mean, he looks like he's got cancer almost.
Yeah, he's like the Walking Dead, I call it. But Brian is definitely being treated the right way. He's being protected, in my opinion. He's being fed well.
Yeah.
He's got a great defense team. There's no issues with any of that. Everything is going as planned.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's emotionally balanced. He doesn't seem
Yeah.
to be off.
I mean, the guy comes in and sits down and he looks very confident. He smiles when he speaks to the people, this and that. I mean, it just doesn't seem like what it is. So,
Yeah,
I think he's perfectly, he's set to go the way he needs to go as far as the law is concerned. And I'm just ready to hear it. I don't want to,
Yeah.
I know it's going to be a long time, but I'm ready to hear it.
oh, I can't wait.
I'm ready
to
to
get
hear
watch
all the
it.
things we have not been able to
Yes.
hear.
Exactly.
I sure hope that if they find him guilty, nobody expects to see any kind of remorseful reaction out of him because, if he is the guilty one and the way his persona has been in court, if he's guilty and that's his persona in court, he's a sociopath. They're
I
not.
really agree with you, dear. I do.
Had he not been called here,
Lady
this might
V, you have a
been the
wonderful
start.
night.
Thank you.
Oh,
You
good
too,
night,
guys.
lady.
Good night, Lady B.
Good night, Lady V. Had he not been called here per se, if he is indeed guilty, this could have been the start of a
bad thing. You're right. Definitely a serial situation.
Yeah,
for sure.
And if that's the case, I'm beyond grateful that they caught him. If that's the case,
I'm ready for a date. That's
Ooh.
all I'm ready for. I just want the trial dates.
Maybe what Steve was talking about, other people, other investigations. It just like came
I
to me.
still don't know how to take that.
Maybe he's talking about other crimes Brian's committed. Could that be what he was talking about?
Well, he said data on other people or something to that effect.
Yeah.
I think that Steve made a comment in an interview that he did. It was one of the last ones he did. I'll be honest. I can't remember exactly because there's so much of this stuff. You guys all know. You follow it too.
Yes.
They asked him. I can't remember who he was talking to. I'm sorry, but they asked him if he ever thought about the fact that anybody else could possibly be involved, and he said absolutely. And Christy was kind of like, no, I think we got who we have. I think this is it. And and she said, based on what we know. And then he said, I'm very open to the thought that anybody else could possibly be involved in this. And I'm almost wondering after hearing that statement if he does believe, because he's been around which way with this. He's in this 100%. You know what I mean? Right. He hasn't let up since this has started. So he's paying attention to everything, in my opinion. So I think he thinks that there's other people that know about, or I don't want to say so much involvement, but that know something about this and of the involvement, if that makes any sense.
And he wants to be convinced. I mean,
absolutely.
I think there is, Dago, because remember they filed that to seal that, what they call it, a confidential informant.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
And then, Brian Enton says when he was arrested, he asked, has anybody else been arrested? So
I absolutely wholeheartedly feel that there's other people involved.
And that person could be.
I have been screaming that from the jump.
That person could be in witness protection.
No.
Yeah, possibly.
Well, here's the thing: if somebody, I know what she's saying. If somebody is willing to flip on him to roll and give everything up on him, and then to go into protective custody to give that deposition, that's very possible. Okay.
Yeah.
If they're making a deal, so they were somewhat involved or they knew this or that, then of course, they're going to roll to give all the evidence on one specific suspect. Then of course they can possibly get a deal to take a plea for, only 10 years as compared to life or what, depending on the involvement, obviously, you guys, that, but I don't know if it's along those lines or not. That's just an educated guess, but I do believe that there's other people, 1 to 2 other people possibly, that at least know and knew the scenario of what was going on. Now I don't know if there's anybody else that was hands-on. I can't say that. I've thought from the beginning that this was a very hard timeline to fill out with one person doing this crime.
Yeah, but he said that he had no friends, that he was a loner. So
well, that's not wholeheartedly true though, because I know somebody that comes on my show a lot that knows.
We know him.
Yeah, I'm sure you might know who he is. He knows people that know him. Yes, and he's talked to the one of them recently, and then another one. So I don't know, until when Willie, brings that person on his show, we'll see what they say. You know what I'm saying? I'd like to hear another side to what Brian Koberger's life was. I really would, just to see who he was as a person. If he was a complete loner, then that's hard to. You're right.
I don't think he had a lot of friends. I think he did have a few people that he,
Yeah.
Well, he had a jogging buddy.
Well, and Willie did say that, those people haven't talked to him. Crime Solver said that. They haven't talked to him in a long time. That's right. But I would want to imagine that he knew somebody, whether it was colleagues from working at the college or people he went to school with or even neighbors in his building. I don't know. You know what I mean? It's hard to believe that somebody didn't have anybody else in their life, no matter how they are. It's definitely.
He taught classes, as a doctor student. He had to come in contact, people.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I mean, it's just
he wasn't totally. That doesn't mean he was friends with them, but I mean.
Yeah, he was around people, but he might have just been the type of person that he was a loner, but he was cordial with people.
Yeah. Didn't get close with anybody.
Right. He had to be around them because he went to school with them. He was the TA for them, and he was cordial with them. But that's kind of it didn't go any further than school.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I mean, I just really do want to see. And Crime Solver basically hit it on the head for what I'm talking about. That, and I've said this before, but it's basically been a smear campaign since that Brian was brought out, and I understand that because he's the suspect. I get it, but I want to see who he is as a whole, not just as a
suspect,
of a quadruple homicide. I want to see him as everything that's in his life, and it does help, I think, in some sense, as to understanding his character as to how, if he is the one that did this, how he did this. Like, how could you do this? What goes on in your mind? Or, we can just go back to the fact that he's a complete, total sociopath, like she said. So, there's just a lot about it that's very interesting. And a lot of stuff that we just don't know yet. So,
Dago, what do you think about the fact that it's been over a year and his family hasn't been to visit him?
You know what? I've heard that from other people, but I've also been told that they have been. So I don't know. I have no proof on.
I think the media would have been all over that, like flies on shit, if they would have went to visit.
Well, see, I was told that the media has purposely not put stuff like that out for whatever the mainstream media's reasonings behind that are. But I was given information from other people that his family has gone to Moscow to visit him at specific times. Yes. I don't know if it's true, guys. I can't give you.
Yeah,
I've heard both sides of it, though.
I wonder if there's a way we I wonder if there's a way we can see his visitor log.
That's a good question. I don't know if we could or if we couldn't. I've also been told,
Anybody want to go volunteer to work for the Moscow PD?
there you go. There you go.
I vote for Vapor. I think he should go work for them.
I mean, he's already wanting to move up there to get on the jury.
No, I do know that the inmates have it's like a tablet, like an iPad type scenario.
Yeah.
And they have the ability to call their family members via that tablet, like a phone call.
Like a FaceTime?
Yeah, they can do FaceTime. They can do like just dialing a phone call, like between you and I would do.
Yeah.
And then they can do like, FaceTime and things like that. So I don't know if that has been taken into effect, but I do know they have those. Which I would imagine there would be conversations between him and his family.
Maybe Ann Taylor, saying, hey, if best they do not come and the media find out, or they'll try to turn it into something.
And that's very possible too. Yeah, that's very possible too.
If you FaceTime somebody every day, no, it's not the same as actually seeing them, but it's a pretty darn good alternative.
Yeah. And it is, and that's one other thing too, you guys, is that's a long trip.
Yeah, if it was my child, and I believe that my child was innocent, I could not go over a year without seeing him, especially under these circumstances.
No, even if you believe they were guilty or innocent, when a child, you don't just stop loving them because they did something terrible.
Yeah, that's
you don't like what they did, and you're
right.
disappointed, but you just don't lose your love for a child.
I just don't think they've been to visit, and I think that speaks volumes.
And it could be a thing, a money type thing, and they're waiting for the trial so they can be there maybe for some of that. Probably, I wouldn't say probably for the whole thing, because there's no telling how long the trial's going to last.
I was told that they were at the dismissal hearing.
But they weren't.
They were there.
I was told. It wasn't in the courtroom though, right?
No. I messaged who was it? Brian Enton? Who was it that was in there covering it? I messaged him on Twitter and asked him if his parents were there, and they said no.
They said no. Okay.
Who was it that was in there covering?
I was on Twitter with Enton too as well. I didn't talk to him personally. I just followed his tweets, but I know he was there. He's been pretty good with Twitter for that whole thing. So, well,
I'm
then
pretty sure it was him.
That does say, they're not there.
How old is his dad, Brian's dad?
I want to say
almost.
I heard he was in his mid to late 50s. Somebody said 56 or 58.
Okay.
Really? I thought he was 60s.
Yeah, I was thinking older, but that was just purely a.
Huh.
And I see that's the other thing too, is I know that we had heard his sisters both lost their job at some point because of this. That the mother, Willie said that his mother has had a really rough time with this. So I don't know, the dynamic with the family. I would like to know, because that's, what Avery is saying is it makes a lot of sense. If they're not going there for a reason, that does speak volumes in some sense.
Could be purely financial.
And that's true. That's what I'm saying. The financial aspect, because it's a long.
The sisters lost a job. The parents are going to do what they have to do to, help them through it.
Yes.
Look, if it was my daughter and I thought she was innocent, I'd sell my ass to get there to support her.
I can agree. I do agree.
Okay, I'm just looking real quick to see if I can find the interview that Diego was talking about, where Steve says, I think he says something to the effect of like he's open to the possibility.
Yes.
That or he wants to make sure they have the right guy or something to that effect. I remember when it was said.
Yeah, right. That was in the beginning.
Oh no, there was a more recent interview that he made that comment.
Yeah,
they
there
interviewed
was-
him and his
Really?
wife.
Yeah,
And she was the opposite of him, basically.
Oh,
I
I
think
missed that one.
I think it was Enton that was interviewing him at this time. It was after the dismissal hearing, I believe.
I remember when it was said. It might have been Brian Hinton that said that he was doing it with. I don't. I'll have to find it. That's what
Yeah,
I'm
his
looking
wife
for
was
now.
convinced of his guilt. And
Yes.
he was leaning that way, but he wanted to be proven and convinced of it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You know,
Yeah.
it wasn't like he thought he was innocent, but he wanted the prosecution to put a case forward and
But the
clearly
way-
prove that he was the guy.
But the way he said on the interview with Banfield last night that he seen that leaked video and he's seen him, his his vehicle seen him. But now he sounds
No, somebody's
confident.
echoing or something, I think.
Am I echoing?
I can hear it just a little bit.
Yeah.
It doesn't do it all the time. It's just
Yeah.
it's like it usually does, just sporadically. I know that because it was him and his wife sitting there
Yeah.
when they're talking.
I can't remember if it was before they went in to try to dismiss the indictment or if it was right after.
I think it was right after the Howard Bloom.
Oh yeah, the Howard Bloom thing. That's
when they
right.
were responding to it, and
Wait. It wasn't Brian Enton, was it? It's where they sat on the porch and then they drove in Kaylee's car.
No, it was after that. It was after that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
was it the local guy that has already wrote a book that interviewed him? I could be wrong.
There's been so many of them. It's hard to.
It's hard to
That's
keep it.
why I can't remember who it was. I keep wanting to say CNN, but I don't think he did anything with CNN. Maybe Fox News.
It could have been. It could have been because I remember they said, "Are you open to the fact that anybody else is involved in this?" And he said, "Absolutely." And I can't remember for the life of me who was doing the interview.
Yeah, because there's been so many times that he's been, that he's done an interview.
A lot, yeah. He's there's a lot, a whole lot.
Yeah.
That's why I'm trying to. But I know it was more recent.
Yeah, it was like 2 months ago, maybe 3 months ago.
Right around that, yeah.
Give or take, I don't know.
Yeah, it hasn't been it's been a while, but not like super, super long ago.
Let me see if I can find because I usually download those and have them for.
KK said she thought it was Dateline or 2020, and I think she might be on.
Okay, well, let me look up.
Hold on, wait. I think I have it here. 1 second. 1 sec. Let me check this real quick. Was it around the time that the 1 year mark was coming close?
I think it was before.
Before that?
Before that, I believe.
I'm not sure though.
All right, let me see. Go ahead with what you guys were doing. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Okay, let me get back over and chat real quick. Annie Ruler says it was after the 48 Hours show, if not on the 48 Hours show.
There you go. Good stuff, Annie. Good stuff.
Okay. I thought it was Dateline or 2020. Okay, so I've got Dateline interviews pulled up here now. I'm just kind of going through those. They've done so many with different ones that it's hard to keep up with what they said when and to who and all that.
When was that, Annie? Do you remember when the Dateline or when that came out, or the 48 Hour show? Was that in August or September?
That's close.
Or maybe it was even October.
Wait, what did Annie say it was? Dateline?
I can see them
48 hours.
side by
48
side
hours.
and
Let me see here.
The night of the Idaho student, September.
3 months ago, right?
Yeah, there was one September 22nd.
Wasn't it the same night that they had Jasmine and Jeff Kernoodle on there too?
Possibly.
I think it was that 48 hours.
I found it because I'm a badass.
Okay,
I
so
just,
you found it. Drop
yeah,
the link in back chat for me.
I did, and scroll
Okay.
down to where it says holes in the case, and then it's Steve's third answer where he says, "Are you open to it's on. You'll see it.
Others involved.
Yeah, you guys
Oh
cool.
yeah. Yep.
Am I not awesome?
That's pretty
You're
good.
awesome, Avery.
You're fair to middling.
Oh Lord.
Okay, so wait, scroll down to what now?
Where it says holes in the case.
Oh, dear Jesus, I probably down for
It's between him and Peter Van Zandt, right?
Yeah.
Yep,
There you
that's
go.
right.
poking holes in the case. Yes, that is it.
Bingo.
Okay.
Ooh, shakalaka.
Thank you, Avery.
Absolutely, that's awesome.
Avery, I would have looked, but this second computer I'm working with right now, I literally, my Lincoln days are suspended right now.
Excuses.
No,
Okay,
it ain't no
so
excuse. I'm done here.
Peter Van Zandt says, "Where you sit today, are you certain that Brian Kohlberger is the person who did this?" I'm watching my words on what I say.
Right.
Christy says to Steve, with what you know, and Steve says, "I don't trust anybody or anything, so I just have to see it for myself. I have to see everything."
Yes.
All right. So then Peter says, "Your mind is still open to the potential," and Steve says, "Of course." Peter says that it could have been someone else, and Steve says, "Of course, yep. I'm not. I go into that 100%."
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
All right. So let me drop this link in the chat because there was someone that was looking for that link. So there's a link to it. Avery, thank you. I am bookmarking this.
Yes, great job, Avery.
So that way I have it.
And I'm
Team
gonna
Avery.
read.
Team Avery.
Woot.
Okay.
I don't have the date for that when I refer to it again. That's awesome.
I will
Avery
keep my
won.
remarks about your fanny pack to a minimum for a week. Avery,
That's where
put
she
that
got
way.
it. What are you talking about? She reached down in her fanny pack and pulled it out.
Hey Teresa, how are you? Okay, so
Hey,
rowing,
Teresa.
I just dropped the link for you, honey. It's right there in the chat.
Jago, they don't like my fanny packs.
Listen, guys, if I could pull it off and still look cool with one, I would wear one too. So
Well, Avery's got some extra. She
Oh,
might
good
let you try
I'm
Lord.
just
one.
telling you, especially if it had the Alabama A and the roll tide on the side of it, I'd wear it everywhere.
See?
Avery, he's just being nice to you. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all
Whatever.
it is. He's being nice
If
to
it
you.
had
Rowing, you're
Alabama,
very
we could get
welcome.
I
Wilkie
have
wear
no
one.
I have no choice. She's wearing an Alabama shirt. I can't say no.
Roll
She's an
Tide.
Alabama sweetheart.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Teresa, I'm doing good, thank you.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's good to see you, Teresa.
the fanny pack is a no-go.
Oh, I haven't worn one in probably 35 years, but I would wear it again. I can promise you that.
Well, you don't wear it around your waist. You wear it across the front of your chest, and it's really cool because you
Running
can
your
match it
chest.
with your belts, and
I mean, they're
hands
handy.
free.
Avery,
It's
you're making me laugh.
so practical.
You can
Fanny
carry
Pack
anything you
101
want.
by Avery. Avery Shannon. Fanny Pack 101.
You need to bust into a cartwheel. You got your hands.
No, you can't do
Do's and
that.
don'ts of wearing a fanny pack.
Oh, Lord.
You'll always have access to snacks.
Yeah, always remove the fanny pack before doing the dirty.
Oh wow! There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, Dago, you haven't been around. Avery will
That's
tell us her crazy stories sometimes, and they get almost R-rated if not.
Will be.
But we have a guest
Not
tonight,
quite,
so
but they're
Avery is
funny.
being on her best behavior.
Yeah.
Right, Avery?
They're not bad. They're
Yes.
just funny.
Okay.
Listen, pure entertainment is pure entertainment. However, which way you get it, either way,
She gets us laughing so hard we're up and down.
nothing wrong with that at all.
All right, y'all. I am dropping Dago's link in the chat.
Thank you very much for
Oh,
that.
you are very welcome. If y'all are not subbed up to him, please do so. Go over, show some love from the Pickle Crew. And if y'all are subbed up to him, you will know what an awesome creator and an awesome chat that he has. Because everybody in there is like super chill.
The pickles, the meatballs invite the pickles over at any time.
Oh, that is awesome. And
I
the
was over
same
there the other day
invite
and
to y'all as well.
Willie was there and he named his channel, or he'd already named it. But I'm ready for him to get started.
Oh, me too. Me too. I think he's going to be good with it. I am.
I texted him. I said, "Hey, man, you got to get this show started."
Hey, Willie needs to name his group of people the flaming Cheetos, because that's what goes best with pickles. You crunch them up and you roll your pickles in the flaming Cheetos, and
Oh,
we need flaming Cheetos.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell Willie too. I'm gonna tell him right now on Twitter.
His channel is Truth Nation Uncensored.
Yeah, I like the name. I like his name.
Yeah.
wait, it's called what?
Truth Nation Uncensored.
Truth Nation Uncensored. 'Cause
Yeah.
has not let
Truth
me know.
Nation is like one word. There's no space between it.
Thank you. See you later. I appreciate that. And anybody else that has as well. Much appreciated, guys. I really do. We got plenty of room for everybody, so feel free anytime.
He put uncensored in his name, so you know it's about to get down. And
he did that on purpose too.
Oh wait, I'm already subbed to Willie.
Lordy.
Yeah, I was his 138th sub.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to help him get it. I was trying to help him the other night to get his StreamYard thing worked out because he had a StreamYard set up from like, I don't know, a month ago that it was just sitting in there waiting. And I said, buddy, you got to shut that one down and like start.
Yeah, it was still running, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was still going. I said, that's just a tester. And he was like, yeah, okay. And then I think he's got it figured out now. It's going to be good, though. Yeah. I know I'm going to support it wholeheartedly. Oh, yeah, there's always room in the sauce, Crime Solver.
Okay.
I wish I could breathe through my nose.
I know that's gotta suck.
Everybody.
I hate that.
Sega, I've had the same thing, and I'm on steroids, antibiotics, promethazine, the cough syrup, an inhaler.
Everything.
Yeah.
That promethazine cough syrup ain't no joke. That'll make you think you're something you're not one. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, that's like NyQuil used to be about 20 years ago.
Yeah, that stuff is crazy.
But
well,
now
I know, like Avery sounded horrible just a few weeks ago.
It's bad.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, it's really bad. It's, you know what, guys? It's even over in the UK. They have the same that we have.
But then, okay, so my son's doctor told me to make this stuff. It's a natural antibiotic, and it's local honey, which you can actually get that at Walmart.
Yes.
Ground turmeric, ground ginger, and vanilla extract.
Vanilla extract. Yes, I've heard that same thing. Somebody told me that not too long ago. That's right.
Yeah, and you take it twice a day, morning and night. We've been taking it, and we're actually getting better finally.
Yeah.
Really?
You had a little bit of moonshine, just a little bitty bit with it. Make it like a cough syrup.
Okay.
Yeah, well, Kelly, I'll put it in Discord.
I may have to put that, since you're saying it's working, I might actually have to follow that then.
Yeah, it's working. In fact, Jaden's doctor told me that that's what she gives her kids year round, and they never get sick.
That's awesome.
So I was like, oh, crap, I'm making that.
I have to write that down, the parts and pieces of it. Can you repeat? I hate to do this to you, but can you repeat like the exact amounts of that again?
Yeah, it's oh goodness gracious, hold on, let me get the exact recipe.
Oh, no problem.
Well, actually, I can email it to you.
Okay, that's fine too. Do you here? Hold on a minute. Let me.
Is your email on your channel?
It is. I'm gonna throw it in the chat for you right now.
Okay.
That way you don't have to worry about digging through all that. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, I greatly appreciate that, especially for my grandkids and everything.
Here, actually, I'll post the website in back chat, and then Scarlett can share it because I have the website with the ingredients on it.
Okay. Yeah, just post the link and I'll put it in there.
Teresa's right. You can also use
Crown and lemon juice does work.
Yeah, I'm serious. We used to have
The
white
hot
liquor,
toddy.
and when you had croup, like cough and whatever, and at night you'd take a little shot with honey and lemon. You'd get warm, and next day you'd be hacking it. It'd be coming out of you.
Oh yeah, my wife, when we first got together, she's from down south, which is why I love Alabama. That's where she's from. They made up her grandmother said that made up this little hot toddy thing, and I got sick really bad one time, and she gave me 2 of those, and I passed out. Woke up the next day, I felt like $1 million.
Yeah.
I mean, I passed out, like I said. That was pretty strong shit.
Just a little shot before you go to bed, like I say, with honey and lemon, and it warms you up, and you'll sweat it out, and it
Sweat it
breaks
out.
it up loose.
That just sounds. Ugh.
Well, it don't taste good, but it does work.
Okay, Avery, this was it that you just posted. No, wait, that's at 2:31, so that's not it. So I'll wait for her to post it in the back chat, and then I will drop the link in the chat for everyone.
Dago, when do you think the judge is ever going to get around to looking toward a trial date?
That's a great question.
Never.
I don't see this case going to trial. If it makes it to trial, which I really hope it does, because I think everybody needs to see everything. But I'm pretty sure it will too. I think it's not going to be probably till 2025, in my opinion.
Oh, don't say
Don't
that.
say that. Do not put that in the universe.
I hate to say it. At the earliest, though, I'll give you this. I think at the very earliest, it's probably going to be the late summer of 2024. So
that's what we're saying right as school gets out in spring, summer break. Possibly.
Yeah, like May, June of 2024. Yeah.
I almost had a heart attack when he said 2025.
Yeah.
That's the latest, in my opinion, that we're gonna go. I think at the very latest it would be the winter of 25, and the earliest the summer of 2024.
Yeah, it has a lot to do with all the motions they're going to have to go through once they really.
Oh yeah, there's so much more that's going to be coming, guys.
I mean, they're going to have a ton of motions. What can come in, what can't come in, blah blah blah. It could go on forever if they.
And then just the jury selection and venue problems that they may have, and I mean, it's just going to be a lot.
Scarlett, I posted it in back chat for you.
I still wonder how they're going to find a jury that's not going to be biased in one way or another with this case, because it's been so extreme that it's going to be hard, I think.
You know who else's case is in 2025 is Evelyn Boswell. What's her mom's name? Megan Boswell.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. What happened? Okay.
Just where's my Discord?
Crime Sleuthing was saying something about a petition, and you can tell her, I guess you've already put one out.
Yeah, she sees that there's one out, so she's going to send it over to Tara. Okay. Ashes, I just posted it in Discord for you.
I actually have Jameric here.
Now Delphi might be it might be 2030 before they try that case.
Well, if that case, if the judge either recuses herself or she's removed, and they put his original defense team back in play, they're looking at 70 days after that if that happens. So,
and they should. He deserves that defense.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah.
For any attorney that's a public defender that says that they will bypass all that and take on that case pro bono, that tells me that they know something, and that they're confident in being able to defend him, in my opinion.
Yeah. In the leak was, I mean, it's bad as you can say whatever. It wasn't purposeful, and it basically didn't leak out into a big
right.
Knowledge. I mean,
it was stopped in time.
Yeah, it was quashed right off the bat, but
thank God.
And no other lawyers could take over that case. It would take them literally a year and a half to get up to speed.
Oh my God, yeah, I know.
Yeah, and they still would be behind.
Yeah, and that judge, she's not healthy enough right now to be handling a case like this anyway. She was just in the hospital and she's working from home, and it's like
Sounds like she's making up the rules as she goes along.
That's absolutely my thought too.
I mean, I hate to say that, but
I absolutely agree. I've never seen a case like this where a judge does the things that she's done either.
I mean, she just follows her own procedures, and they're not necessarily the norm.
Yeah, and then the fact that the man, whether or not he is,
we lost Avery.
Whether or not he's guilty or not, he still deserves his privacy with his attorneys and to be, his human rights.
And not being a prisoner where they got patches and they're treating him like he was a prisoner of war versus a.
And they're definitely not treating him as if he's innocent until proven guilty. That's a fact.
And I really don't know what to think as far as innocence or guilt in that.
Right.
I'm clueless.
I am on the same page you are, but I definitely know that he's not being treated right.
I don't know. There's a lot of people. I haven't kept up with that case. I wasn't even on YouTube whenever it happened, but it seems like there's a mixture of thinking that he's guilty versus thinking that he's innocent. I can't tell if there's more of one than the other.
From what I've seen, I think it's based on the way that we've seen things go down. I think a lot of people are leaning towards him being innocent, and that's only because of what the other stuff that's gone down. I think if none of that stuff would have been brought to the surface, that most everybody would have thought he did this.
Yeah. And if he is guilty per se, there's definitely, I believe, more than one person involved.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I don't see how one person could have done all what they said, the dressing, undressing, changing one clothes.
Right.
I mean, that takes a lot of.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly on that, Will.
I mean, you can't do that in 20 minutes, 30 minutes by yourself. That would take some doing.
It's probably a group of people, I think.
I don't know. I'm kind of waiting on the Delphi one to get started, just because it's like I said, I haven't kept up with it, but I still want to watch the trial and cover it. But I am also waiting on Sarah Boone.
Oh my God!
Oh God, she's crazy.
Like I know the crazy ones are the good ones, though.
Yeah.
That woman, she's not going to be able to get started until she can get an attorney that she can keep.
They're going to have to put a shock collar on her.
I agree. That woman's insane.
Shut up, lady. Shut up.
That woman has had, I think we're at 9 attorneys.
8, 9.
Something like that. Somebody said about, what if she tried to represent herself? And I was like, she would have done fired herself 40 times before she ever gets a trial.
You are absolutely correct.
Guilty in about 10 minutes.
I don't know. It seems like it's going to be a good one, like another Letitia.
Yeah, she hollered 100 times. I didn't intentionally do it.
That's all she kept saying. It wasn't intentional.
It wasn't intentional. 100. If somebody ought to count that, it's at least 100 times.
It was probably more than that, Will.
Yeah. And I mean, she's sitting there looking at him in a damn suitcase, bobbling around and just.
Oh, that video. Yeah, that phone recording was crazy, wasn't it?
I'm just going to go to bed, go and lay down.
Like she wasn't worried about her boyfriend.
You all right?
I mean, I don't understand what adults play hide and seek, but to each their own.
Yeah.
Especially don't play it when you've been drinking.
That's weird from the get-go. That whole thing is just, and she bounced him down the stairs in the suitcase and beat it up. I mean, that's crazy.
You know how bad that? I mean,
no way.
That would hurt like hell.
Yes. Yeah.
And we played games. Well, what kind of games we played? What was it? They painted or something like?
Oh wow!
Had some kind of doing some kind of art or painting or something.
They were painting, and then they were playing. They were making puzzles, and then they played hide and go seek. I'm like, what the hell are you guys in romper room or what?
Yeah, and who gets somebody to crawl into a damn suitcase and tip somebody? I mean,
but
well, he had to.
And don't most suitcases have like a double zipper, like one on the inside, one on the outside?
Yeah, but if you flip that zipper from that one point to the outside, it locks it out. And I think that's what she did.
Oh, okay. Because I was thinking about that the other day about the double zipper thing.
Yeah, I think she did that, which tells me it was done on purpose. She knew what she was doing, in my opinion. You could hear in her voice, like when he was trying to beg her.
Yeah,
Oh,
moving
she
around,
was
bouncing
taunting
around.
him.
Yeah, she was. That's a sociopath right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to look at her. I want to read her letters that she wrote to the judge.
Oh yeah, those are
Yeah,
nuts.
she's
I haven't got to
her
read them
lawyer's
yet.
about 100 letters too.
Yeah, those are nuts. Those letters are crazy. Her wording of things is just you have to look at those. It's insane.
I
I
haven't
have
got to read
written
them
you
yet.
5 letters and you have not responded one time. I need to have somebody represent. I mean, she'd aggravate the shit out of.
She gets mad at the judge and at different people in a matter of fact way. Like everybody should understand why she's angry. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Her point is so important.
Yeah, like if they don't call her back immediately or respond to a letter the next day, it's like.
Yeah, she treats everybody like she's the president of the United States and that they should be appalled that they didn't talk to her, you know?
Oh, so she's one of those and
Yes.
thinks that she's entitled.
Very entitled, very entitled.
Oh.
She was entitled when she was arrested.
Yeah.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting
And
trial.
I keep saying that she's the kind of neighbor, if you had her as a neighbor and you pulled it in your driveway and she was next door, you would literally run into the house to not talk to her.
She's like a Karen.
I mean, you just do not want to engage with this woman.
Well, I can't wait for the trial to get started. I'm ready for it. I was wanting to watch the Bryce, what is his name? Bryce, is it
That's
Bryce Rhodes?
crazy. Hell.
I haven't got to, I've been busy every single day since that trial started, and I
Well,
haven't got to catch it yet. And they're saying he's worse than Daryl Brooks.
he is. It's horrible.
God.
I've been watching a streamer stream it. It's really good. I can put it in back chat. I mean, and you can play it on 2.5. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah.
Which
Drop
one
it
is
back
that?
in. This guy, so he unalives one guy and then he unalives 2 teenagers because they witnessed it. And
Oh,
they
wow.
say that he is in court, he's worse than Daryl Brooks.
Oh,
Yeah.
God, no.
And that he's then had several different outbursts before his trial started, and that he's going to wear a stun cup, I believe is what they called it.
Yeah. Where they can buzz him if he misses.
Shot caller.
What is the name of this one?
It's in his last name Rhodes. Bryce Rhodes is his name.
Yeah, something like that. Can
Wow.
I mention the creator on your channel? For our stream? Can I mention where I'm streaming the trial from?
Yeah.
Brandy Churchwell. She's been
Oh,
streaming.
okay. Gotcha.
Hey, Scarlett.
Yes.
Have I told you about, Eric Allen, who did Murdoch? He did some videos about Murdoch. He's got another case he's studying in South Carolina, and he's dropped about probably 5, maybe 6 videos now.
Uh-huh.
And they're really good. And it's a bunch of people that back to back to back go unalive because each one knows something that the other one did bad. And it's really interesting if you watch it.
Okay.
I would recommend anybody, to watch. He dropped another one today. But he does a good job.
Okay, I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, and it's a very interesting case. And it's also in South Carolina.
There's a lot of interesting cases out there. Honestly, like there's just so many, it's hard to keep up with them.
I just started covering one down in Florida. Oh, good Lord. Of course, I'm going to forget her name.
Is it Nicole Baldwin?
Yes, Nicole Baldwin. Yeah.
That
one. I started covering that one recently. Yeah.
We followed that one a couple months.
Yep, that's a weird case. I've said from the jump, if I had to put my money on somebody, it would be on the husband. And then old dude gets arrested for obscene material on his phone.
Yeah, and they're talking about that material as if it's child pornography.
Oh, yes. 31 pictures and photos of young kids being essayed.
And
Oh
they're
my
also
gosh.
showing it in a snuff variation, which is disgusting in
Oh,
Stop.
more
Yeah, that
ways
right
than
there is
none.
enough to
I
put
didn't
him
know
away
that.
forever.
Right, but they're using that just to hold him on suspicion of things with her, which is crazy to me.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, he's being held on
that's going to
federal
be
charges.
interesting.
But
Yeah, that one.
I did see, and I started to watch it, but I haven't got to finish it. JLR did an interview with Alicia, Nicole's daughter,
Yeah, I
with
watched that.
her. Oh, you watched the whole thing? I haven't got to watch it all yet. But just his title, that's why I watched it.
Well, he did an interview with her. He did an interview with another one of Nicole Baldwin's ex-boyfriends. He did an
Yeah.
interview with the daughter a while back, and then there was another one of Nicole's ex-boyfriends that was there for the vigil. He went over and he talked to him, and then the daughter went nuts on JLR and the ex-boyfriend.
Oh, but see, this one, the one that he just did, is the daughter's ex-boyfriend.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking. That's another
Okay.
whole new thing. Yeah, and I thought that was
Yes.
quite interesting too.
Yeah, just that's what I'm saying. That title that JLR put for that interview is why I watched it, or why I started watching it. I haven't got to
Definitely.
finish it yet.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. I'll tell you that much. There's some weird stuff going on with that case
Yes,
all the way around.
for sure. And then we've been keeping up with a Katie Ferguson case, and it's literally a Gabby Petito 2.0.
Oh wow! Again,
Yes, the girl, she lived in Wyoming, but she moved down back in May down to Alabama to be with her mom.
right?
Her and her two babies. She had a 4-year-old and one that was under a year. She's down there a couple of months. She calls her boyfriend, which is the baby's daddy, to come and get her. And they take off. They leave from Alabama on their way back to Wyoming. And they get to Arkansas, to Truman, Arkansas. And body cam footage sees her in the vehicle, and he talks to her and all this and that. Well, that was October the 5th. Well, then on October the 9th, the guy is stopped in Texas, but Katie's not in the car. Only him and the two babies, and they catch it on body cam footage that there is a firearm had been fired inside the vehicle, and there was a hole in the door.
Oh wow!
And the body cam footage picked that up, and it was concealed with tape. I don't know how this dude got out of any of these interactions with cops, but he gets stopped again in Colorado. And once again, she's not with him, but they pick up that hole in the passenger door. So he gets on to Wyoming, him and the babies, and he ends up abandoning the vehicle, and cops come across it, and there is black trash bags covering the windows. So the cops, when they find it, they don't know if there's someone inside of it that needs medical attention, so they break into it. And there is red fluid in the vehicle. The front passenger seat is missing. There is like the molding trim or what, like the plastic trim or whatever, is in a trash bag in the back seat. There is a firearm magazine full of ammunition by the console that had red fluid on it. Old dude, okay, the guy she was with walks up as the cops are there with a gas can, and he was like, "Oh yeah, this is my vehicle, but it ran out of gas, so I'm fixing to fill it up with gas," knowing dadgum good and well that he was about to burn the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
And so I thought to begin with that they had arrested him that day, but like a few days later, he ends up getting arrested because he called a unauthorized use of a vehicle charge.
Uh huh.
He used his dad's vehicle without permission. Well, they ended up dropping that charge, and they got him on federal charges for a felon in possession of ammunition. So yes, and so that carries a 15-year sentence. Well, they're saying because he is also now labeled as a suspect in Katie's disappearance, but they don't know where she's at. It's more than likely got to be between that stop in Arkansas and where he got stopped in Texas.
Uh huh. And her last name is Parkinson?
No, Ferguson.
Ferguson. Okay,
Yeah.
that's right. I do know
Katie
that
Ferguson. And
Well-
so he's now labeled a suspect. They don't know where she's at, But what I don't understand is that this guy had a firearm in his vehicle while they were on this trip. Why did they not run his license on any of these 3 stops to see that he was a felon?
That's a good thing. That's a
They
good point.
they didn't they've only released one body cam footage. That was the one when they were in Arkansas. He got her name, but he didn't check their license. He didn't check to see if they had insurance. He didn't check, like, run the plates on the vehicle. He didn't check to see if the babies had car seats in the car. He didn't ask why the back window was busted out and there was plastic hanging out the back door. There was just like so many different things that he could have done on that one stop, basically like what Moab could have done for Gabby.
Yes.
And he would have went to jail because the firearm would have been found in the vehicle because he's a felon. And
What is-
Katie would still be here.
What is his name?
Adam Avalez Jr.
Okay.
Yeah, and he looks like a grease ball.
Yes,
Got
he
you.
is very dirty, greasy. I
Yeah.
have a thing about people that I give them nicknames that's involved in cases like this, and his is Crisco Kid.
When did Crisco? I love it. When did this one start, guys?
So 1 second, let me grab my notes.
Because I think I just picked up another one because this is just like Petito, and that's what started me off was Gabby Petito.
It is. I'm telling you, it is Gabby Petito 2.0. Hold on, let me go grab my other notebook. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, there's a video of that traffic stop that she's talking about, and the police officer who did it. I mean, he did not do any. He could have had him arrested right then and there.
Same thing with Gabby and Brian. If they'd have stopped and they'd arrested him, obviously in Moab, then she'd still be with us, I think.
Well, I even said this about Gabby's. Okay, they try to say that Gabby was the aggressor. Okay, we know better than that.
Yeah, of course.
But if the cops would have done their job and they're saying that Gabby was the aggressor, they could have arrested Gabby.
That's what I said, yeah.
She would have had to have called her mama or her daddy to come pick her up because they would have automatically put that protection order where her and Brian couldn't be around each other. Her mama or daddy would have had to have come and got her in the van, took her back to New York. She would have been away from Brian. They could have got her out of that charge because she could have proved with witnesses that he hit her out in front of in Moab in the town.
Yep.
The charges would have got dropped. She wouldn't have had that against her, and she would still be alive.
Amen. That's what I said.
And I hate to put that like that because we know that she wasn't the aggressor, but the thing is, it could have saved her life. And Moab failed her.
Yeah. It would have absolutely, it would have absolutely saved her life. I agree with you wholeheartedly on that.
Okay. October the 5th is when Katie, Adam, and the 2 babies were seen on the body cam footage.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll be pulling that too now. Thank you for that info.
You are very welcome. It's a very interesting case, but like I said, it is Gabby Petito 2.0, just a different location. This has kids.
Yeah.
And the more I always feel like the more, because I don't believe that creators should compete. I think the more of us that get the word out, the better it is for these people in some senses. So.
Right.
And did you tell them what the 4-year-old told law enforcement?
Oh, yes, this baby. Okay, so the little girl, the oldest one is 4. She was interviewed by the FBI. And this baby went in there and told the FBI agent, she said, my daddy accidentally hurt my mama.
Oh, my God. Okay.
Now, no 4-year-old little girl is going to know the word accident unless she was told that.
And where are the kids now?
I believe with his mom. Because her bio mom lives in Alabama. All the rest of the family is up in Cody, Wyoming.
Okay.
Scarlett Tony's wanting the link.
Okay, yeah, I'm grabbing it for you now.
I may actually have to jump on that one on Monday because it's a
very interesting case.
Yeah, and like I said, the more people that get the word out, you never know. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of pictures of her on Facebook. Her brother has posted a lot of stuff on Facebook. He actually has a GoFundMe, and they're doing the GoFundMe because they are wanting to it's basically the GoFundMe is to help get her home. They need to search between Arkansas and Texas. They have not released the location in Texas where he was stopped at. I understand why, but between those 2 locations, she's got to be somewhere.
Do you know what her brother's name is?
I can find it real quick. Let me get Tony up here, and then I will.
I think her sister is what, Angela?
No, Angela is the stepmom, but there is like a few
The
things
stepmom,
going
I'm sorry.
on. Yeah, there's some things that's being said from the brother about the stepmom. I haven't gotten into like all the logistics of the family issues or whatever.
Gotcha.
But her brother, I want to say it's Alan, but
Yeah, the dad and the stepmom supposedly had very little to nothing to do with her.
Okay, one of those
growing up.
situations.
There was very little contact.
Gotcha. Thank you, Will.
okay, I'm gonna drop the brothers because I don't like putting people's name out.
No, I understand. That's fine.
But I dropped the brothers' Facebook link in the back chat, and it has a lot of information on there.
Awesome. Thank you, Scarlett.
Oh, you're very welcome. Nancy Grace has spoke out about it. I haven't even got to watch Nancy's thing about it. I'm so busy.
Yeah, I get it. Believe me, I get it. That's why I'm sitting here taking notes as we're talking about it just to keep up with my stuff. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, trust me, I know about the notes.
I got notebooks falling out of every place at my desk, and my wife gets so mad at me.
See,
She's like,
I'm not the only one with the notebook issue.
You
have sticky note issues too.
I was getting ready to say my Post-its are on everything.
See?
I got everything. They're all over the place.
2 peas in a pod.
Y'all think I'm the only one with the Post-it note, bro?
No, I could wallpaper my office here with my Post-its. That's how many I have.
I got a new computer and it's got the glass on it now where you can see inside of it, and all my Post-it notes are all over.
That's exactly where mine's at too. Was on the glass side of my new computer.
See, y'all thought Scarlett had a problem.
No, we all work the same way, guys. We all do. The only way to do it. It's the only way you can keep up.
I mean, dude, I'm constantly taking notes.
Listen,
Scarlett, have a good night. Yeah, I mean,
I'm going to tell you right now, guys, I'm so bad with this. I mean, you guys, I'm sure, a lot of you guys have listened to me and you've seen the stuff I did. I have a notebook in my bathroom, folks, with a pen, just in case I'm up there and something goes off when I'm on my phone and I'm trying to. It's ridiculous.
You never know.
It's ridiculous. I have notebooks everywhere.
I have, if I'm somewhere and if we leave and go to town or whatever, I have so many screenshots on my phone of just stuff that's came out, and I'm like trying to screenshot it because I'm in Walmart and I don't have a way to write it down.
Yep.
And then I have to go home and write it down. And
I've written on my hand being at the store or in the car, and I get like somebody will send me a DM or something through my phone or something. I'm like, oh, okay, I need to write that name there and that's there. I mean, it's crazy. All the time.
I completely understand. Notebooks, it's Kylie Rodney. I probably got 20 notebooks. Brian Kohlberger, I probably got 30.
I had to go buy. Actually, my wife. I didn't buy it. My wife. She's a dialysis technician and a phlebotomist, and when they remodel at her place or they get new stuff, they get rid of it. Well, they got new filing cabinets. She brought me 2 of them home, and they're already full with files from all these things.
It's very easy. It's very easy to feel like I have, now I have 1-inch binders, and that's what I'm. And Brian Kohlberger's is already full, and I've only had it 2 weeks.
I get it. Believe me, I get it. You would think that we were like we had our own detective agencies going here or something with the paperwork and stuff. Yeah. It's crazy.
It's so much easier because people say put it, just jot it down on your computer. It's not the same as writing it down.
No. I like going to my notes because I know. Well, I can't say that because I'll be lying to you. I'm very disorganized, but I have everything in the notebooks, so I know if I write.
Are you sure we're not Ken?
I mean, we very possibly could be. I'll write on the cover of a notebook what it's for, and I'll date it so that way I remember to go back if I'm looking for something. Because I can't ever find anything in my videos or none of that. I always go to the notes. It tells me where to go, to what video, and what to pull, and what we're talking about, and it works fine for me. Anybody else would look at it and probably lose their mind, but I'm good with it. So,
yeah, I mean, it's the easy way to do it. Wait, did we lose Tony again? Okay, Tony, are you back?
Yes, ma'am. I hear you loud and clear. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas to you. Okay, I didn't know that you had dropped. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I dropped out. I had to refresh. Computer problems. 2023. Nothing's
Oh,
perfect anymore.
right. That is true.
I want to say to everyone right now, I got a chance. I had a few vodkas tonight. I'm not going to lie about it.
All right. Do I use Gigi? Usually, I'll use college rule, but I'll usually the wide rule just because I write so big. Like I have big handwriting and sloppy handwriting. It's the left-handed thing. All right. So
Oh, good
Tony,
Lord.
other than that, how are you doing?
Yes, ma'am, I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. I have a little bit of a delay here.
Okay.
I'm on the other side of the world, so it's very hard for me to get into chat on the panel sometimes. A lot of the time, I just keep my mouth shut, keep the mute on. A lot of times, I want to call out some crap or congratulations, but I can't do it. I don't do it, and I'm probably better off that way.
Well, if there's
Wish
ever
you
a
all Merry
time,
Christmas. Merry Christmas, everyone. Soma, you'll get your chance.
well, if anytime, Tony, that you're on panel and you have a delay like that, and there's you have something to say, just put it in a back chat or something like that, and I'll catch it, and then I'll hush everybody else up on the panel.
I would say half the time it's not worth saying, but
Well,
yeah.
you never know though.
I
It may be something that someone likes to hear.
I've been on another panel tonight. It was a long one. Controversial figure. I know these people in your chat don't like him.
Yeah, just don't say. I know who you're talking about. Just don't say the name.
Yeah, and but hey, like when he first came out, as an alpha male, I was very highly against him. I was very, very adamantly had a big thing, but I think he has the right message, and I think he's toning it down the way he delivers it with less personal attacks, and we don't need that. And I'm not going to say too much more, but I'm trying to help. I think the YouTube true crime community has exploded, and there's a lot of grifters and a lot of very bad people out there, and it's YouTube don't police things. They'll police words, but they won't police things like going after Steve Goncalves or going after the victims' families or going after the people that have actually been very terribly hurt by this tragic thing.
Mm-hmm.
They won't do anything about that.
Right.
That's all I can say.
Yeah, and I agree. I think that the families need the utmost respect. They're going through a lot of grief and heartache, and people just need to respect them and not make it any harder than what they already have it.
I mean, unless someone's lost someone close to them, and then had the media and other random scumbags on YouTube go after them, they'll never ever be able to understand how bad what they're doing is, what it is. I mean, it's disgusting. It's completely disgusting. In this country here, we're a small country, and if someone went after the family of a victim, that person would be dealt with. And because it's a big world, you can hide in England or you can hide wherever you are. It's got to the point where some sort of correction needs to come along, and a certain platform is not going to do it.
Yeah.
People have got to learn to agree to disagree, but with respect.
No, it's not about that. It's not about learning to disagree. It's about respecting the families of people who have been passed away in the most horrific ways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not using you're not going after those people So you got these people,
You're right.
They got their mortgage payments coming up or Christmas or whatever. So they will go after Steve Gonzalez to get more clips. I mean, it's just,
And I mean
it's
these y'all, these
disgusting.
families, this is the second Christmas that they're going through without their kids.
Yeah. I don't know how they even go to work.
They're very strong people.
I mean, honestly, how you could keep your eye on the ball and get up and
Yeah.
be normal.
It's got to be hard, honestly. Just like what we saw the other day that they had posted on their Facebook page, and I'm still thinking that it was Chrissy who posted it, but she just like she broke down at work.
I think you're right. It was, I believe.
Yeah, just the way it was worded makes me think that it was her, but just the fact that she, they come out about the house being torn down on the 28th, and she breaks down at work.
I agree.
That is so heartbreaking to hear, because she should have been in a situation, her and Steve and all the rest of the families should have been in a situation where they already knew that information was going to drop on that date and not be surprised by it.
Right.
And so she doesn't break down at work and cry all the way home.
I don't think that they have been able to grieve in a proper fashion, as into most people that, when most people have, in my opinion at least, this is just an opinion I have, a death that they're dealing with in their family or a loved one that they've lost. They can grieve in a somewhat normal way. These families, unfortunately, haven't been able to do that with everything they've had to deal with.
No.
Steve kind of taking on his own investigation from the beginning. That's not, they don't get to grieve like they should be able to, and it's not fair. So,
Not.
there's so much that they've had to handle, and I think all of them have, to be honest with you. Way more than they should have to deal with. Way more.
Yeah, and all I know is that they're way stronger than I am.
I think they're stronger than most anybody is in this situation. They've showed so much, especially the Goncalves family, since they're kind of in the forefront with this. They've always been up front with it, and
Right.
have kind of taken on the task of speaking for the other families in some senses as well.
Right.
It's a lot, very much so. I just don't. I definitely don't agree with some things that have been done recently in regards to them at all.
It's just it's more of a respect thing for me. You being disrespectful to a family that is going through what they're going through right now. It irritates the crap out of me.
Right. One thing I never would ever have ever thought about attempting to do is to reach out to any of these family members. That's never was anything I've ever thought of doing. I don't understand how anybody could. What we do out here,
Right.
And I'm not talking down about any other creators. It's just
You
I
should.
can't.
That creator who scams
I can't
people
imagine
is
reaching out to
scumbag.
them for any
He needs
reason.
to go down. His channel needs to go down. He's a scumbag.
Okay, just don't say his channel name though, Tony.
I won't say, but he's a scumbag.
Yeah, that's one thing that I just do not. I've never even thought of doing. They need to be able to.
He's using the survivors' families to pay his mortgage.
Yeah, there's that situation. I mean, I've watched a little bit of it, but I'm not too familiar with it. But just for anybody, whether it's YouTubers, whether it's the media, whether it's just people in general out in the public, just anybody that's being disrespectful to the families, it's ridiculous. Now,
I agree.
I have talked to Mr. Goncalves. I talked to him. Oh, it's been a while now. It was after the arrest.
Right.
He had reached out to me about something, and he had watched something on the channel, and we have talked back and forth. And no, I take it back. It was before the arrest because I did send flowers to the memorial that they had for Katie,
Right.
Kaylee, and Maddie. I
Right.
sent those from the channel, and I had talked to him a couple more times after that, and he just seems like a straight, like a very straightforward, very honest
Yes,
uh, dad who just wants to be there for his baby girl.
I agree.
You know what I mean? And very nice. Um, thank me for the flowers. Asked to thank the channel for them. Um, and I said something about if when this goes to trial about it being live stream because back then we didn't know if we were going to get to watch the trial.
Sure.
And he was like, I want cameras in the courtroom because I want everybody to be able to see justice served. And
I remember him saying that in another statement before too.
he wanted those cameras. He wants it, and thank God now we know we're going to get to see it.
Yes.
So that is a good thing, and that's what I can't wait till that date comes out. These
Oh God,
families,
I know. I think it needs to happen so that, like I said before, guys, I wholeheartedly want them to show me how, where, and why Brian Koberger is the one that's in custody and the one if they to prove, that he did it.
right?
And that way there's a lot of people that can just stop. You know what I mean? And just it can be let go. There won't be a division anymore between this. There won't be any more infighting with this. We can just get the justice that needs to be gotten for these kids, for these families and these victims. Period. End of story.
Right.
I think that'll put a lot of things to rest.
I think the only thing that we probably will never know is the motive.
I don't. You know what? You're probably right because if Brian Koberger did this, in my opinion, he's gonna be too arrogant to release that information, in my opinion. I don't think he would ever come out and say I did this blatantly and say that this is why. I just can't see him doing that.
I think honestly, and we were talking about this earlier. Somebody had brought up that they think that there may be a plea deal going on in the background, and I was like, it would shock the shit out of me, honestly, if there's a plea deal that's offered to him. But I think that the only way that it would be is they would take the DP off the table. He would still get life, but he's got to give up the weapon and every little detail of what happened.
I agree with you on that one, and that's very possible right now because I think that's why they're leaving the death penalty on the table at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Because of that, they're trying to pull a confession out of him. I think, kind of like as a leverage scenario. That at some point they're going to go, okay, if we take the death penalty off the table, will you come out with it? Basically, you know what I mean?
Right.
I think that is something because I think that's why it's kind of almost like a, what's the phrase I'm looking for? Like, there's a phrase for this. I can't, it's late here. It's like 4 a.m. I just realized, who's got the bigger baseball bat? We'll just go with that. Okay.
Yes.
They're back and forth. Eventually, one of them's going to break. And I think that the prosecution is holding that on table like that to get him to break. And he seems to be, Brian Koberger to me is very arrogant and very cocky. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And that he's going to stand against this as long as he can and push this as long as he can. And just like I said, guys, I've always been in the middle with this, to where whether he's guilty or innocent. And there's been multiple different things that I've seen on both sides that make me think different things. But to see that one thing that really proves to me that he was inside that house and is the one that committed this, period, is what I'm trying to wait to see, which obviously I don't think we're going to see till the trial. So,
right.
And that's why I pray to God there is a trial.
Okay, so I want to ask you this real quick, Dago, just because Elliot in chat has asked me this. He says, basically, Scarlett, I asked your opinion of what would you rather him get, a life and admit everything and tell his story on record, or get the DP and hear nothing?
A life, because here's the thing. then again, if he's a sociopath, it won't matter. But I would rather he got life and admitted everything, because that would shut down the entire, the whole
rumor mill.
everything. It would shut it all off if everything came out truthful. Yeah, that would shut everything down on both sides of the fence. And I also feel that if you get the death penalty, in a sense, that's the easy way out. There's no suffrage there. To spend the rest of your life behind bars and have to suffer through that, in my opinion, is in some senses worse than the death penalty, because you'll have no other life outside of prison. Okay. And
True.
knowing what he did, he may have a hard life in prison with other people. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
that is true as well. Because
he may receive redemption via some other people in prison, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would rather go with the life in prison with every detail exposed, and his complete misery for the rest of whatever life he has.
Mm-hmm. It's just that was, and I've even told Elliot this in chat. That's a hard one for me because at at the same time, yeah, I would want everything to be told and everything, for the family's sake and all that, and knowing that he would never get out and he'd spend the rest of his days in prison. But then there's just like that slight part of me that would want him to get the death penalty because of what he done and because of him admitting it. We know for 1,000% fact he did it.
Absolutely.
It's a hard one, but I see like where you're coming from with it. A life and him telling everything. I think it may help the families because they never have to always wonder why.
Yeah. That would be. I think that would be a lot of closure in some senses if they had a full motive. If he came out with a real motive, now, if he was an ass and came out, excuse the language, and said,
"No, you're good.
I did it because I wanted to." That's just not enough.
At that point, if he was to do something like that, I'd be like, just death penalty.
I agree with you wholeheartedly.
Like, you're not even having any remorse for the families. You're just going to be like that. Yeah, I'm not even going to do it.
Right.
I'm taking my deal back.
And I agree. I do agree with what Avery said earlier, where she said that, because he does look very confident when he's in that courtroom. And he smiles and he looks just, he looks good in the courtroom, guys. I'm not going to lie. He looks healthy. He looks happy, all of that, considering the situation. To show no remorse, to have no closing statement in regards to the families or any of that. If he were to run past all of that, then you better light up that torch, because I'm ready to light it on fire myself.
I mean, I have a huge problem with the disrespect towards the families.
I agree.
I'll get it for you. Hold on. Let me grab the link real quick.
I do agree wholeheartedly.
It irritates me, and some of the rumors that go around on YouTube and the fact that the families have to hear some of it.
Yes.
I
made a huge argument about that a couple of weeks back. There's obviously a stigma surrounding my channel with certain things that have come out with this and that I, before, quite a while back, had a couple of meetings with a lot of my moderators and said, you know what, like some of the things in here I'm kind of uncomfortable with, and things that have been said in here I've been uncomfortable with, and this is not the direction I want to go. This is not where I started at. I don't want to end up here. You know what I mean? So I started to kind of turn some things around and try to avoid certain topics and make sure that you can't control people, like what people are saying all the time when they come up and you're like, okay guys, how are you today, blah blah blah, and some garbage comes out and it's like, okay, that's not what I wanted to hear, but moving on. So therefore I've tried to, every time this topic is brought up in my show now, I try to express the fact that we can talk about this as long as we're using common sense, some logic, and utmost respect for the victims and the families. And that's the only way that I will put it out at this point, because, if I say that, that's a forewarning that you're going to get kicked immediately if you start saying something that I don't like. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm the same way. I had to kick one the other night for saying stuff that I kept saying there's no proof of. And she just kept going with it. And then she brings other people in it. I'm like, that person's not here to defend themselves. We're not.
Yes.
I'm just one of those that I don't do the disrespect and I don't do the rumors and I
Right.
don't do anything. If you're going to talk about something and say this happened or it's this or it's that, you got to have something to back it up.
Yeah.
You got to have
Absolutely.
some
That's what
receipts.
same here. And now in my chat, there's probably 3 or 4 of my mods. When people start saying things in my chat, my moderators they're pretty much cornering him, saying, okay, where's receipts for this? Do you have proof for that? You have to state that this is your opinion unless you have some kind of proof to show, and otherwise please don't talk about it, because we don't do that
Right.
anymore. So
Yeah, because I mean, I hear everybody's entitled to their own opinion,
right.
without getting bashed, and I respect everybody's opinion, whether I agree with it or whatever. But yeah, the stating the stuff is facts, especially some of the rumors that we've heard in this case, it to a point ridiculous.
Yes.
Yeah, if there's no proof and it's a rumor and we know it's a rumor, like
Shut it down. Shut it down.
I can't do it.
Don't go after victims. Don't go after the victims' families.
Exactly.
Don't go after the survivors. It's pretty common sense, really.
I'll tell you one thing that used to bother me bad, and I mean bad, was they were part of my channel at one point too, but they were talking about it all over the place. They'd start to talk about, about how many bank accounts some of the victims had, this, that, and I said, what in God's name does that have to do with anything that we're, in a sense, kind of blaming it on them? And I said, no. There's no way in it. No way.
How did Kaylee afford her vehicle?
Right.
She had a job and she went and paid a down payment. She got it financed and she paid monthly notes.
It doesn't matter though. None of that stuff to me at all. I don't care what it is.
It has nothing to do with the case.
That's right. And it doesn't give anybody the right to take anybody's life. So there's no reason out there, no reason that anybody could bring up that would relate to that at all. So
no. And there's no reason that you can give for what happened to them.
That's right.
Absolutely.
No matter what it is, there's no good reason.
No, it's not. Hey Denise, how are you? Yeah, it's I don't get some people. They just they have no morals, and I guess
yeah, that's a good point.
I was born and raised in the South, and if you're from the South, you have a certain way that you are raised with, you're taught respect.
Yes, ma'am.
And it just irritates the hell out of me.
I'll tell you what, I was born and raised in the North, but my entire family's from the South, and I married into the South, so I know it all.
So you get it then. Tony, have a wonderful night. Yeah, it's
one thing that it inflames me. I agree with you. It really does. It's disgusting.
It just, I don't understand it, honestly.
It's not fair. And I've noticed that there's a lot of people out here, and I don't mean this offensively towards anybody, but there's a lot of people out here that are just so bored. Okay. And because the case isn't moving along in a quick enough fashion, and there's not enough, because of the gag order and things like that, information that we're getting, people have invented things. And that really bugs me. It really, really does.
Yeah. They're bored, they're lonely, they're gullible. They get sucked in by grifters, they send them money, and it's disgraceful.
Yeah, there's a lot of people out there that will do that. They make up stuff because they're bored, and it's clicks and views.
For clicks and views.
Yes. JC, how are you?
I'm home and safe. My roommate, not my roommate, my coworker gives me a ride home because he gets off at 3, and I stayed a little late, so I wouldn't have to Uber home. To the tune of $13 for a mile.
Good Lord.
Thank God I don't have Uber where I live.
That's a lot of when did those rates go up so high?
Jeez.
Yeah, I did have to Uber to. Can you guys hear me okay?
You're a little echoey.
Here, I will take my earbuds out.
$13 for a mile? That almost sounds criminal.
That is crazy. Where I live, we don't even have Uber. So
Damn, I might be in the wrong business.
we'll be.
Ridiculous.
Is that better?
I
Can you
might
guys
need to
hear
come
me
out of
okay?
retirement.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can. Yeah, we can hear you good.
Is that better now?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay. Yeah, $13 for a mile.
That's insane.
Yeah,
That's just insane.
Yeah.
that's price gouging right there.
I mean, if
Honestly.
you got to imagine how much, it's basically like paying 13 miles for a gallon of gas, or $13 for a
Yeah.
gallon of
Gallon, I
gas.
guess. Right.
My dad almost got mad at me though because I was like, Dad, I can't be spending almost $30 to get to and from work. And he's like, you can spend 30 to get 100 and whatever the hell you get. I'm like, oh my god.
Oh, you
Yeah,
sound like you're
So
getting sick too.
that's robbery. I thought, see, when I
so
was
my
first looking into that, my wife used that once or twice. It was like $7 for like a round trip, basically.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like DoorDash. It's okay if you like paying double.
Yeah, that's true. It is expensive.
yeah, and that's the other thing is I've had to DoorDash because my car won't work, so I can't even go drive through anywhere.
Well, hopefully they'll be able to get it fixed here for you soon.
Yeah, and so my one roommate, my one coworker gave me a ride home tonight, and my other coworker is letting me borrow his battery pack to see if I can't um fix the battery tomorrow, and then
Yeah.
try to get it started with his battery pack that he has. So we'll see how that goes, and we'll just.
Hopefully that works out for you then.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's he got? Like a jump start?
So I have like a jump box, but it's not
Yeah.
charged.
Yeah. You got to
So I
charge
went. So I went and tried to find the charging cord, and they don't sell them separately, of course. I'd have to buy a
That
whole
sucks.
new jump
Yeah.
box
it. Now, get on Amazon.
Oh,
You
that's
$109.
can find one on Amazon. I bet you.
So then, so then I just bought some jumper cables, thinking that would work. Well, guess what? The car is in my garage facing the wall, and my
I'm
jumper
not laughing
cables
at
aren't.
you, Jesse. I'm sorry.
I know you're laughing. I know you're laughing
I
with
mean,
me,
that's
Wilby.
life. Sometimes just beats you to death.
I know, and so now my jumper cables were too short, and I had Nick bring over the extension cord because I thought that was going to help. However, the extension cord doesn't help because the jumper cables are battery to battery.
Yeah. Can you put your car in neutral and
No,
push it?
I can't put it in neutral. And it ain't even clicking, honey.
Go on Amazon and see if you can find the charging thing, because I'm telling you, they got
Yeah, it'll
every
probably be
car.
cheaper on there.
Well, if
It
you,
probably is on Amazon.
what type of a vehicle is it, if I can ask?
It's a Kia Soul.
Okay, if you were to turn the key, even if the battery won't kick on at all, if you turn the key forward and push the brake in, it should dislodge the gear shift to be able to put it in neutral without having to start it.
But the problem is the steering column is out.
Yeah, her car was stolen, and she
My
just
car
got
was
it back
stolen
the
last
other
weekend.
day.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay, I got you now. I
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah.
They screwed up her steering column and all that on it.
Good
So
Lord, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah. They nicely laid out all my shit on the street too.
Is there
Well-
anything like insurance can do to help?
Oh yeah, I'm getting it. My deductible's only $500, so I'm getting this. I'm gonna call them on Monday as well and tell them this battery is very corroded and we think it's due from them trying to hotwire it. And it ran for almost 24 hours because I had just filled it up and there was like 200 and some miles on it.
Wow.
250 miles on it. And they drove it. I don't know how far they drove it, but the lady that reported it said that it was running the night or maybe the morning that she called it in. and she just thought that somebody was like running in to get something and will be right back out. But then she seen it running twice more, and she wanted to make sure that she wanted to just. Then she went over to look, but he was passed out or dead in it.
Okay, yeah.
Then when she found out that nobody was passed out or dead in it, she's like, "Well, I want whose ever car this is to know that it's in one piece and that nobody's like out shooting people or robbing people or doing crimes in it, you know." So she
Mhm.
reported it to the cops, and the cops obviously. Then they called me, and then David came and got me, and I went, and I was scared to death to see my car. However, it was running, it was in one piece. The police officer told me to just take a USB port and turn the key to put it in where the key would go, and then turn it, and it's drivable. That happened for days until, well, that happened, so I drove it on, and since then I've been putting it in the garage. And I bought a club for like it was I went like the next day to like my day off. I went to Walmart and got a club, and it was like $20, no big deal, like whatever. Then on because now I was like I don't know if I know how to like properly use a club because I don't know if it was like if it's like tight enough or whatever. So I got like this hook thing that I think I can maneuver that I would know how to use better. So I got like this hook thing that hooks onto your seatbelt or something. You need keys to get it, whatever. So I got those, but now my car won't even start, and I can't even take it to the get repair shop on Tuesday at 1:30.
Yeah. Well, like your insurance
So
won't help you with a rental or anything like that, so you
yeah,
can
yeah.
get a.
So
Okay.
my deductible is 500, and pays for up to $50 a day for 30 days.
Okay. Yeah, because you need a vehicle, honey. That way you don't have to pay $13 for a mile. That is just that's
Yeah,
crazy. That's like super expensive.
yeah. And you know, it just sucks because I was so proud of myself for getting, $500 saved because
Hmm.
I worked Thanksgiving and got double time for that day, and then also my coworker's son was shot and killed by her husband, 10 years old. So I've been putting in some overtime to cover, so that there's not just one person or the the SMEs who would be the only ones after 2:30. And I just want to, stick around and help them out because they have to run the other pillar too. So they're, just bombarded. And so I've been doing a few hours of overtime, and my last paycheck was like $400 more than I ever got.
Hmm.
Like, oh my gosh.
Hold on, wait, real quick, JC. Dago, I just want to thank you so much for coming and joining us tonight. Anytime you want to come over and hang out with us, you are more than welcome. Any of the meatballs are more than welcome over here. And the next time I catch you live, I will be sure to drop in and show some love and
And
support.
same goes for all of you. Thank you so much for having me. It was absolutely wonderful.
Oh, you are very welcome. Thank you for coming up.
So very much appreciate it. I love the conversation. You guys are wonderful over here, and you guys are all welcome over there at any time. Please feel free, please. Thank
Well,
you.
thank
All right,
you.
Dago,
Oh, good.
And you
enjoyed
have
it.
a wonderful night. And I
You
hope you
too,
and your
guys.
grandbaby get to feeling better.
Oh God, me too. And that goes for everybody. It sounds like everybody's a little bit sick, so I hope everybody feels better soon. You guys have a
Right.
wonderful rest of your
Yeah.
night.
Thank you. You
You
too.
too. Have a
And
good night.
JC, good luck with your car, honey. I hope it works
Thank
out for you.
you. I appreciate that.
Absolutely, guys. Take
Uh,
care.
JC, do you have an EV Kia Soul or a regular?
What's that?
Do you have
It's
an
just
electric?
it's a base.
Elliot,
Okay,
give
It's a
me one
base.
second and I will drop the link for you,
so you
okay?
just have a bad battery, is what you're saying.
Pretty much. I think that's what it's going to come down to. And if it comes, you guys, I have the funniest story to tell you about it though. Can I tell the funniest story ever, Scarlett? You're gonna laugh your head off.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so I knew my sister was at her flower. My sister owns a flower shop. It's
Uh-huh.
it's more like a boutique, but it's a flower shop. And I knew she was there. And I'm like, God dang it, like what am I gonna do? Like I need to call somebody and ask I just want to call somebody and ask them what they think. Like and I'm like, I want to call Kelsey, but I know she's at the shop. And I don't really call her husband. Like I've never really called him on his phone. I usually just talk to my sister or say hey to him or see him in the background or whatever. I'm like, I'm going to call Trevor, but I don't really call Trevor. So I called Franny, my niece, who is 7. I called her cell phone. She has an iPhone 14. I think I told you guys that because my sister wanted to get her the flip phone, like just a flip phone, but they didn't have the parental controls on it.
Uh-huh.
And my sister wants to be able to, she wants her to have the fancy stuff, but she doesn't want her to, you know what I mean?
Right.
She still wants her to be a 7-year-old, not getting into anything bad or anyone calling her that shouldn't be or her calling anyone that she shouldn't be. So that's why Franny has the iPhone 14. Okay, so I call Franny. I'm like, hey Franny, I'm like, I'm like, is your dad around? She's like, yeah, he's in the basement. I'm like, okay. I'm like, hey, I'm like, can I talk to him? And she's like, why do you need? I said, because I have a question for him. And she goes, oh, well, you can just ask me the question. I'm pretty sure I can help you out. And I'm like, oh my God, okay. I said, well, I guess I can ask you. I said, so with my car, I said, and I was being serious. I was like, okay, she's going to act serious. I'm going to act serious. Okay, so with my car, when I go to get it fixed, if it's just like a battery situation, like that's one thing. Like I can just get a new battery. But if it's an alternate, I had no idea that she would even like think she don't know what an alternator or a starter is. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. But anyway, I mean, she might because she's smart as a tack. Anyway, I said, but if it's like the alternator or the starter or anything, would you get it fixed or do you think I should get it fixed or do you think I should just get a new vehicle? She goes, oh, 100%. My dad would say get a new vehicle.
She's a smart little thing
said,
for 7, ain't she?
I said, do you think I should? And I'm like, you think that's what your dad would say? And she's like, no, I don't think. I know that's what my dad would say.
Oh.
And so I told Kelsey this tonight, and she goes, well, she's not wrong. So then I said, well, I said, can I ask your dad? Because I want to know from him specifically. She's like, why? I already told you what he's going to say.
Oh my God.
And I was like, okay, I guess I'm getting shut down to talk to your dad at all, whatever. And so tonight, and I said that's what he would 100%. That's what he would say. She goes, because that's exactly what he told my mom when that happened to my mom.
Oh.
And I'm like,
and it's still attached to
oh,
Jason, are you able to get in the car with the battery dead, or is your
wait. Something's playing in the background.
Hold on, my bad. I'm trying.
Shut it down, Wilby.
Scarlett, check back chat.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm gonna get. Damn it.
So, anyways, tonight I finally get a hold of my sister after 2 days to tell her this. And she goes, why didn't you let Aunt JC talk to Dad? And she goes, I don't know. And then Trevor came over or whatever. And she's like, Trevor, JC wanted to talk to you and Franny didn't let her talk to you. And Trevor goes, Franny, why didn't you let me talk to Aunt JC? And she goes, I don't know.
She's
That's
very,
hilarious.
very smart for a 7-year-old,
Oh yeah.
for sure.
And when when I went out there and like when I went out to visit them, sometimes babysat.
Hmm.
I babysat for her, and she was like 2. And at one point, I said, Franny, I said, this living room looks like I said, we need to clean it up. And, whatever. Then I, went on and stuff. And I said, Franny, it's time to change your diaper, like blah, blah, blah. And I was changing her diaper and it was poopy. And she goes, Aunt JC, I made a catastrophe. And I'm like, oh my God.
That's
She's like,
hilarious.
I said, oh, Franny, I said, your diaper's a mess. And she goes, it's a catastrophe, isn't it,
Oh,
Aunt Jace?
that is so funny.
I was like, oh my God. Like, who at 2 or 3 years old uses the word catastrophe in the correct context?
But very
I didn't even know what a
smart.
catastrophe was until I was like 12.
Oh my gosh, she is just
There
too
was
smart.
another word that she used in the correct context too that I was like blown away about.
Some kids just
But
pick
yeah,
words up at an early age and just know how to use them.
well,
And
and I think it's the kids that like their parents don't talk baby talk to them. You know how like
right,
parents like our age, like our parents talked baby talk to us.
yes,
Parents don't talk baby talk to their kids anymore. They treat
no,
them like adults.
that is
Like
true.
my cousin and his wife, they refer to their mates. It's
Yeah,
really weird.
I
yeah,
They
baby
don't
talked
baby
my
talk them. They
granddaughter.
talk to them like adults, and they they're like because like they would always say they're their roommates because one would take care of one and one would take care of the other, and then like 2 weeks later they would flip flop or like a month off.
What did you
It's
say,
weird.
Avery?
I said I baby talk my granddaughter.
Oh, well, how old is she?
She'll be 3 in February.
Okay, there's
Yeah.
nothing wrong with doing that.
Actually, I
I
baby
don't
talk
think there is either.
my dogs too.
Guilty.
Roof, roof.
Yep.
I came back up here because I wanted to tell you guys. Met a mom, Christy, that's down in the chat. Um, so her family's having a really, really hard time. She actually just lives down the road from me, like, I don't know, 9 or 10 miles. And I've known her for a couple of years, but she has 4 kids, and her 4 kids, they have a blood disorder. And so she homeschools them, and her husband is the only one who works. And I believe their vehicle, I think it broke down twice and then it got wrecked. And so he's just using a motorcycle to get back and forth to work. Like, I mean, in the rain and the cold and going up and down the interstate. Anyhow, her son, he had gotten an infection in his body, and he was in Children's Hospital. I think they were there for like a month and a half or somewhere around there. And it's just been like a combination of things. And I know she's got a GoFundMe set up. She doesn't have anything for Christmas for the 4 kids. She doesn't even have a Christmas tree up. And so I just wanted to tell you guys about it because I seen her commenting to somebody about her husband having to ride the motorcycle. She had to ride with him to go to the doctor, and they were riding in the rain. And I just, I just feel so bad. I wanted to share it
Do,
because she does have a GoFundMe if anybody wanted to help.
do you have the link to it?
Yeah, I just asked her to send it to me, and when she does, I'm going to post it in the back chat.
Okay.
But I mean, I've known her, for quite a while, and it just breaks my heart. She has 4 kids. I think 2 of them are twins. And it's just heartbreaking because they're not going to have anything on Christmas.
Right. And I remember
How old are the
seeing her.
kids?
They are, you would ask me the ages. I just asked her their ages the other day. The oldest is, I think she's 13.
That's awful.
It's funny because she has a daughter named Jaden, and my son is Jaden. And then
And your
she,
son is Jake.
yeah, but her daughter's name is spelled different. I think we have 2 kids no, do we have 2 kids that have the same name? I can't remember. But she's the sweetest thing. And I mean, it's just their situation is completely out of their control. Her husband works full time
Yeah.
and doing the best that he can, but it's just been like one thing after another for them.
Meta Mom, I have the link to your GoFundMe. Is it okay if I post it?
Yeah, she said it was. She told me I could come up and tell you guys about it, about her situation. She's never asked for help before, and I've known her, for 2-3 years now. She's never asked for any kind of help, and I know it's hard for her to even ask.
Okay.
And the reason that she's typing so bad and misspelling everything is because she cracked her phone, and so she can't see when she's typing.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen her say something before about she was sorry about her typing. I was like, it's cool because I can still understand everything you're saying. So
Yeah.
it's all good.
But there's not. I mean, like, I know she told me you had sent her some work from home stuff that she was looking into, and but it's just bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's one other website that I'm still trying to find the link to, so I can send to her.
It's just sad, situation.
Yeah, so I dropped her GoFundMe link. If anybody, can or wants to go and help them out, there's the link to it. Please do so. Meta Mom, you're very welcome.
And one thing I can say is her husband does work, full time, and there's not. It's not, about like a lack of working or anything like that. It's just been like a combination of a sick kid and cars breaking down, and then a car accident, and
Right.
so.
Oh, I get it. Oh, yo, I'm gonna have to end it here in just a minute. It is 4:00.
Dang it, Scarlett, you keeping me up all damn night.
Well, it's 5:00 where you're at.
No, it's 4. I'm Central Time.
Oh, okay. I thought you were an hour ahead of me. Well, damn. Will be it's 5:00 where you're at, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Look, I ripped up all the tiles in my bathroom because I'd had my toilet and everything. I had a toilet leak like a month or 2 ago, and we had to replace the wood underneath it. So I ripped up all the tiles, and it's wood underneath. So I have these tiles that I've had for a while, but they're the peel and stick. And these stupid things, I have tried Gorilla Glue spray, industrial adhesive, epoxy glue, everything you can possibly think of. And so I've been spending every night during your lives in there sitting on tiles trying to get these dang things to stick to the floor, and they are not sticking to the damn floor, and I'm about to lose my mind.
There should be a special type of glue that you can use for that.
What?
Like a flooring. I don't know exactly what. I can ask Troll, and he could probably tell me.
You're shitting me.
There is some stuff that you can pour out on the floor, like where you're gonna stick them, and then you put them down. I know a lot of people use it for like linoleum flooring, You just kind of like pour it out, and then you put it on there, or you can kind of pour it out and maybe smooth it, or even use like a paintbrush and paint like
I
an
need
area.
that. I need to know what it is.
I'll ask Troll when I end the live if he can tell me the type of glue, if he's still awake.
Because I
The
was in
type of
here.
glue it is.
I was in here in twister positions for over an hour trying to hold these different spots of the tile
Well,
down,
I
only
will
for them to
tell you,
pop right back up.
so the house that we've been redoing for my daughter, the people that was there before, they had put some linoleum flooring down in the kitchen. It was like just like the big pieces of it, and when we pulled that up, the the glue that was used when you walked on the kitchen floor, your shoes literally stuck to the floor.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Like
wow.
that's how strong the glue was. So I will find out from him. It may not be tonight, but maybe tomorrow. But I'll find out from him the type, and I'll let you know.
That would be so awesome. Because I've
That's
been
what,
at this for days.
yeah, that's what you'll need.
I've never cussed and fussed so much in my life.
Poor thing.
All right, guys, I will have to get out of here. Like I said, it's 4 o'clock.
Well, good night.
Good
Have a
night.
good night.
Well, actually, good morning.
Yeah.
My morning starts at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh shit.
So
Bye, y'all.
have a good night.
Bye.
Thank you for
Good
coming
night.
up.
Thank you for having us.
Oh, you're very welcome. It's
Hmm.
been awesome. It was awesome having Dago over here with us tonight.
Yeah, it was nice.
Very nice
Haven't
conversation.
heard. I haven't watched his stuff in a long time.
Yeah, I never, because I mean, I'm always asleep half the time, and as soon as I wake up, I'm like looking into cases and stuff, and I just don't have time to go hang out with people. And I used to go over in Dago's chat just about every time he was live.
Mm-hmm.
So I need to get back over there and go hang out with them. They have like the coolest chat ever. They're just like everybody in here. They're just very chill,
Yeah.
laid back chat, and everybody's just very nice over there.
Mm-hmm.
Princess, you have a wonderful night. See you later. You have a wonderful night as well.
Good night, y'all.
All right. Well, Kelly, P, and JC, y'all both have a wonderful night. Thank you both for coming up.
Yep. Okay. Good night.
Good night. Well, yeah, I guess I'm going to say good night.
Good night and good morning.
Yes.
Covered all.
Right.
Bye.
Bye. Musical, you have a wonderful night as well. Madam Mom, you are very welcome. KK, you have a wonderful night. I'm going to get out of here myself. I'm going to try to get to bed and try to get a few hours of sleep. I am exhausted. All right, JC, are you still here? Okay, she might have then dropped. It's just showing she's still up here. Elliot, you have a wonderful night as well. Devil Doll, you have a wonderful day. All right, y'all. I love you all. Thank you all so much for coming and hanging out with us tonight. Like I said, if you're not subbed up to Dago's channel, please go sub up to him. Very awesome creator. Very awesome chat. Very cool people to hang out with. If you can, like I said, I did drop MetaMom's link. Also, the link to the petition for the house is over on my community page. If y'all have not signed that and you would like to, you can find it there. I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night, and I will talk to y'all next time.